be around.
My ears are actually really hurting right now for some reason. I can't explain it. But
Oh, okay.
my ears happen
Is this
every
helping?
Monday at this
Is
time.
this helping?
Can't
Sorry,
explain
what?
it.
No,
My
is
ears
it
happen
helping? Is it
every
helping?
Monday at this
Is it
time.
helping?
Can't
Sorry,
explain
what?
it. Definitely not helping.
Is it helping?
Every Monday at this time. I think I found the source, actually. Good troubleshooting.
Not enough. Not enough good vibes, good music. All right. Don't worry. I'll help. Yeah, I hope you fellas are
Hunter's
doing okay.
cameras has even gotten even better quality somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still the same camera. And it's just
I guess
pissing me
you just
off.
as a person are just improving in resolution in real time.
Whoa, it's like the Bigfoot
Let's take
theory.
a look. Oh my god.
You know the Bigfoot theory that like Bigfoot's actually just blurry.
Yeah.
That's
We
the
found
thing.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, I just need to train my camera on Bigfoot, and then he will slowly grow into the correct resolution, and then we can finally find out.
I expected more body hair, but it is what it is.
They might be too young.
Oh, for Bigfoot, I think. Okay.
Not for you. I know.
I was a little
noticed.
confused.
Okay.
I got there. I figured it out.
They might be too young to tell. But your kids, do they
Mhm.
have your eyes or like your wife's eyes?
We have very similar eyes, me and my wife.
Oh, okay.
So both. But the youngest is only 8 months, 9 months. I think she's just turning. She's like 8 months. She's still got like bright blue eyes, which I didn't know that babies just have blue eyes. That's just a
Oh,
fact. And
I mean, that's I know. Yeah, it's something.
it might not. It might.
Hence the term baby blue. Come on.
Yeah, no. But like, I didn't realize it's like no, their eyes change. It's crazy because I've got like green eyes. My wife's got like green eyes, and yeah, my oldest. I watched the eyes transition. And it was crazy. It's crazy.
So, when you say you both have similar eyes, what I was talking about was like your eye shape. Like you have the similar eye
Ooh.
shapes.
I don't know. I don't know how to pay attention to that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I feel
saying?
like-
It's like, what is my eye shape? I guess I kind of have a slanted thing.
Yeah, you got like a slanted.
little slanted.
Don't go
I've
too
never
far
I don't
with
want to do
that.
this too hard because it might be a problem.
Yeah.
Cancel. All cancel immediately.
I should. I don't know. That's a
yes.
great question.
I gotta check your phone.
Yeah, let me check.
Like,
Let me
it's
check pictures of my baby right now.
like- He's got a fact check.
I don't even know what my own child looks like. They're confusing. I have so many.
He's got so many there.
I had to go get my phone.
Okay, yeah.
Interesting. I think my daughter, who is the 9-month-old,
Uh-huh.
does not have my eye shape. Let me look at. Okay, here's a good one. I think neither of them do.
Okay.
Now I'm looking at
Right, okay.
myself.
Are they closer to your wives? And do you also need to check?
Fuck, I don't know what my
eye-
wife's. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know what eye shapes look like. Is everyone else with me?
Yeah,
No,
no, I'm not
no.
with you.
No,
Like,
you're not
there's,
with me.
there's almond-shaped eyes and like more like yes.
I've always been confused at people who are like, oh, you've got your daughter's nose, or your daughter has your nose. I'm like, how can you tell?
That might
How
be
can you like
clearly.
look at?
Yeah, I definitely
can't
I definitely
disassemble
see that.
faces like that.
No, I have friends whose like
Maybe you're
kids
face blind.
look just like them in the facial
I don't think I'm
features.
face blind. I think I'm like the
Maybe that's a
parts
Bigfoot
of
thing.
the face. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
like,
look at
but-
faces and recognize. I'm really good at like differentiating.
Maybe your
between
child is
faces.
low resolution, right?
But
And
I don't know.
That's it. That's it. It's Bigfoot.
True.
And I would actually say that like babies in general are actually low resolution, right? Like as they age, they get
Yeah.
higher resolution. Actually,
Their eyesight is crazy bad. It's
Yes, definitely.
like
Newborn. Yeah.
insanely. I think when they're like up, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me that I'm going to be wrong because I know I'm going to be wrong. But it's something like the first like 2-3 months of their childhood, they can't see past like this far in front of
yeah,
their
yeah,
face.
that's
Everything's just
I've heard that
blurry.
as well. I'm
That's
not
why they
sure.
do the peekaboo thing. They can't recognize
Yeah.
shapes or some shit.
It's just enough
Maybe
to like.
because the peekaboo, I feel like
It's
they
like-
don't even know what peekaboo is until they're like.
Well, yeah, it's like the
4 or
facial
5
recognition. They
months.
can't like differentiate. So when you like go away, the face is gone, and then when you like
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
it back,
yeah.
it's like, oh, it's oh my god,
Well,
it's
it's
like,
object permanence.
whatever,
Not-
same.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
No, it's not the same thing at all.
It's all the same
As
thing, Corey.
field of vision and
Hold on, hold on.
object
Did you
permanence.
just see Gibbs do this motion, right?
All
Like
the
that must.
same.
We're done.
Let's move on for Gibbs' sake.
potato, potato, it's
No,
the
but,
same.
like-
You know,
Who we waiting on today?
Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter. Like, I just feel like I look, and maybe I'm wrong. And you can
Go
correct
ahead.
me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
If you like spent a lot of time looking at your wife's face, like
Why would I be looking at my wife's face?
maybe just
Weirdo.
the groups, I don't know.
Creep.
But like,
Technically, you don't need to do that to have a child. It's true.
Freak. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. What was it? What was it? Carrot top? He's like the
I'm sure your wife would love to hear that.
yeah. What was the carrot
She
top?
ain't
He's like the
listening. She's
pillow
putting my
for
kid
college,
down.
and it had like the fucking brown
I'm
bag
refusing
tied
to.
into the fucking thing.
I feel like I'm curious what her reaction would be to like this, like the last few minutes.
She knows that I really struggle with this. It's like the partitioning of faces. But what's also weird is I'm really good at recognizing faces. She's way more face blind than me. Like she looks at like, you know, those like 5 you know those actors that like all look identical to each other?
Oh yeah, there's a few of those.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
Dennis
some of
Quaid,
it.
Harrison Ford.
Those look similar.
You don't think Dennis Quaid and Harrison Ford looks like?
Maybe
Like-
that I would never get them even a
Not
little
so
bit.
much
Thinking
now,
of,
but like when they were, similar ages.
who's that?
when do you differ? When
Like
when do
David
the ages
Nast-
change? Don't you
Dast
move ages
Malchian,
at the
however
same
you
time?
Well, I
pronounce it.
think Dennis Quaid's younger than Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is kind of looking like real thin.
I
at
think
his
he's like in
older
his
age.
80s now.
Anyway,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
wife is terrible at differentiating
Yeah,
between faces. I'm much better at it, but so she's at like a 1 out of 10, and I'm at
Okay.
a 4 out of 10. So like,
When it comes to face recognition,
yeah.
right? Just to
What?
I
Why
think
can't
I'm,
I-
hold on.
It's
I don't know how to
great.
explain this. I think I'm really good at face recognition. I cannot partition the faces though.
Yeah,
Like
we
I don't
got
know
you.
what an eye. If you showed me an eye, and they're like, who does this belong to? Without the rest of the face, it would.
Well, I mean, I don't think
There's
I.
no way.
No, that's true
not
for
many
just
people
about
can do
everybody.
that.
Like
I
Yeah, yeah.
agree.
human facial recognition is usually like a constellation.
The whole
I
thing.
don't think we fully understand.
No,
it,
but mine's like
No.
0. Mine's like.
Okay.
I mean, he said, what does your wife's eyes looks like? I'm like, I could tell you the color, but only because I've memorized it. You know, like,
as you're
only
studying
'cause I went
linguistics, you're
green.
studying the features of your child. Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Do you have flashcards? Like with their names on it?
Oh yeah.
And to be clear, when I asked you this, right, it wasn't like supposed to be a difficult question. I'm like, oh, just a little bit of trivia. I'm curious.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm
like,
terrible at it.
If it ever happens to you that, like, for whatever reason, maybe I hope it never happens to you, but like your child wanders off, like in the supermarket or like the store, you're gonna have trouble.
And
Like,
he gets mixed up with another one. Yeah,
He's gonna be giving like the
that'd be a
Casey
struggle.
Anthony level description. It's gonna be like a stick figure. Like,
Oh,
give
I
me
like
my
that.
dog like
you
that.
need your child on a
Put
leash.
on him.
Those parents with their
That's
children on a
smart.
leash.
I don't know why that got such a bad look. I think that the leash isn't that bad of an idea.
No, for you, I recommend it. Like,
have
it's
you
clear
ever
need
hold
it.
on? Have you ever been around kids? They just start wandering. It's like the leash is helpful. The
Yeah,
leash
yeah.
is not.
Yeah, I mean, also if like the kid is acting up, I know I was a terror growing up.
Just
I'm sure I
snap
could have
him.
used the leash. I'd be like,
Do you think you could confuse your child with a black child? And how long do you think it would take you to catch on?
Okay. Obviously, it was a bit that I can't recognize my kid. I could obviously recognize.
I mean,
my kid
I mean,
between
so
other-
obvious. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah. Everyone knows.
You believe whatever you want to believe. I don't really care.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm just-
I have nothing to prove to you.
Well, this was fun. Unexpectedly fun. This is not where I wanted to lead us at all. But this is where we ended up. All right. The only person we're waiting on, well, we're waiting on two people. So Ali, but like, we're not necessarily waiting on Doobie. Doobie's gonna be a while if he can show up. So.
any
just
particular
kinda waiting
reason
on-
why that he might be a while? Any reason? Is there a specific reason?
What are you
He
referring
told
to?
me he actually didn't provide something, but I imagine.
What am I?
Is-
I don't know. What am I?
Is there something going down, Gibbs?
Yeah, there's been a lot of things going down. I don't know if you watched the.
I don't care about drama ever.
Oh yeah, you're missing out, bro. You know.
I bet it's psychotic.
Yeah, it is. It's
Psychotic in the Twitch space? Never. Never ever.
yeah.
Like everyone's just everything just sucks all the time there.
Yeah.
There's a reason that you haven't heard drama about me, and it's because I never wait.
Whoa. I don't know if that's true. Like, all this story. I don't know if you can make that claim fully.
That's not drama.
What? Okay, all right.
That's not.
I've
like-
heard some things, Hunter. I've heard some things.
Yeah, you've heard that I'm a murderer. Is that what you've heard?
Yeah.
That
First
was
it was
crazy
JFK.
that Gibbs got that. That's crazy that is wild that it reached you.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm part of the Mossad. I'm like, I ain't got no checks. Where are my checks at? But speaking of, sponsor my son, or whatever. Like, give me a break. Like,
Wait, somebody hold on. Somebody accused you, Gibbs, of being in
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were like, oh,
They're like you're doing these debates with that psycho who was
They were
in on
like-
Charlie.
When was this?
This was like last Christmas. Like they came and were hitting me with this. They're like, oh, I saw Gibbs on one of them things. And
In real life,
yeah.
in real life, he
I
got,
was
he
like-
got harassed in real
they were
life.
like, you part of the Mossad now, Gibbs, or what?
Isn't that insane?
I was like, what?
I've only been reached out in real life like 3 times.
I
Like,
thought it was pretty
only
funny,
people
honestly.
Somebody in
it's-
real life literally approached you and was like, "Hey,
Yeah,
don't
it was
you
like 2
panel?"
people. It was I was at our like the little Christmas party we do every year, and one of these guys comes up and he was like a friend of a friend. He's like, "Oh, I heard you was gonna be here, and I was excited to meet you." And I was like, "Oh yeah," and he's like, "I wanted to see if you was part of the Mossad because I see you on there with that Jewish boy
That
that was
Kozak.
there. Oh, what's his name got shot?" I was like,
That Jewish boy.
"Yeah, those were the
Oh,
exact
man.
This is
words."
who, like, I don't know what else to say. I'm just glad that everyone else can understand what my life has been like for the last year.
Yeah,
You know, it's like
that's-
I can't even deal with watching a murder happen in front of me. I have to deal with all of these psychopaths and schizophrenic, like psychotic individuals constantly just.
Yeah, and then he started going on a rant about how like Charlie was about to like bash Israel, and that's why he got killed. And I was like, "Oh man, I've heard this once or twice before."
Yeah, yeah. Like
Brilliant people.
Yeah,
and like I like how like there's like a level of like Jewishness like transference or like
Unsurprising, but
yeah,
yeah.
you were around a person who is half Jewish, not even practicing, and because you were associated with them,
Literally
that
never
makes
even
you
practice.
Jewish.
Just my dad is Jewish. Like
I mean, it's like, and then it's like,
doesn't even
oh,
really. Most Jews don't even consider me Jewish.
well, it was like
I don't even
the
know.
best part is like it's the conspiracy theory onto that, and then it's like, oh, by proxy, like you gotta be part of this too. Like you must be a paid
also
APAC
Hunter
member.
just like only hangs out with Mossad agents because like obviously.
I mean, because clearly me and Hunter agree on everything politically. That's like we are clearly in cahoots. It's,
Genuinely, I don't know if there's ever been a topic that we've discussed where we've been on the same side, Gibbs.
I can't think of. Well, maybe like on
Like,
some
I
bullshit
think
ones, but not like anything serious in here.
Sure. Or ones where it's like we all agree. You know, it's like, was Epstein a bad guy?
No, yeah, exactly.
Well,
See, now that you brought them up, they're like, "See, Gibbs, I saw your program not too long ago, and then brought up Epstein. It's a false flag or some shit. I don't know what they're gonna call it."
okay.
Fun stuff.
All
What's up,
right.
Bully?
What up?
Okay.
How's it going?
So if someone has a pre-topic, we can do it. If not, we can just get right into the debate.
All I've been hearing about is Graham Plattner. Someone wanna you guys want to litigate that for a little bit?
That's a good one to litigate.
Hunter, vote blue no matter who, right? Am I
That's
right?
your man.
Hold on.
That's your
Hold on.
man.
Speaking of the
I
side,
would vote for Graham Plattner. That's not my man, though.
But should people be enthusiastic? I don't know. I've been hearing a lot
I think
of
it's
people.
fine to not be enthusiastic about Graham Plattner. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
What about not voting,
Should
abstaining?
vote for Susan
To
Collins.
me, this is one of the most marginal votes.
Marginal.
Period. Like the difference between the Republican and the Democrat, because Collins is one of the more reasonable Republicans. You know, it just goes against
she is.
One of the more.
She's very moderate. She's very moderate.
So you broke crime.
within the
You broke
Republican
crime.
Party. Within the Republican Party, she's largely
I think
a moderate.
Prime likes what you're saying. That's what I get.
Yeah, okay. I don't like
Hold
this.
on.
I don't this comparison to like
What does
within
that
the
mean for the
like compared to
extreme-ass
MAGA.
Republican Party?
Compared
No,
to
it's compared
MAGA.
to
Bullshit.
It's
'Cause he's comparing to
Republican.
MAGA.
Yeah, among the extremists.
I agree with
are
you,
the nice
Prime. I
extremists.
100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Okay.
Everything
Okay.
is
So,
relative.
but then you say that like she's marginally different from Graham Plattner. Like I
hold
get
on,
you not
hold on.
supporting
Can I
them.
clarify?
Sorry.
Can I clarify here? I think policy-wise, it is a slam dunk. It is a slam dunk. You should vote for Graham Plattner, and it's not even particularly close. I understand, however, if you have reservations on his judgment, if you feel like he's going to betray you because he is one of the he is an extremely mercurial person. Like it seems like he has a lack of judgment, like a
His
complete
emotions are
lack of
all over the
judgment.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I understand being skeptical of him. And so, and you're like, I won't trust. I've heard people say, I'm just not going to trust someone who has a Nazi tattoo. Fair enough.
Just to be clear, and by
And he's
lack
on
of judgment,
kick, not
yeah,
KFC gay.
what we lack of judgment here is having a Nazi tattoo,
Mhm.
referring to his own dick as Mein Führer.
Mein Führer.
That
apparently.
was fake. That was fake.
Was it
That
fake?
Yes, that was fake.
Let me
The
fact check that real quick.
thing.
He's on
was
kick.
a shit-
Rocket.
He's on
Not
kick.
spreading
He's
He's on
disinformation.
kick and not the
I've said this
KFC
before.
one.
My personal opinion.
that was
my
pretty
personal
sus.
opinion is that he did not know it was a Nazi tattoo before when he got it, but then found out much
Come on.
earlier than he.
25 years.
I would agree. I agree.
25 years. Yeah.
No. Hold on. I agree. He probably found out like 10 years ago, and like last year he was like, "What? This
I
thing?"
got a
No,
question
you
for
know.
you. I got a question for you. All right. Listen.
Yeah.
How old is he?
I don't know.
All
35.
right. 30s, right? All right.
Sure.
How many men?
No, I think he's late.
Hold on. How
I
many
think he's
men
mid-40s.
do you
Okay, I
okay,
don't
mid 40s. All right. There's a joke around here. Like men,
Uh-huh.
they get a hobby, right? When they turn like 30. Like it's either
Mhm.
like smoking meats, it's some like random video game or like sci-fi thing, or it's like history, right? And specifically World War II history is the joke. You're telling me this 40-year-old man don't know what the Totenkopf or whatever it looks like.
Hold
Right?
on.
Most
I
people
didn't
don't
know.
know.
I didn't know what it was when I
was
when I
either.
got
I had
it.
no
None
idea.
of y'all should be talking about. None of y'all should be talking about politics. That's like all I gotta say about that. Come on, if y'all don't know what that is.
Okay,
most people don't know what that is.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
give me a break. Come on.
That I don't believe.
Let me
I've
be an
known.
ignorant American. I
100%.
didn't.
I think
No,
every.
I-
So
I'm
I've
saying
known
I
it.
didn't
Everybody
know
I
what
know
it is.
knows it.
Yeah.
I will
We
correct
travel
something.
much
I'll
different circles than the rest of us, but yeah. go ahead.
Ali's correct. The Mein Führer dick thing was fake. So
Yeah, like
How about the
we can
messaging?
withdraw that. That was unfortunate because that was the funniest one.
How about the kick
So-
thing?
so- so-
How
we
about
withdraw
the
that.
How about the
guy-
kick thing?
that one.
So there's really like two main things against Plattner, which is
Kick,
the
the kick thing.
the Totenkopf tattoo, which is absolutely real. That is a Nazi symbol.
Yeah.
And then the other thing here, which is apparently this is true, the sexting
Kick
scandal,
profile. Yeah.
where he has, and the current dating profile he has, where he's been sexting a whole bunch of women, cheating on his wife, which was recently leaked, right?
But
So
it's
the
not
guys.
talked
No, that's not the
about
only part of
this.
that. No.
It's
He's
not-
also
wait,
on
the person
Kick,
who leaked
which
it-
is
the
like
person who
a
leaked that
platform known
information
for like
from
being
his
predatory.
wife.
No,
Yeah,
hold on.
She
hold
was
on.
complaining
Hold
about the
on.
fact that he was cheating on her.
Well, he also lied. He also lied.
Manager
To the campaign manager.
Y'all missing
Yes,
the big
he
one.
made-
Hold on,
He
hold on.
leaked
How,
it.
hold on, wait a minute. How is this? How is this a? Sorry, hold on. We gotta try to understand this for a second, right?
Well, y'all missing the biggest one.
Factoid.
Six
How is
different
this
women.
a problem? A man cheating on his wife. The person who just voted for Donald Trump.
Look,
right?
look.
And
I'll
you
be honest with
tell
you.
me
I'll be no,
how
no,
that's
Prime.
gonna be an issue.
Well, that's not the
I want-
reason. Hold on, y'all missing the big reason. it's an issue.
I want my political leaders to be of a higher sexual standard. Okay, Prime. I don't know about you.
No, the issue is less
Oh,
even
oh,
the. Hold on, Prime. Hold on, you're skipping a whole big part of this. Y'all are skipping a whole big.
No, stop,
Hold
stop,
on,
stop,
hold on. No. Hold on, y'all
Oh
are
my
missing
God.
a massive part of this, right? Part of the reason why this sexting thing is so big is because of where he's doing it, which is on KIK,
On Kick,
which is
yeah.
which is rated like one of the most predatory sites like out there, and that's what he's doing it on. And he said he didn't have this profile anymore; it was deleted. And they went on there today and found him. So it's like he's still there doing it the whole time. So it's not that he's like, oh, I'm sitting here
I haven't heard anything
cheating.
about this.
Well,
It
yeah,
wasn't
because
like
it
a
just came out-
past thing.
Yeah,
This is a
he's
current.
still doing
The
it.
kick allegation's probably
I
the
don't know
worst
anything about
one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Him
saying.
being
Y'all
on
like kind of
KIK is
glossed
a little
over
bit
that.
bad.
Yeah, and he's still on it.
There's that, but also Prime. Here's the thing: like,
Yeah.
yeah, he might be a cheat, and that's bad. but he's a Nazi and a cheat. That's too much. That's
I
too
don't think
far.
Yeah, your guy's a racist and a cheat. Like
Oh,
whatever.
race! Like literally, you can see
Yeah, when
pictures
has
of
he
him with black
ever done
people.
anything racist?
Oh,
Yeah.
You can see
Name one.
pictures of
That's
him
it?
with black
They do it
people.
all the time. They do it every time.
He
Yeah.
doesn't
I love
disappear
it.
like a vampire.
Multiple.
I love it. Holy
Only
shit.
matters if they're racist if they're on the right.
like,
That's all that
like,
matters. Like,
the
listen, they can be as
entire
racist they want to be on the
career
left.
Is him cheating, right? And he cheated on his wives, right? He's been a philanderer the entire time. He's been accused of sexual assault this entire time. But now a lactoid, right? He's squeamish about this. Oh no! Could you believe someone's having an extramarital affair? Again, I don't
With
I
a
do
Nazi
agree.
tattoo.
like
Hold
this.
on.
Come on.
I agree, hon. I didn't want no. I'm not. I didn't push back on that, right? I
Mhm.
agree of almost everything that Hunter said on that part, right?
Mhm.
That like,
Yeah.
one that like he didn't know, but I think he is lying about when he found out.
I
Can,
also-
can I say
Real
this one thing?
convenient.
Prime,
Real
prime.
convenient.
I'm going to respond to you the first thing, then I'll get right straight to you, right? So yeah, I think he didn't know, right? Like you're in your 20s, you're overseas, you're in a tattoo parlor, right? I keep hearing from actual tattoo like artists, it's like guys come in and they get
Bro,
shit like this all the time.
Didn't
Like,
y'all say the
you know,
same thing
and
about
there's,
Pete
like,
Hegseth,
symbols
though?
on those
Yo,
tattoo
hold on.
items,
Pete-
right?
Pete Hegseth was way
amazing.
less bad. Was way less bad and way less controversial. Deuce Volt, a crusade
It was
thing.
offensive. It was a
is-
no. His
Hold on. Is way hold on. That's fine. I understand that.
That's
but
base, though.
but Deuce Volt and the crusade thing is way less like controversial than the literal SS symbol. You gotta be fucking joking. It is the SS symbol. Like it's literally.
Wait.
Right.
Listen,
It was on their cap.
dumbass here. I didn't know that it was a Nazi tattoo. I thought it was a skull
Yeah,
and
you
cross.
can
I was like,
run
this is a
cover
Nazi
for,
tattoo.
But you spoke enough Latin to know what Deuce Volt meant? Come on, bro. I don't believe that at
Okay,
all.
I don't care. Anyway, wait, let me finish my point. I'm gonna finish my point. So anyway, yes. Gets a tattoo, right? I think later on, at some point early, I don't know how far back in advance, right? But I think at some point he had found out, and then like he didn't immediately cover up. And I think he then lied about when he found out. It's like, oh, I just found this out, and I don't know, like I didn't want to hurt everyone. And then he gets it covered up, you know, for his political campaign, right? And so,
What about him denying the Holocaust? Was that not bad enough, close enough Nazi thing? Because there's articles
One
about
second.
that.
I looked into that. That one's not so clear that he actually did that.
So
No, what he did. Okay, I'll specify what he actually did.
But
Is he
oh
shared
my
it?
God,
Shared.
why
Hold
does
on,
everyone have
because,
to, like, just
because
let me
you're
finish
over
my
here glossing
words.
over
I'm
major
literally
things.
in the middle of the thing. So you can add to it later. I don't care afterwards.
Okay.
But anyway, so yeah, when he says that, like his judgment, right? Like you should be afraid. I would agree there, right? Like I think that his judgment has not been shown great. And if this and what you're saying about the extramarital affair is true, right? And again, I haven't seen anything about this. Literally, my first time hearing about this, right? If that's true, I think again shows a lack of impulse control, and you know that could be a problem. So I think all those things are perfectly valid reasons. And I guess I'll leave it there for now.
Well, but he's also okay. When the thing that we talked about with the denied the Holocaust, what he did was he didn't directly say it. He shared somebody posted a video where they're saying the Holocaust is where he's like, hey, check this out, like basically like co-signed it.
All
Like
the
if
white
Can you
supremacists
just
Trump
share
has
that? 'Cause
retweeted.
So if I retweet something by like I don't know Elon Musk, I'm like, hey, I probably agree with this. Like that's what most people do.
Like we know that, like that, if that makes.
But okay, so in addition to hold on, in addition to other, hold on. But here's sure, that's fine. Hold on. Here's the thing though, right? Like I'll grant that. I don't care. Like listen, my point that I'm making, the point that I'm making. Well, he did win a bunch of awards for being not racist, but that's fine. Here's the other thing. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Trump won them. I'm just saying from several organizations. Yeah, hey, yeah. We'll pull that up in a second. Like you can pull it up in a second. Well, I'm saying.
I heard this.
Hold on. Yeah, it is true. I'll pull it up after I'm done. But what I'm saying though is this is key. Is it's in combination with that he said other suspicious things about other racist things. He has this tattoo, which y'all somehow know Latin and know what Deuce Volt means, but y'all don't know what the Totenkopf is. Bullshit. What is it? See, I actually don't know how to say it because I'm not an actual Nazi, but I knew it was the Nazi SS symbol because I watched, I don't know, Inglourious Bastards at least once. It's everybody knows this shit.
S.
It's
No, it doesn't.
You know,
No,
everybody knows
It's
this,
like
and
a
yet
goal.
he said all these other
That's
things, and then
it's
he's
not
got
even the-
he's
I don't
on this
think
sus
it's
site,
the
and y'all are just like, oh, it's fine. Now let's just compare this
I
to
didn't say that.
if
Who
a
is saying it's
hold on,
fine?
if a Republican had any one of these things, hold on, if a Republican had
Yeah, you
any one of these things, y'all would be
I
like,
heard you.
crucify him, crucify this man.
All right,
But
here's
instead,
the
y'all like
question.
vote blue no matter what. Like
Genuinely-
that's crazy.
genuinely,
Like
this is the
crazy.
Well,
reason-
you know I'm not saying vote.
This
I know
is
you're
the
not
reason-
saying that. This guy
This
is.
I'll clarify. I think this is the reason why I am not standing for Plattner right now, and I think that we should probably be voting for him, but I'm not going to be screaming from the rooftops, mostly because it ruins our credibility when it comes to these conversations. Because I do think that there are actual fucking like neo-Nazis embedded in the Republican Party that I'm genuinely concerned about. Stephen
Right,
Miller
but what-
seems to be like a
Hold on,
psychotic racist.
But the
And
question
it
that
ruins our
becomes-
credibility to have these conversations
Hunter,
because they can
Hunter,
just point
hold
to
on,
it.
hold
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what the other thing that ruins our credibility is when we have Democrats backing a genocide, right? That's another thing
I
that
agree.
actually like a big problem.
I
So
100%
like
agree.
I gotta ask, and maybe you've changed your mind, and I will welcome you if you have, right?
I don't think I've
are
changed my
you-
mind.
So I'm gonna ask you something, right? Then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you vote blue no matter who? Are you still that?
I am still that, and I am still that when
Okay, that's awful.
including Plattner. I think we should still be voting for Plattner
Okay, all right.
over Mills.
This is no, so this is like I think the reason why people want to focus on this, similar to what you're saying, Hunter, is this is like the pinnacle of hypocrisy, right? Like you're like, oh,
me.
we're maybe not from you, but this is the pinnacle of hypocrisy from his supporters, which is like, oh, like how could you vote? How could you support this guy? How could you vote for that guy? Look at his tattoos. Well, look at this fucking guy, who kept it long after he should have known. And probably he should have known when he got it. I mean, what fucking moron
Right.
gets a tattoo and then
100%.
doesn't do
Lots of people.
any?
How many-
Hold on, you're right. Lots of people, but these
Who
people
don't find out
if,
that they're Nazi tattoo.
if they were
If I
working,
found out a
if they
Nazi
were
tattoo
working,
How many people have like an Asian,
Yes,
like a
yes.
Japanese tattoo and don't know what it is?
Yes,
I
you're
gotta-
right. Hold on. You're right. These people, like, yes, if they're relegated to working at like a hardware store, no diss, the people who work at hardware stores or something,
He was a
that's one
fisherman.
thing. Yeah, I'm not going to care all that much. But when you're running for office and this thing is still on you, and this is like a whole fucking scandal, this is a problem, right?
agree.
This is a problem. First of all, it's hypocritical when you're going to come after Hegseth for his non-problematic tattoos to
I
have
don't
this
think-
guy who has a genuinely problematic tattoo.
I didn't
Second
really
thing.
fucking care.
Well,
about
the
wait.
second thing, the guy has a dating profile on Kick, and is which is sus in of itself, and he's sharing dick pics all over the place, right? Anthony Weiner 2.0, I guess. And you could support this guy, and you keep talking about women representation in Congress. He's running against a woman. You could vote for the woman who's a moderate, who is a moderate. Hold on,
Floyd,
a woman
stop.
who is
Fucking
one last thing.
weaponizing
Does she have her pussy on Kick?
Then
You
don't
need
bring
to
it up.
know this. This is
Then
important.
don't bring up women's representation of Congress if you're not willing to do the work, Hunter. To
Is she
do
a
the work
Zionist, though?
to actually get women in
Is
Congress.
she a Zionist?
I
though?
am willing to do the work to get women in Congress. Unlike you,
Is she a Zionist though? I just need to know.
I don't know.
Well, hey,
I'll look
quick
into that.
question. Quick question. Who
but-
has
but-
seen
but-
Inglorious Bastards? How many people here have
It's
seen that?
total. Yeah, that's bullshit. Everyone knows that. Obviously.
No.
Hold on. Obviously, I think that representation should probably be like one of the last slates that you really care about when it comes to representation.
Wow.
When it comes to
You would
fucking
think that as a white
having
man.
senator, yeah, true. When it comes to having a senator, I would so much rather have I don't know, Kagan over Clarence Thomas. That's a bad example because that's
Yeah, no, that's right.
But,
That is a bad example
Clarence Thomas is one of the most corrupt Supreme Court officials, and he's a black
No,
man.
he's
Like
not.
I don't.
No, well, racist, first of all. Second of all, no.
Hey, good.
So
I'm
I want
racist.
I want
I'm
to.
racist?
in the group DM.
Let me say one more thing on this. So
Oh,
not
oh.
only is a woman with fewer scandals running, and yet you're insisting on voting for this white
I
man.
think that he has better policies, and
I want to. I know now
That's all
policies
I've
matter.
said.
I get it. Now policies matter. I get it.
Policies are the only. thing, and that's
But
what
here's
that's
the other
number
thing
one.
that
I've
here's
always
the other
said
thing.
that.
Here's the other thing here.
God damn it.
Susan Collins is
Uh-huh.
probably the most
Mhm.
moderate person, Republican in Congress right now.
The most.
And
Which
Prob-
means she
prob-
almost always
I think
votes for
I think
him.
probably the most, honestly. Based on her voting record, I've looked into it a little bit. I mean, she voted for the ACA,
I
or
wonder if there's
keeping
a-
the ACA, a couple other things as well. Like she is pretty like, and part of it's because she's from Maine. I mean, you have to keep the the WASPs and then
I've
these people
recognized that she's
happy.
a moderate. First
Okay.
off.
Yeah, sure. And so
Even
when-
though Prime cackles.
and so what I hear, this is where I think the hypocrisy reaches like a fever pitch, right? What I hear is like, oh my God, MAGA is such a threat. We need to unite with moderate Republicans to counter MAGA. But then when you have the most moderate Republican running against one of your most problematic candidates, it doesn't seem to matter.
Hold on, hon. Did I ever say that? Wait a minute, hon. To be
Not
clear,
you.
have
No,
I-
I'm talking not you. I'm talking about
Okay.
like the Democrat stat, like the hive
Okay.
mind, right? The
I-
machine.
I
Fuck
will
those
say-
people.
I
I
will
would
say,
agree. Fuck those people.
Yeah, Hunter.
fucking completely useless. That's just Prime. Prime. Whenever anyone says Democrat in there, fuck them. I don't care about them.
Well,
That's
hold-
not my
Yeah,
fucking
fuck those
team.
guys.
I
Fuck
just
them.
can we
Fuck
do
them.
can we
That's your go-to.
You mean the
can't
ones who were just
defend
marching for
anything that
fucking
any
war
Democrat has
criminal,
ever done.
like in a march
Yeah.
this weekend? Yeah, I
Look,
say it again.
can we
Fuck those
before we move on to that, can we
Hold
do
on.
a quick
I'm-
show of
hold on.
hands?
Hold on.
I want to.
Blackwood was. I
Okay.
think that was largely targeted towards me.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah, this is going to relate to that. I just real quick, so you can respond to both. How many people here have seen Inglorious Bastards?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us. Oh, okay. So So
Been a while.
if I were to just do this real quick, could y'all tell me what that symbol is up above me that he's
It's
doing?
on the-
I
It?
you
genuinely
know
can't
on
see
the
it. It's
cap.
cut off.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah. I mean, it's only like literally
cut
their
off.
signature.
This is your
Yeah,
fucking
it's cut off.
point.
I
mean, yeah, so, I mean,
But
hold on.
Inglorious Bastards is ahistorical.
Sure. And the reason why I'm saying that, using that though, is just something we've all seen. But you can look up any SS movie.
Show the token comp to my parents, they wouldn't know. I guarantee you.
Well, that's-
Wait, there was
not-
no bear
I
Jew?
get, I get
Like-
confused.
There's-
because
that's
I
not
get that
good.
Hitler died
It's
in
not
a movie
associated.
theater.
Yeah,
and I
bro,
got
it is
no
most
idea.
people would know who it is.
No, they don't.
Bro,
They-
everybody,
they
yeah,
just
it's
make
crazy.
that
No,
up.
I'm not
Okay,
making it up.
great.
It says, hold on. If you don't, here's the
I'm
thing.
not gonna get
Here's a better point. If you don't know what the Totenkopf is, then you probably shouldn't be talking about politics at all in like the modern day and age, or talking about what socialism is and what's not. That's yeah, I didn't say that's pretty important. Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic.
I mean, that's tough.
Hold on. We should be testing
dibs
dibs on Nazi symbols right now.
Yeah, sure. What do you think I'll be able to ace that
I don't
shit?
think you guys have evidence either as well. I'm almost certain I'm correct. But again, I don't have any evidence. I don't think you have any evidence too as to how many people know about the fucking Totenkopf, right? People know about the swastika. They understand the swastika. That's the thing that comes up all the time, right? The SS bolts, that
What's
comes
that?
up all the time. The Totenkopf, no way. In fact, I wonder if we can. Oh, you know what? What I'm curious about is if we did like one of those like Google search type. You know, like those
I get them all right.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying,
knows
I'm saying
Nazi
like
symbols.
you know what I'm talking about?
Because
Like,
we watch out for
there's those,
racists.
graphs that show like how often a word's been like Googled or spoken or put into articles and stuff, right? I'm curious if like what that would be for Totenkopf. Like, I'll see if I
It's
can
literally
find
banned in Germany, right? Like you know that, right? Like,
Oh, there's fucking
Yeah, in
100
Germany,
symbols
not
that are
here.
banned.
why is it
Yeah,
banned in Germany?
Germany,
Hold on.
no.
Why is it banned? Oh, because they would know.
It's a Nazi symbol. No one's saying
Yeah,
it's
it's a
not.
Nazi symbol, but it's not within.
It's
our
like one of the
media,
most
right?
well-known ones.
I need you to stop being so retarded.
It's not
I'm not
like-
being retarded. Hold on. You're actually. This was the funny part is you're saying I'm retarded because I'm knowledgeable of history, and neither one of y'all are. Good one. You got me. You got me good, bro.
Can I respond to Lactoid's point from
Go
forever
ahead, go
ago?
ahead.
That Gibbs said he was going to contribute to it. It just turned into a fucking.
It's a very good point. Y'all don't know the
Yeah,
Totenkopf.
Okay, Lactoid. Who should I be frustrated with in particular? Who is essentially bolstering Graham Plattner and saying that we need to vote for him over Susan Collins? Like Pod Save America or like the Democratic Party establishment.
Yeah. Like take your pick. I mean, there's specific names I could name.
Well, Josiah, I'll do this.
That was one. Yeah, that was one of the
I'm-
people I had.
yeah,
in my
I'm
mind.
hearing
but
that
what did
realm to
Josiah
have
say
this
about-
discussion.
Plattner?
So he was having a conversation with Hutch, who is a bit tepid about this. He's like, ooh, he keeps doing the wincing thing towards him. And then Josiah comes on and he goes, hey man, how about just like we enthusiastically support the Democrats so we could beat the Republicans, right? That's like the only thing that matters right now.
Sounds like something the Klan would say.
essentially that's a conversation. And then like
Yeah.
Hutch asked Josiah like, oh, what about like Jewish voters, or like if it was a Jewish someone to like endorse Plattner, and he said he's Josiah said he should suck it up and endorse.
Well, and importantly, I mean,
this
this is
right now.
Sure, and importantly, not to put like everything on one person, although he did say that. I think that this is representative of the establishment establishment Democratic position at this point, which is this is our guy. You vote blue no matter who. You got to vote for this guy.
Well, the issue is it is difficult in a democracy when he's already won the primary. Like
it is difficult.
We should be able to disentangle that conversation about the fact that he did beat the other Democratic candidates.
Well, it's because socialists are Nazis.
Who specifically we should be endorsing is we're kind of past that point. Now that these scandals have come up, should we redo the primary? That feels kind of messy.
Well, you can.
I think we leave it up to the voter. I know. No, for sure. No, I agree. Which is why I understand Josiah's point to like, well, there's no going back. Like, what should we be doing right now? Because it's clear that we prioritize the policies. I think optically it's not a good look, which is why I've said that this is the most marginal race. When it comes to Tallarico versus fucking Paxton, it's such an easier slam dunk.
No.
So this is just like something
it shouldn't be for totally different reasons.
Bro, no way Tallarico wins.
You're a Republican.
It seems like because the argument that I saw happen transpire is it seems like the more liberal pundits or like streamers or whatever seem to be attacking the more progressive like this is what I'm hearing, because the only people that are attacking seems to be Plattner and then Abdul Sayed, right, in Michigan. And it seems that like the liberal voters who are blue no matter who seem to only be attacking these specific blue, candidates, right? And it's like the progressive candidates. So it's like
you're arguing. It's what's really interesting here is like you guys are arguing two different angles on two different complete realities. Because
the angles,
Ollie, you're saying, man, all these liberals seem to just be attacking the progressive candidates, and Lacroix saying all of these liberals are defending these crazy progressive candidates.
So no. So I'm talking about a split.
Both
are
true.
About a split that I'm seeing within amongst liberals specifically, because that's what I brought it up. I brought up this like that's what I've seen versus where like Lacroix seeing the defense.
Who is attacking Plattner right now? Like actually, other than like
all the non-racists.
No. Can you give like an establishment? Because I largely agree with Lactoid. I think that the establishment is largely standing behind Plattner, saying this is our guy. We're going to leave it up to the.
I don't know. There's been some CNN people been going after him.
Who is not? Who is not?
MSNBC's. That's a few.
Yeah, it's more of a prime question.
So what I was thinking of was a Google Trends search, right? So I did that for us, right? So I put the link in our chat. And you can just take a look, right? I compared that against the swastika, the Totenkopf against the swastika. And it shows it since like 2004, the difference in these searches. And when did it spike? It spiked last year in October when this came up with Grant Plattner. And in fact, if you look at the commonly searched terms around it, right? Like it says for Totenkopf, Grant Plattner comes up. Like his name, that's what spiked.
Well, yeah, it's because it's a controversy now.
People weren't searching for it. People weren't talking.
Yeah, because people couldn't believe that somebody would have an SS symbol. Hold on.
People didn't know.
Have you seen the movie? We can just go through other, like, this is just like not true. The reason why it's not popping up is people, anybody that's played Medal of Honor growing up, Call of Duty Zombies, like all of these had the Totenkopf.
That's not what that means, Prime.
That's not what it means at all.
Hold on.
You could be blind to that.
Part of what it means.
I've seen the Totenkopf before. I did see it before.
Where did you see it?
I said in lots of media.
All those places that you
I never made that connection.
I agree.
Well, that's on you for not knowing history.
I agree. I'm a little ignorant.
Well, most people don't know history, Gibbs. Why?
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem.
It's not about knowing history. No,
that's not the
argument. I'm just gonna concede to his point
of
that.
This is a symbol, right? That like is I'd seen it in random places, but like that never stuck in my mind.
If I put a Confederate flag up, would you recognize it?
I know.
Yes.
Okay, if I put a burning cross up, would you recognize it?
Yes.
And then you should know what a Totenkopf is. Holy fuck, bro! How? Hold on.
that would
Hold
be the
on. Hold
swastika,
on.
the
Hold on.
swastika
Hold
would
on.
be the burning-
This is a.
burning
Hold on.
cross,
How about
and
the lightning bolts?
Confederate flag
How
would
about
be the
how about the lightning bolts? Wait, what are they? Hold on. How about the lightning
I just
bolts?
said the SS bolts.
Just
were-
like when you see a
So you know that
Forerunner, you
one.
think of
So you just
terrorism.
don't know this one somehow. Suspicious.
Burning cross.
Hold on. The Aryan Brotherhood tattoos the Totenkopf. Hold on. That's less common than the Totenkopf was, for the record.
The swastika. Those are literally the
That
examples
Forerunner joke was
Literally the examples I
missed.
gave.
Hold
Bro,
on, I'm looking
bro.
at Nazi
Not
symbols,
Run.
and one of them
Yes,
is just an arrow above. It's called the tier rune. Did you know that?
Or
one?
like this thingy. The
Bro.
okay symbol.
Why is that? Why? Okay. Why is the tier
This
rune
was white
symbol? Do you
supremacist
understand
for a
why?
while?
I don't know. That's my whole point. I don't
it?
fucking know.
You should probably know these things if you're gonna call people racist. Because then when you have a guy that's got actual racist tattoos, then guess what? That's probably a
Yeah, you have an
racist.
up
Holy
arrow?
shit! That,
What if you got an up arrow and you meant jump?
bro.
You're like jump. It's my favorite move.
Okay.
What if I had
Gibbs,
15 dicks?
Gibbs,
Who
Gibbs,
knows?
Gibbs,
I don't know.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Hold on.
A Forerunner joke.
Hold
Okay.
on,
We're
Gibbs.
arguing on the Western
What if he got
Front
Nazi
and the Eastern
tattoos? What if he got Nazi tattoos, but he was just pro-Ukraine? Then what?
Fuck off.
Listen, here's
I'm
my
the only one who
point.
cares about
It's me
that.
buying
That's
weapons
the one
for
who's
us.
like, yeah, fuck Ukraine.
No, I mean, my thing is this: is like y'all are saying this. Like I've heard from years
Okay,
now,
Gibbs,
years.
wait, hold on.
I
Gibbs,
think like
Gibbs,
we're the
Gibbs,
party of the
Gibbs,
moral
hold on, I wanna
righteous
go, I wanna
left,
go.
right?
Gibbs,
And now,
Gibbs, shut the fuck up. I want to
hey, it doesn't matter.
Real quick, you can't argue two different points. You can't.
I'm not
argue
arguing two
one,
different points.
He should have known, and two, that I ought to know because my
It's
evidence
both.
is. Let me explain why that's a contradiction. Cool. I'm recognizing I'm somewhat entrenched in politics. I don't read a lot of history. That's a blind sight that I have, especially like World War II. I know a decent amount like civil rights movement, like maybe like 90s, 80s, whatever. Nixon, I really don't look into the World War II. That's a blind spot I have. Okay, great. A lot of Americans have a lot of blind spots. A lot of people have a lot of blind spots, okay? Like you could go anywhere. This Grant Plattner maybe should have known. Okay, maybe that's an argument. But the argument is that he didn't, not that he shouldn't have not. Does that make sense?
here's my next question, right? So you all agree for years we've heard from the righteous left that white supremacy is a problem. Yeah, that's
You
been a
want to
thing.
acknowledge what the fuck I just said, or no?
Listen, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like honestly, I feel like it's bad faith because for years we literally have heard that the white supremacy was an issue. We should all be aware of this.
And you know what's crazy? I've conceded this point. I've said it's a losing
Okay.
battle.
That's true. You have said that, but then you're still saying support vote blue no matter what. Like if you're gonna say
I personally don't think he's a Nazi. I personally don't think he's Nazi. But if some people are like, I think he's a Nazi. Okay, you know what? Fair enough.
What if he just got out of prison and he had this tattoo? Would you probably say he's part of the Aryan Brotherhood? More than likely, if he had been in prison and he would be
What
part of that.
tattoo?
If he had the same tattoo and he came out of prison, you would have probably.
But you have to be though, right? Otherwise,
Well, I mean,
don't know.
technically you don't
I mean,
have to be.
people get
But,
out
Yeah, was it for his own
Gang,
protection? I would
not
ask if he got
everyone
that
does
tattoo. For
well,
his own
that's
protection.
quite. Hold on,
You
that's
have to
quite
join
a
gang.
that's
know?
quite a
There's like
coincidence.
1,000 variables to this.
Sure, but you would say that they were.
prison often, yeah.
If you get out with the Totenkopf and you were in prison like max security, you probably were in the Aryan Brotherhood, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Or at least, okay, cool. So then we're already admitting, and then I've heard for years the SPLC they put out this big thing. Remember the Unite the Right
You don't
movement?
like this thing, this SPLC people.
Because they're evil, and like
But
yeah.
here's one thing that they said that I agree with. So I'm going to cite this one thing, and then I'm going to hate them for the rest of it. I'm going to pick and choose what I like.
Well, we all know who
It reminds me of my
Nick Fuentes
brother-in-law,
is, right?
Who's like the CDC that said.
well,
that
no, Hunter, because they're your guys. So,
They're the
like,
ones that were
you
saying
should
we're
be
all
believing them.
racist.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I do believe them. I do think
Oh,
that the
okay.
is a hate symbol.
Oh, okay.
Well, then
So
it goes to Gibbs' point pretty well.
No, it
What?
doesn't.
How am I not?
Yeah,
how
I
am
believe
I
in the
being
hate system,
misunderstood?
but that he knew it. Simple.
Okay, what Gibbs is saying, which I actually agree with completely, is
Okay.
here are the possibilities. The first possibility is he actually had no idea, and he's just like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get a tattoo of this thing on
The exact
and do
symbol.
literally with the exact symbol of literal Nazi tattoo, and do zero research into it, and then hold on to it for a while,
Wait, just one question there.
and never actually, I guess, not
One
figuring
thing
it
real
out. that
there.
Well, I do.
Okay,
think
Where
he
did he
figured
get
it
this tattoo? Where did he
Yeah,
get this
we did.
tattoo?
He got it overseas in like
he
some
got it-
random ass country.
Where?
It was, like,
Yeah,
Cambodia
I
or
need to know.
something.
Was it like Southeast Asia? Was
Yes.
it like
And it
yeah,
was
okay.
like it was explicitly said like there are a lot of Nazis in this specific area.
That's what I was gonna
It
say. Like
makes
we
sense.
do
And he
understand
just
that in
pointed
these
to a
areas
symbol,
it
and
is
it's all in a
like
foreign language he didn't know, and he's like,
Yeah.
that looks cool.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
so like I
Or
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
he was
well,
there. Or maybe he was there with all the Nazis.
that's a possibility.
I
But
agree.
again,
And
what
that's-
Yeah, he was there
Gibbs
with
is
the US
saying,
Army.
I'm okay
Yeah,
He
with
was
that.
with the U.S.
Right,
military. Yeah.
sure.
What
Gibbs
Which has a
what
white
Gibbs is
supremacy
saying,
problem,
though,
according to
what
FDLP.
Gibbs is saying is
Yeah,
somebody
it
who
does.
doesn't know this
Exactly.
then should
Mhm.
probably like this is a profound ignorance when it
Mhm.
comes to basic Nazi tattoos.
Sure.
This is
Not
also I think we all agree
soldiers
that
are
he held
idiots.
he held on to it for a very long
I
time.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and if he's
so,
in the
like,
army where they said it was like a hotbed, well, is it likely that he actually probably did know what it was then? Like, that makes more sense
that's
that
the
way.
other
No,
possibility.
we already said that. We already said that. Like
we
afterwards.
all acknowledge that
Hunter
he
and I
figured this
agree
out a while ago.
that he figured it out beforehand.
No,
We've
no, no,
been
no,
saying
that's
that
not
the
that's
entire
that's
time.
not what
I
I'm saying,
agree.
Prime. No, this is what I'm saying. So the argument is
He's
that the
saying
U.S.
he knew
Army,
while he
the
got
U.S.
it.
Army is a hotbed for white supremacy, according to all y'all sources, right? What's more likely? This guy got a exact Nazi tattoo in an area with a bunch of Nazis, and then in a group that allegedly has lots of white supremacy, or he just didn't know what it was when he got it.
I don't think
Doubt.
so. I think it is a hotbed of white supremacy.
So-
I think
Might have
that
swayed me.
everyone around him is a white supremacist.
Might
I
have
don't
swayed
think-
me, Gibbs.
I don't see a
can't have it both ways.
soldier. Hold on. I don't see a soldier, right? And I go like, oh, like a white soldier. I'm like, oh, that's probably a white supremacist.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right? Look at it, he's fatigued. Okay.
If
I
they
do
have a
see-
Nazi tattoo,
Well, no way. I do
No,
see.
no, no,
I
no, no,
do
no.
see
I'm
a
saying, no,
soldier as
the
kind of like
point
a.
is, he's saying. He's saying,
I don't think
is
that
there
the
a
military is
general
a hotbed of white supremacy.
trend? Like, so, like, if this guy is part of the
Gibbs,
unit,
stop being
right?
fucking
And then, like,
surprised.
he's like, he has this tattoo. Does that necessarily mean that, like, those people around him, right, must be like a white supremacist, right? And I'm like, well, not necessarily, right? They may not. That doesn't mean that there isn't an elevated number compared to the general population of white supremacists in the military, right? We've known that for years.
Sure.
The military has acknowledged this itself for years.
Does it increase the
it's not a
likelihood
new
that he
thing.
knew, or
That
that
doesn't mean
decrease
that,
the
like,
likelihood?
his unit or the people he surrounded himself with, right? His friends necessarily knew. Like, those two things are separate, right?
Come on.
Gibbs, you might have
I
swayed me.
don't like we.
Just
I
saying,
don't
like,
think.
it's
I don't
sus.
think 50%. I don't think 40%. I don't think 30% of like the army is like white supremacists. I have more faith in the army than think that all those people are white supremacists. Do you think that?
Well,
If you
not
don't
every
think that,
Nazi.
then-
Not every Nazi was like an actual Nazi, right? They were kind of just doing, the
I'm on
following
Prime's
orders
side.
bullshit, and
No,
that's
no,
kind
no,
of what I
no,
would
no.
say of like the army, right? It's like there's a bunch of people who
Right.
just join they're just following orders, and so like, are they white supremacists? Yeah, they're engaged in white supremacy for sure, right? I think it is. I think there's something to going overseas
No,
and
no,
shooting
that's
people
not.
and
No,
taking
let's not
over lands
confuse
and
it.
stuff.
No, let's not confuse what we're talking about here. But he's talking about people who like are like actually part of an ideology and
Yeah.
who are part of the group, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not confusing. Like, oh,
Yeah,
they're
can I ask a
dealing with white
clarifying
supremacy
question?
because of the
Prime.
Imperial Army. Yeah, go ahead.
let me ask you a clarifying question. I would agree. I don't think the majority of soldiers are white supremacists. Fair enough. I wouldn't say 20%. I wouldn't even say 10%. I wouldn't even say 5%. I wouldn't even say 1%. But let me ask you, what percentage of U.S. soldiers with Nazi tattoos do you think are Nazis?
Pretty high, no, very high margin, right? Yeah. No,
I think they knew they got those
that's a
Like
very good point.
80% maybe? I would put it somewhere
Probably
around there.
80, yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
80,
I agree
90%.
with you.
Well,
I
wait, no,
think
there's
that's
there's
a
another
very
question.
valid
There's another
argument.
wait, there's another question. What percentage of those people, what party do they vote?
That's
for?
a
More
great
likely?
question. Thank you for the
In this
basic
case,
reasoning.
they're running for Democrat.
No, but not in general, but taking your hypothetical,
Yes.
what party are they likely to
I
vote
don't know.
for?
I
You think
Oh
it's
no,
actually
Nick
going
Fuentes is a
awesome?
Democrat. So
I don't know these days because you had Richard Spencer who just like
No,
super-
actually,
Princess
like,
is a
Prime,
Democrat
answer your
too?
question directly. Prime, so
I
why
just
don't you-
answered.
why-
I just answered. I don't know these days.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah.
I would say Democrat. The answer is Democrat, Corey.
well,
Here's
hold
the
on.
that's a
socialist.
face answer.
Those are your answers.
The reason why is you are seeing a massive, especially by the white supremacists, because they hate Jews,
Mhm.
right? They really don't like Israel, and
The
they really
socialists.
don't like this kind of Trump kind of neocon complete alignment with Israel, which has happened, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing like what are the top Nazis like? What are they saying? Like Nick Fuentes is saying "fuck Trump."
We do have a lot of his Reddit posts.
Richard
and
Spencer
they
was
are
saying
largely
"fuck
progressive,
Trump."
though.
Does that mean Democrats vote
David
for
Duke.
Ilhan Omar?
Well, yeah,
Like,
it's
what?
their anti-Republican party or like established.
Nazis make
I'm
exceptions.
anti-gun.
Remember,
They're
Nazis
anti-gun.
make exceptions for Latinos.
Black
Remember that.
kid, I say fuck
My
Democrats.
guess is
all the time.
Yeah, my guess is most Nazis probably don't vote, but the ones that do, I don't know what percentage vote for Democrats.
Well, they
or
vote
Republicans
socialism
these days.
There's a bunch of leftists, me included, say fuck the Democrats all the time. When you hear that, do you think we mean
I
vote
can't confirm.
Republican?
Fran says this all the fucking time. It's really annoying.
Is that what you think?
Well, I know that's not what you're
I do
saying,
agree.
but like Nick Fuentes, Nick Fuentes
is
was saying
saying
Nick
that
Fuentes. Hold on, Nick Fuentes said he was a Democrat.
Stop. Nick Fuentes is saying this explicitly. Richard Spencer is saying this explicitly. These like top Nazis are saying this very explicitly. Vote for the Democrats, because
He took this
Israel is
back-
like a
he took
major
this back,
problem.
like 2 weeks later, when he
AIPAC.
started saying that Democrats were gonna, kill
Also,
all the white
APAC
people.
it runs in the Democratic Party
Who?
too. So like they're
Nick
when
Fuentes.
they say vote for the
No.
Democrat, they're
Yes,
saying
100%.
in
I
spite
can-
of the
I'll find it.
Republican, just as like a game,
But-
right? Like in spite of the Republican as a game. That's what they're saying. They're not saying vote Democrat as in we align ideologically with Democrats.
for sure.
No, there's some
Yeah,
of them
I
have.
agree with
Hold
that.
on, some of them
there's
have
a
said that.
difference-
Yeah.
Fuentes
there's a
has said
difference
that.
between like the
No, I agree with you on that. But to Corey's question is, like, are they going to support what in their minds like the Jew-loving Republicans, or in their minds like the black-loving Democrats? I mean, they're Nazis. They hate both. I don't know what the actual split
So
is.
you wait, hold on. So you genuinely think that Plattner, there is a at least a sizable percentage chance that he is a secret Nazi?
I think he's
Yeah,
a secret
almost-
Nazi. He's openly a Nazi.
Gabe, shut the fuck up.
Be clear.
Don't let him throw you off.
It's so annoying. I know.
Openly
I'm,
a
just
Nazi.
thinking, I'm
You're just playing
incentivizing
into
this
his game.
behavior. I know. I know. Okay. You think there's a sizable chance? We have a lot of his Reddit posts. We've seen a lot of his policy prescriptions. You
Sure.
think that he's a Nazi who's encouraging, I should look at his platform right now. But do you agree that his platform isn't very particularly Nazi-like? It seems pretty progressive.
Probably. I think.
It says he's against billionaires because they're a
Yeah.
bunch of bankers. I
Well,
don't know.
they're-
What that
whoa.
means.
Damn, you know, whoa,
Oh,
Nazi.
That's not good.
Obviously a joke. Okay.
That is it. I don't know these days, right? But you do hear a lot about.
Shut up.
I don't know. It's believable though.
I don't know.
Notice how it
I'm
sounded. Even though we
telling
knew the
you.
joke, we kind of knew it was kind of felt a little
No.
bit believable. I don't know.
Thank you, my listening library, for the $5. It says credibility means nothing to Republicans. Every Democrat is a communist, and every communist needs to leave the United States. I heard this my whole life from my Republican family. I find it very interesting, and we see this already. We see this on this panel all the time, right? That they. Not that they can't, because I know they can, right? I know Lactoid can, and I know Gibbs can, right? Not that they can't, but like they pretend like they don't understand the difference between different people on the left, right? Like it's all the same, but yeah, like they're all communists, right? Like all
think that.
leftists.
Yeah,
right?
there's
Like,
several
you
different
know-
evil groups on the left.
you
There's
know
multiple
that's
groups
not
of evil.
the case, right? And that's not like even for your like messaging, right? Like if you want to win, right, and you want to convince more people to come to your side, right, it'd be important to disambiguate like who you're talking with, right?
Look,
I
you're
try to
okay.
do that
Okay,
with you. I try
let
to
me do that right now.
respect you're a libertarian. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me do this right now.
I don't-
You're not
I
a
don't
communist.
respect it at
You're a
all.
hand washer for communism. Is that better? You guys
No,
are hand washers for communism.
I agree with.
Not necessarily communist yourself.
No, I
Wait,
agree
am
with.
I
I
the
actually,
one
I actually
communist?
agree with you, Prime. I think it's
No, you're
important
a
to
hand washer
call
for
these different
fascism.
groups out.
I
Like,
know, but what about the Lactoid? Lactoid, am I a hand washer for
Thank you, my
communism?
listening library.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Anybody who's to the left of center is a hand washer
I
for
see,
communism.
I see. So the
But-
fascists
but-
think that I'm a hand washer for communism, and the communists think that I'm a hand washer for fascism.
no, well,
Here's
hold on.
let me give my actual read on Plattner. Here's my actual read.
Exactly.
My actual read on Plattner is I think he actually did have some knowledge of the fact of what it was, either when he got it or pretty shortly after he got it. I'm sure somebody brought it up to him. I'm sure he found out something afterwards, or he knew about it at the time. My guess is he thought maybe it was cool, maybe it was edgy.
Yeah.
Nazi tattoos back then were like, not perhaps like as
They weren't that serious.
But
demonized, I guess.
not
Well, they were
Sure.
obviously demonized, but that's what
Sure.
makes it cool.
Right, exactly, right. So like, bikers, for example, like sometimes have like a SWAT, like a SS symbol, but it's actually not associated with like being a Nazi, but they do use it. And so I think this is probably the case. I think that Graham Plattner, my read on him is he's probably just like your run-of-the-mill kind of charismatic grifting liar. It's probably what it is. Like he's probably, You know, he's
What do you
playing
think
dumb
are-
about this. He's
what are
playing
his
dumb about the
actual beliefs?
cheating. He's playing dumb about the dating profile. Like he's just kind of just rolling with it, and he's like, I'm gonna put a bunch of progressive beliefs. I don't know. He'll probably fall in line to what the Democrats want him to do. I don't know if he actually believes any of those progressive beliefs or not. My guess is he just wants to get in power.
Well, I want to talk about what Prime just said, though. I think actually the listening library brings up something good, important here. I think it's actually important to differentiate between these different groups. Like the communists are different than the socialists, you know, and the socialists are Nazis. They're just rebranded, like right, like. And
That's
I want
not
to,
choice. It's
yeah,
okay.
sure, maybe I don't know, but when we sit here, I want to point these things out. Like I sit here and do this, and people go, "Oh, Gibbs is being bad faith, or you're just lumping him in." And I'm like, no. I think that y'all just don't know what these people actual groups were. Like fascism, even back in the day, was more left leaning than it like people want to give it credit for now. Like it's not the same kind of fascism that people are talking about when you talk about like a
Wait,
military
Nazis
junta.
were socialist?
Yes, absolutely.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Okay.
like, so but
I
hold
gotta
on,
do more
hold on. Well, hold on. You're gonna sit here and say this with like sarcasm, right? But like, hey, you didn't know what a Totenkopf was, so like, I mean, which one do you want to trust about historical
Holy shit,
accuracy
you'll
on
never believe
politics?
what Nazi stands for, guys.
Oh yeah, good one. I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, no.
It's crazy. I mean, I'm not even talking about just the name, but sure, you know, like. Wait, hold on. How are you gonna sit here and try to like recite history to me and call me retarded whenever you didn't even know the SS's like main symbol? So like you
They
you
don't
just
know what
look bad.
fucking Nazi means.
That was funny though. Come on, Gibbs.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, everybody got to get one. You know.
I mean, the main symbol was the SS bolts, but like, fair enough.
I mean, hold on. You
That
get
is
the S.
plastic.
I mean,
you
they
can
had a
get-
lot of symbolism,
You
and
can
in
get the
some
bolts
ways,
and
like
not
this,
even
like
the SS for things too, though. Like,
I mean, like in biker culture, the SS symbol was like very explicitly chosen just to be edgy. Like the people
well,
who
yeah, it's
wore
also
it
Norse.
weren't like, well, that's not why they were wearing it.
No, right?
They
No.
weren't wearing
Actually,
it
what it
because
is, it is why
our
they.
Norse ancestry.
No, that's why the Nazis were
The
wearing it.
bikers.
No, and some of the.
Yeah, I don't. Yes,
and there
yes,
are
that's why the
some
Nazis were-
bikers that wore it for
I-
that, but then they also admitted it's a Nazi symbol.
I'm sure there's probably some Nazi
Really?
bikers. I'm saying that in America, like the primary
I'm
culture
sure there's a
around
lot
like,
of
this kind of Nazi symbolism is for the exact same reason why like they'll put a patch that says like "fuck you" or like
Hold
"I
on.
fuck your mother" or
Which
something.
group would be
It's-
the one
it's
that
to
had that
shock
usually?
people.
Would it be the Hells Angels? Would that be the main group that had those? And then people would be like, well, they're not really a white supremacist organization.
Well,
Come on.
that's
Like-
no. Hold on. That patch is on well more than just the Hells.
Oh, but they're one of the main ones that made that symbol popular as biker culture, correct?
Well, just because they're the biggest 1%.
And wait, are they a white supremacist organization?
No.
Yes, the Hells Angels.
The Hells
are-
Angels?
Yeah, you actually like. Yeah, they're a white supremacist
Hold on.
organization.
Oh shit. Hold on.
How do
Yeah.
yeah, the
Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
you're
hear me?
back.
Who should we?
Okay,
can
hold
we-
on.
Wait, hold on. Can
I'm
we trust-
I'm cutting out a little bit.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
cutting
you
out a
can
little bit.
Google this and ask.
The Hells Angels, they are racist. Yeah, hold on. They are racist. I agree that a lot of these 1%ers, they are like segregationists. They are like pretty racist, like interpersonally. But they are not
You mean 5%ers?
ideological Nazis. No.
Well, no,
if
they're
you're
just
a
white
racist,
supremacists.
then you believe that
Nazis
the
would be a
white
white
race
supremacist
is
group,
the
right?
supreme race.
Yeah, but they're white supremacists.
No, but that's not what it is. Like what it is like these. Okay. These bikers.
That's not what it is. You understand
it's
this ideology.
it's not when you
Black
talk
Toy,
to
this
these
requires
bikers.
too much
I'm trying
nuance
to I know I'm trying to explain something to you. When you talk to these bikers who have these symbols and you talk to these bikers who have these beliefs, what I'm telling you is like it's very surface level for them. Like if you ask them about like oh we just don't let in black people because like oh that'd be weird. Like that's like the
That'd
as
be
far
weird,
depth
or
as it
more like
goes.
fuck black people, and that's
I
more
don't-
of their
Yeah.
ideology,
More
right?
along
It's
the
like,
lines, but
fuck black people.
Sure.
Fuck anyone who isn't
Endorsing those
white.
actions,
We're
Black Toy.
we're superior.
hold on.
It sounds like you're okay with this.
Oh no,
Go ahead,
Actually,
Prime. Maybe you
encouraging
understand me.
this
I think
behavior.
I understand what you're trying to say, right? And I don't
Okay.
pretend to be an expert on Hell's Angels, right? So like I'm not even trying to make a declarative statement here. But like I think what you're trying to say is like dress like like the Bloods or the Crips wouldn't let in like a Mexican, right?
Yeah,
Or Mexican
exactly.
wouldn't let in anyone else.
The
right?
Bloods
Dress
probably
like-
are. Yeah. Oh, this is a perfect comparison. The Bloods are probably not going to let in a white kid, or getting as a white kid getting in the Bloods is going to be much harder. That doesn't mean the Bloods are like a black supremacist organization, really.
But
Like,
there's a racial
there's
hierarchy.
there's racist beliefs held by their.
There's a racial hierarchy to these things, even for when it comes to like the Bloods or when it comes to like Mexican gangs or Arab, whatever it may be. Like, yes, there's 100% a racial aspect to this.
No
So
one's
like
saying
it
it's
is
not a racial
it is kind of like a black supremacy that might not be the ideology like going in with it, but it is the idea that they're in control of their territory and like so on and so forth, regardless of what it is. There's still like
Look, at the end of the day, this is why I said this is I very specifically said there is a racial aspect. What
And
I'm
what's
rejecting,
that racial
and
aspect is that they are
I think there's
better,
I know
which
I
is
think there's a
fine.
racial.
Like, well, not
No,
fine, but like that's what
well,
it
it's
is.
fine.
It's okay
Jesus
that
Christ, Ollie.
it's okay that it's okay. As in, like, it's okay to admit that that's
Graham
what it
Platter
is.
over here.
He's popping up with a hat next week.
It's okay to admit that that's what it is, right? You don't have to like dance around. Like,
Stop!
We got
I'm not
Hans Ali
dancing.
in here, bro. Hans
I'm not
Ali.
dancing. I'm trying to answer it very directly. I am conceding that a lot of these gangs have a racial aspect. What I'm
Mhm.
rejecting is, like, unlike the Klan, which I think is very overtly ideologically focused on racism. That is their goal. Their
Yeah, they're
goal is
not
to, like,
as racist as the
in their mind, to, like, advance the
Elevate
white
the white
agenda.
race.
Yeah, elevate the white race, advance the white agenda, or whatever. Like, the Bloods or the Hells Angels or these other groups. Yeah, there's a racial aspect, but primarily what they're focused on is, like, their territory, getting money, running certain
Yeah.
rackets, like that. Like, that's the thing that they're primarily concerned with. And I think this is and so when you have Hells Angels or Outlaws or really any other fucking biker club, and
Yeah.
you see, like, they're wearing the SS, like, symbol. They're not wearing that SS symbol because they're like, I'm going to elevate the white agenda. I've seen black bikers wearing that SS symbol. It's very
Yeah.
specifically to try to, like, shock people and scare people and say fuck you. That's their intention. I'm just telling you.
But the way these groups operate, right? Like, the Hells Angels would probably more seem like operate kind of like the thugs or the grunts to the actual white supremacists, the KKK. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some tie between like higher ups in the Hells Angels and somewhere within the KKK. There's probably a blend there somewhere.
I mean, I can't disprove it, but I've seen no evidence of it. My guess is, honestly,
Yeah.
my guess would be they probably wouldn't get along because they'd probably be in competition for territory. That would be my guess. Like, a lot of these white supremacist groups, they fight constantly. The Aryan Brotherhood fights with, like, what was it, the Irish 7 or something. Like if you look at, like, these different, like, white supremacist groups, very rarely do they actually cooperate very well with each other.
Just like Nazis and communists kill each other. Like, same thing.
$20 from Pondering Politics. Does Hunter agree?
Shut the fuck up!
Somehow Palpatine returned is the
Do you
greatest
guys
sign of
know that
dialogue.
he thinks that Rise of
Star Wars.
Skywalker is the best Star Wars movie? Do you
I
guys-
gotta say,
I don't know.
that movie is
You don't
terrible.
watch that guy for his taste.
That
dude. What the fuck?
movie is terrible, but it's still 100 times better than Last Jedi.
I'm gonna kill him.
Nope, absolutely wrong.
No,
Other
it's
way
not.
around.
That's actually not true.
Absolutely not the
God
case.
damn it, Josiah.
So I think actually I saw a video on I saw Isaac what's his name? Isaac.
Wait, hold on. Josiah,
I-
were you listening? We were talking
Oscar
about
Isaac?
you a little bit.
Oscar Isaac, yeah. Yeah, Oscar Isaac. I saw a
ears are
video
burning.
of him addressing the somehow Palpatine return thing. He's like, first of all, like it happened in the reshoots, right? Like, and he had like there was asking, did you know how big of a
Do
line
you
this
see
is gonna
what
be,
Josiah
right?
does to us? He tears us apart.
I see what he does.
He
I
is
see
more of a
that he
Sith Lord than
kindly
Palpatine is.
and generously supports this channel with $20. And I've never seen this pondering politics person, but they're beautiful.
Yeah.
Wait, Hunter,
No,
do you
yeah,
do you
yeah.
think
Good
do
friend
you
of
like
mine?
do you like Rise of Skywalker more or less
a
than Last
good-looking
Jedi, Hunter?
I love Josiah.
He's been on your panel, Prime, just FYI.
No, I know your opinion. What, Hunter? Do you like Last Jedi or you like Rise of Skywalker more?
I love Last Jedi, and that's why I hate Rise of Skywalker. So
All right,
much,
well,
is because
Last Jedi's
it
better.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
It's a terrible
really
movie.
trashes on everything.
I think the sequels aren't great, but like the Last
They're
Jedi
real bad.
tried to make a statement, tried to do something different, tried to expand the canon, tried to take it in different directions. It's just better, and not like by better I mean still shit, but better than the other two. Is what it is. But yeah,
We gotta
I
get
think
Josiah in here.
I was gonna say that somehow Palpatine returned. Is actually it's an incredible piece of dialogue, right? Incredible, like the fact that like made it out, like they thought like, okay, this is how we're gonna plug this. Like it's the line itself is not in itself remarkable. It's remarkable in like what it means, right? The failure of those movies.
Do you
That,
guys
like,
know?
That's a
hold
J.J.
on one
Abrams
second.
thing.
And-
No.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
continuing
Hold
on
on,
what you're
it's
saying.
still, as bad as that is, it's still not the worst line in all of Star Wars.
Do you
The
guys
worst
know that
line
they released
is the TIE fighter with pew pew pew.
Do you guys know where they
From Chuck
showed
Wendig.
first off that that Palpatine was coming back? Do you know when that information was
Fortnite.
released? Fortnite event. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, it's
Fortnite, like the game, the
Yeah.
game.
The game.
The game, yeah. They had an event, like a Star Wars themed event. You know how they do that in Fortnite, right? And then in that, like, there was a sequence where like Palpatine every time he's like announced and like you could hear his voice and all that. Palpatine is back or whatever the fuck, right? It was announced in
Yeah.
Fortnite.
When it's like that mysterious broadcast in the font, like when they show that, what they're actually referring to is a Fortnite event in the
Yep.
Rise of Skywalker movie.
Uh-huh.
I
Actually,
cannot
yeah.
believe what
So-
Disney has done.
It's actually pretty cool marketing, to be
I'm
totally
so
honest.
confused. Are you guys joking or being for
No,
real?
I'm
No, it was a real thing.
100% serious. I am
really wish I
100%
was.
serious.
Yeah, they released the like
Oh.
message of Palpatine
Oh.
talking in a Fortnite event. Like it was like a countdown. You go in there, and they had a little island. It's called like Fortnite
I
Islands.
thought I was being made fun of because you know they said
Nope.
Fortnite.
honestly,
They made
honestly, it was a
AJ
pretty
Abrams.
cool collab. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it
really
was.
wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, hold on. Everything was going to go on Fortnite. Just back in the day, like when Episode 1 came out, you had cardboard cutouts at Pizza Hut. You're going to go to the biggest like places at, like that are like whatever is the big thing. That's where you're going to go. Fortnite's one of the biggest things in the world. Secondly, I also think that the Rise of Skywalker shit. Whatever. Like, listen, the biggest issue, and I think maybe we can all agree with the sequels, is that they didn't have an overarching plan across all three, and we had basically 2 directors. It should have been 3 different directors going through, and then the
Three
biggest
different.
one, yeah, and they should have gone with Gareth Edwards' version. Or was it Gareth Edwards? Whoever the guy that was supposed to do the Duel of Fates, because that actually looked pretty cool, and he could have worked with what mess old fucking Ruin Johnson left him. But yeah, I digress. And
The
terrible.
brilliance of Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, they're
But
awful.
thank you, Pondering Politics. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the $20. Really appreciate it.
He
but
made the
I think
prequels good.
I think that line is actually amazing, just because of what it represents of being the utter failure of Disney, right? Like, and actually, just what the Gibbs said, right? The fact that there wasn't an overarching plan, right? They had to scrap everything after Ryan Johnson made a beautiful film, and like start over with shit,
Hell
right?
yes.
And
Ryan,
like
my
that was
back.
like that was an utter concession of complete. That's a white flag saying somehow Palpatine returned, an utter white flag. So yes, it's actually one of the most amazing lines in Star Wars.
I also don't understand how Kathleen
Hell
Kennedy could do so good with Indiana Jones and then do so bad with Star Wars. I just
She
don't.
hasn't been all bad. She hasn't been. all
Yeah,
bad.
she's been a real mixed bag. Like people give her like, but we got Andor because of her. Andor's amazing, maybe the best shit in Star Wars history. Like honestly,
It's very weird
Very
hearing that
good.
from you.
Yeah, and then like Solo, I think did badly, but not because the movie itself
I
was
thought
bad.
Solo was good.
Yeah, I think
liked
so.
it.
I think people just hated the Last Jedi so
It was
much
alright.
that when Solo.
I like Solo.
Shit, I thought Solo's better than gave it credit for. Rogue One was good.
I mean,
right?
explaining his name
One
was
was
pretty awful.
fantastic.
Like
Sure, but it was like a fun
wasn't
flick.
bad.
Yeah, it's like a
traveling
fun.
alone.
You know, and it wasn't supposed to be like a real like deep lore movie. You know, it's
You
like
see what Josiah does?
I don't know.
I mean,
Star
hold
Wars
on,
is a good topic.
hold on. The traveling alone thing, I think that's not so bad. Hold on. First of all, like lots of
But
people's
that's
real life
awful.
names. Hold on. Lots of people's real life last names came from like what like their ancestors did as a profession, right? Like, are you the blacksmith? I guess we'll call you Smith for all of time now. Like,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I don't.
actually,
No. I can agree with like, let's say, a last name representing a backstory. But the way they like literally like they spell it out like, oh, traveling alone, or something to that effect. I can't even remember. But
Yeah,
I
he's
agree.
like
I
Han
agree.
Solo.
There's this,
Yeah.
there's this. It's the same thing with like the
Fine. You
Fantastic,
didn't
where
have one.
someone's like, "Hey, we're fantastic," and he goes, "Whoa."
What about
Yeah,
someone's
yeah,
last
say
name?
that
Of,
again.
And
Say
it's
that
like
again.
it really ruins the immersion because when you come up with names, you just throw a bunch at the wall and you're like, "That one's all right." Like you don't have this like,
I
"Whoa."
didn't know.
You
I
you
didn't
can't
know-
you
I
can't
didn't-
trust the
I didn't-
audience to like piece it together. Oh, traveling
Yeah,
alone,
exactly.
SOLO. So like,
So
What the-
It's supposed to be comedic. It was supposed to be funny. Like y'all are like,
no,
looking
but it
away.
wasn't funny. No.
It wasn't-
Well, hold
Yeah,
on,
it
hold on.
wasn't-
All right, listen. I love the EU a lot. I love the EU, but listen. I gotta say, I prefer this intro with him deciding his name is that to him being, oh, my cousin is somehow the ruler of Corellia.
Han Solo.
Yeah, and he's literally got a goatee and
yeah, it's Han Solo.
yeah. Like, listen, I love.
Both of our universe.
I prefer this intro way better to that. Like now, there's some cool like Son Solo's not a bad character, but like as far as like origins,
I don't know
character.
the extended
Or like so Han Solo, basically, literally no fucking around. It's his like evil twin cousin. Like,
They
But
do
he's
a
just
lot
gotta
of
get-
that in
his
Legends.
evil twin cousin.
that doesn't have that much of
Luke
legend.
with
Hold
two
on. That's
Lukes.
his clone. That's his literal clone. Like, you know.
Han Solo?
No, Luke with 2 U's. Also,
Oh, yeah,
don't you talk shit about the Thrawn trilogy. That's the only reason why we got any Star Wars at all now.
Thrawn
It's because of the Thrawn trilogy.
Yeah, very good stuff.
Yeah, and Kozak's over here. No respect.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
like-
that's the best. That's the best that the EU has to offer, and that's what it
First
is.
of all, Timothy Zahn's outstanding writer. Let's just go out on record. He's got so many good series.
I thought
Terrible
the use
taste.
on Vong
They're not bad.
series was great. I liked
We
it
gotta-
a lot actually.
It was
I'll
it was first like
die on that hill.
big.
If
You know, they credit the Marvel with that because of that. It was his first like attempt at like a big shared universe kind of thing.
Yeah, shared universe. Yeah. Okay. I think we've a very thoroughly club. I'll give anyone an outro. If anyone wants to say anything on the Grand Platinum thing, right? Gibbs, you got something to say, or anyone else has something else want to say? Then okay. All right.
One thing I'll say
guess-
is, I'll say one more last thing. To moderate Republicans out there, when they say they want to work with you, they don't.
Who
They wanna
wants to
replace
work?
you.
I don't want to work with
They
Republicans.
want to
I wanna-
destroy you. They want to
I
destroy
want Liz
you.
Cheney. I want Liz Cheney to recognize that she has to work with moderate Democrats because otherwise it's Trump all the way down. And that's
right.
She
Look,
did it. And
Moderate
she knew-
Republicans,
She knew what she was.
you have to
getting
work with
into.
Trump.
Sure.
Right.
Sure. We're the
That's actually
problem.
that's probably
What
true,
an
actually.
incredible way to look at this, where fucking Trump is primarying all these people. He's shutting down anyone who
But
disagrees.
he's doing what every
Massey?
president does.
How are you not
Wait,
mad
wait,
about
wait.
Massey?
You want hold on. You want to talk? Well, first of all, on Twitter, I was mad about Massey.
Okay.
Second of all,
There we go.
you want to talk about
But in
you
real
want to talk
life-
about you want to talk about primaries? We can go back and talk about the 2022 midterms, where the Republicans who voted to impeach Trump, they themselves got their MAGA primary opponents got funding from the DNC, because the DNC figured that the MAGA opponents would be easier to beat. And so quite literally their reward in their primaries,
That's
so
fucked.
this absolutely is the
happened-
case.
Okay.
I know for
Show
a
me
fact
that.
that there, yes, I will show this for you. I forget his
That-
name.
I will
a
be
prominent
honest. That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Come to our side,
Bullshit.
honey.
No. Hold on. If you give me 2 seconds, I can find the name.
Okay, so you're saying that like the DNC funded a Republican, or it was the other way around?
Funded a MAGA Republican over the moderate.
Oh no, that's happened before. Like I believe, I don't know about this particular case, but this has happened. Like when they think they thought that Trump was going to be an easier win. than
There's
other,
a difference between funding him and Hillary just saying, "Hey, we should platform him a little bit more."
No. I agree with the difference there, but I'm saying.
Well, he's
like,
just
Hillary
saying
never
that they
was
thought
funded.
Trump would be an
Ronald
easier
Reagan-
win.
They thought Ronald Reagan would be an easier person
Hold
to
on.
beat. too,
Funding
right?
is a whole different ballgame.
I agree. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not
I'll
just
find.
saying-
He's just saying it's not that far-fetched.
Hold on.
when you're calling
It
a
happens all the time.
conspiracy
It happens
theory.
all the time. In
It
fact,
doesn't
it's the
happen all the
Republicans are
time.
doing it right now.
Funding.
No, Republicans are doing it right now to some chick here, some Democratic chick here in Texas, or they were up until like I guess a couple days ago. They were funding her program because she was the one that was saying, "Oh, we should put all the conservatives in camps or some shit," and they're like, "Yeah."
I know
Oh,
what you're
Gibbs,
talking about.
Gibbs, how do you feel about Tallarico?
Oh,
I hear he's gonna win Texas or something.
yeah,
like that.
okay, yeah, he's
Liar.
gonna win.
No,
Yeah,
it's-
I'm just.
It's literally so literally.
Zero
it was-
concern
it
about
was-
Tallarico.
This is actually
He-
kind of ironic.
He like hates
So it was.
Texas things.
I found the name. So this is kind of ironic. 2022 Michigan Republican primary for U.S. House District 3. John Gibbs, who was a MAGA Trump-endorsed candidate, was primarying against Peter Meyer, who was a incumbent moderate Republican, first-term congressman who voted to impeach Trump after January 6th. The Democrats funded John Gibbs to defeat Peter Meyer, and it was 52 to 48.
Sorry, just
Meaning
question,
that
though, but-
funding probably did make a difference.
But to be clear, where did the funding come from? Did it come from the DNC or did it come from like one of those
Yes.
super PACs?
The
blue super PACs?
the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the DCCC, spent
Okay.
about $425,000 on ads in the race. These ads highlighted Gibbs as "quote unquote" too conservative and handpicked by Trump, which had the effect of boosting his visibility and helping him in the primary.
You want to pull up a photo of my cousin
on,
John
so you did
Gibbs?
it-
Pull
they
up a
did
photo
it
of my cousin John
anti-Texas
Gibbs. You're
guy
welcome.
and
No.
Pull up a photo. You're gonna really get together.
They knew what they knew what they were doing. So
That's-
in a
That's
primary,
conspiratorial. I would love.
no.
to
This
Show
one.
me, show me the intent.
This is this is literally like a
because
political article.
you can't. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I'll let him hear the point because if he's saying that
Here,
like running,
NPR.
running him as a pro MAGA guy would ensure him the win over the moderate,
Yes.
and that's what they wanted, that makes a
Here.
lot of sense actually.
I posted this. I posted this in the side chat. This is NPR. So very specifically, the ads were targeted at being like, "Hey, look, this guy is handpicked by Trump. This guy is too conservative, right?"
Uh-huh.
But this was intended to appeal to Republican primary voters.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yes.
You run him as the pro MAGA guy, like an anti-dem ad, right?
Where
Like for
do you
it's an
see
anti
intent?
for the Democrats, but like that makes sense.
Because I'm seeing Politico notes the spot will also raise Gibbs' name ID in the district, especially given Gibbs' campaign has not been able to air its own TV ads. It seems like Politico was like, I don't know how well his strategy is going to pull off. What?
It worked because Gibbs won that election.
I understand.
That's right.
Show me intent. Because all I'm seeing is that there were a bunch of
Bro.
anti-Gibbs.
When did
Stop,
Gibbs
stop.
not win?
I want you to just think about this for 1 second, because if
Okay.
you read the rest of the article, they also did this in a number of other states, by the way. When we know for a fact, because this was leaked in WikiLeaks, when we know for a fact that the DNC early on gave Trump disproportionate amount of airtime and elevated Trump because they thought it'd be easier to beat. When you have the Democrats in this case running ads in which they emphasize that this guy Gibbs, no relation to our friend here,
Handpicked by Trump.
What
was
do you mean that's his brother?
was handpicked by
Twins,
Trump
bro.
in a primary, and we know what effect Trump has in a primary.
And then the Democrat
What are they
lost,
trying to
is that the
do?
issue? The Democrat
Well, no-
lost in the election.
No, the Democrat beat
Well, no,
Gibbs.
he's just saying that like Democrats are willing to fund MAGA Republicans over moderates.
This is so like
You know,
I really hate saying it. This is not fucking funding. What the hell are we talking about? These are attack
Half a
ads.
million in ads that are
What?
opposed
Of
to the
course that's
moderate.
funding. Of course that's
That's
They're
funding.
funding.
attack
Yeah.
ads. They're attack ads against Gibbs, and you're saying
no.
it is for
They're
Gibbs
attack.
because
Wait,
it's
no,
raising his visibility.
Kozak, wait, Hunter. So like they're attack ads if you're a Democratic voter, right? If you're a Democratic voter,
I
yes,
understand.
then this is.
I
But
get
then,
it,
but
they're all
wait, to
attack ads.
Lactoid's point, that is advertisement for
Yeah.
him as in the Republican
I
in the
can
Republican
agree with
primary.
this in like an extremely abstract, indirect
No,
way. But
it's
saying
not that
it-
extreme.
No, hold on.
You don't have to
There is
run those
no way
ads.
to show intent. There's no way. to
Hunter,
show
Hunter,
intent.
how brazen would it have to be before you're like?
Guys,
oh,
remember,
shit,
I'm the
that's obvious.
retarded one.
No, hold on. Let me
Does
give
not
you this.
show intent.
John Gibbs. He is far too American first that puts American families over immigrants. What a piece of shit. This motherfucker. I heard he supports American troops. That fucking loser. Like,
Yeah.
at what point? At what point? There's
He's
this
doing
like,
the softest
wow,
attacks
you
ever,
are emphasizing that he was handpicked by Trump in a Republican primary,
Yeah.
not a
He
general
respects
election.
The sanctity of life.
Yeah, this guy he opposes late-term abortions. The fucking sexist.
This guy
Right, yo,
might be a
You are
racist.
distinct.
Like, at what point are you like, wow, like this is obviously what's happening here? They're emphasizing
man.
how he was handpicked by Trump. It's like not that far off from like emphasizing how
Okay.
this guy's American first. He's a danger to immigrants. What? That's probably going to work pretty well with Republicans.
Can you believe this? Every time a bald eagle flies by, a tear rolls down his cheek.
I'm gonna say a few things.
Go ahead.
I still think that I would need to me what you are far underestimating is the DNC's competency. Okay.
Nah, I
It is
doubt that.
We're saying there are these fucking evil warlords who are able to not evil warlords, but that they have such strong intent that they're creating attack ads against a candidate for the ability to emphasize that candidate or to bolster their polling numbers. That to me feels like such a like
Who's the
I'm so
easier
much
win?
more in favor. It's so much easier for me to believe that they're just idiots there.
Wait, do you
And they
hold on?
just-
Do you really think this is like that hard of like to understand? Like this,
No,
like
my
not.
God.
This
I'm
is
not
like
saying it's that hard. Fine, I'd hear it. But one, that you can't just say definitively.
you're saying these got.
and directly that they funded.
Hold
MAGA
on. I
That
don't.
is such
Hold
a
on.
stretch.
Hold on. I
Well,
just
Instead
posted
of
like.
running ads
Hold on. We
for
just
their-
posted like
instead of
6
running
articles
ads
in
for
the back.
their campaign. They
I
ran
get it.
ads on the other side.
Well, hold on. I
I
just
get
want.
it.
I just want.
get it.
So
Instead of
I
war
just
ads,
want.
it's attack ads.
I just want
Holy
y'all to
shit.
listen to what he just said right there. Okay, this is really important.
Wasn't attack
He
ads.
said first.
It
He's
wasn't
like.
attack ads.
First, he says, "All right, I'm concerned that y'all are really giving them too much credit because you think they're too competent." Right? This is the party he wants us to vote for. He thinks that their own party is not competent enough to come up with its meta level strategy, and so
I don't
then
think they're
he wants us
I
to
don't
follow.
think the
Hold on,
DNC
and then he wants us to follow through and vote for these people because they have such good policies, yet they're not competent enough to come up with this meta-level strategy.
I
and
criticize Democrats all the
this is
time.
the same man that didn't know history, guys. This is who you should take your political opinions from right here. Like, that's what I'm saying, boys. Thank you for the votes to the Republican Party.
Here. I linked a Politico article. I think this is so. I'm just going to read a part of it here. Quote, in public statements, private chats, and complaints taken directly to the DCCC, Democratic members are aghast at the committee spending nearly $500,000 to air ads boosting Donald Trump-endorsed John Gibbs over Peter Meyer, who voted to impeach Trump last year.
Boosting feels crazy.
Representative Stephanie Murphy from Florida states, no race is worth compromising your values in that way. She sat on the committee investigating January 6th in the Capitol and Trump's election subverting schemes. Democrats like Murphy for the strategy could backfire. And then if you go to the end, the DCC, after Gibbs won, they put out a statement saying, we'll do what it takes.
Okay, I'm going to reassert my position. I think that it is fine if you believe that there was an intentionality behind this. There is a reasonable thought there that there was an intentionality to bolster a MAGA candidate because they're easier to defend.
It's not even private.
Just
like here, what do you think this statement means? What do you think this statement means? Quote, the DCCC is laser focused on holding the House majority, which we will accomplish by fighting for every competitive seat. Kevin McCarthy is an anti-choice insurrectionist, coddler, and conspiracy enabler, and we will do what it takes to keep the speaker's gavel out of his hands. This was after the primary.
Say that last line one more time.
And we will do what it takes.
No, before. About who?
Kevin McCarthy. This was the Speaker of the House because this was a House election in the midterms.
Right? Wait, hold on. That clearly, okay, yes.
Because if Democrats take the House,
I obviously understand, that they're not going to have the majority anymore, and Kevin McCarthy is no longer the majority. Yeah.
Right. So if after the primary, they put out a statement, we will do what it takes to keep the speaker's gavel out of his hands, in response to criticism from literal Democrat politicians who say that. So, for example, Dean Phillips, it's dishonorable, it's dangerous, and it's just damn wrong. This was a criticism from him to the DCCC. Representative Jason Crow, Democrat from Colorado, was opposed to it.
Okay. Let me tailor my position a little bit.
Okay.
I'm up in the air about whether or not there's an intentionality behind this or if this was just ignorance. However, saying that they funded a MAGA Republican when this is the case, when it feels a little bit disproportionate, and all they did is apply attack ads that are meant to be you're funding attack ads that are secretly meant to bolster the candidate. That feels like such a perversion of saying that they're funding a MAGA candidate.
They never denied the actual reason.
I get it.
It's not a perversion. Like, what does funding mean? You are giving $500,000 in a Republican primary
to attack him.
To boost, attack somebody in a way that boosts them.
Win.
I understand.
It ensured his win for the Republican primary. So,
if we're gonna have our heads in the sand, like again, if there was a Democratic primary,
hold on, Lactoid. You have to acknowledge that it, at the very least, did double time. It also bolstered the Democratic candidate in the general.
So not necessarily. Because in the primary, when you look at the ads, they are very much tailored to give him a boost among Republican voters. After Gibbs won, they shifted the messaging.
Okay.
They changed all the ads.
Like
instead of talking
a month before, they were like, "Hey, remember this guy? This guy is handpicked by Trump." And then during the generals, they're like, "Okay, well, we also need we need a bolstering our own candidate. We can't just target the other."
And then they so they changed it to be like much more aggressive after and calling him a far right extremist and.
I get it, but I think okay.
I feel like again, if
you have another example,
if we did this to you,
like hold on, I posted like 6 articles in back.
Don't go with these hypotheticals. Is there a case in which the RNC did something and I'm like, oh, they funded Democrats?
RNC's done that too.
If the Republicans did this, I'm not aware of a specific.
They're doing it right now. They're doing it in Texas.
Okay. Well, Gibbs, go ahead and explain that.
The chick that was talking about putting all the Zionists in camps has been funded by like RNC donors and RNC backed people because they want her to go there.
Okay, show me that.
Yeah, sure. All right. So by the way, I'll find it. 1 second here.
And let's see. Hold on. And if the attack ads are like, she cares too much about women's choices, like, yeah, I'm gonna say that they're funding her. Straight
Yeah,
up.
and I'm not, obviously.
If they
The whole
framed
point-
it, yeah.
The whole point is that I'm not consistent, and I feel like I'm showing my consistency.
If in order to criticize this woman in a Democrat primary, if the RNC or some Republican think tank started running ads criticizing this Democrat for caring about women's choices too much,
For being
you
too
don't think
progressive or Democrat.
Do-
Hold the fuck
you
on.
don't think this
Hold
is
on, hold
obvious
on,
funding?
hold on. Framing matters a little bit here. If the ads were like she wants late term abortions, I think that that's marginal. I think that it's possible that some people would go, hell yeah, I want late term abortions to be legal. But it's also possible that they're catering towards more moderate Democrats, where abortion is a little bit more of like they kind of want it near like the 25-week mark. And
What if they had
polling?
polling? What if they had polling in that state and they knew that like the vast majority of Democrats wanted late term abortions,
Okay,
and they knew this, and then they still ran those attack ads? Because we all know Trump's effect on the primaries, right? We all know what a Trump endorsement does.
It fucking tanks them.
No.
Yeah, here's the Democratic one. Here's the one I'm talking about. There's a PAC newly formed called Lead Left
Really
PAC,
depends.
spent nearly 1,800,000 plus, boosting candidacy. The GOP link, investigative reporter from Punchbowl News and the New York Times revealed that I posted 2 articles in there. The post that the PAC website contained metadata.
Can we do one?
Hold
We're
on.
not doing fucking 5.
I'm almost done.
articles.
I'm literally almost done. Literally directing. This is the summary. Revealed that the PAC's website contained metadata directly linking it to WinRed, the primary digital funding platform used by the Republican National Committee and got candidates. Like, okay, so that's really all you need to hear right there from the whole thing. So the RNC is backing.
Gibbs and Lactoid. I
This
need
is from
one
Johnny,
link, and we're gonna go with one link
Garcia.
because
I posted the one from the Hill.
Cycle through links when we start.
The
The one from
second
the-
link is what he's talking.
I cited
to,
my shit.
talking
Yeah.
about for
I
Gibbs,
know, but
the
are
Hill.
we cool with going to
Yeah.
Gibbs?
I mean, the RNC, but I'm just giving you an example of the RNC funding a Democrat. I don't know.
man. Like,
I'm not gonna read 2 different links. Or
Well,
maybe
I'm
just one
looking
a
at it.
time.
Well, don't worry, I'm looking
Oh
at it.
yeah, I read
What are
the
we looking
relevant
at?
part, which is that
And
yeah.
Johnny Garcia for Congress. The opponent says this, right? So he says Republicans should stop propping up her sham candidacy, and Democrats and Texas 35 should vote for Johnny Garcia. So
No, this is the important part right here. I'll post the little summary thing right here. This is from the second one, The Guardian, and this is what it says right here.
Okay.
Investigative reporting from Punchbowl News and the New York Times revealed that the PAC's website contained metadata directly linking it to WinRed, the primary digital funding platform used by the Republican National Committee and GOP candidates. So yeah, I mean, this is
Wait,
from the
where
PAC.
is it? What are you talking? I'm searching
in the
words
Hill
you're
article.
using.
The Hill article.
You said the Guardian.
Oh, I posted the Hill. Yeah, the Hill. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. It's the Hill article.
Okay.
I tried to tell you from the beginning, so you didn't have to open
Yeah.
multiple links.
No, I appreciate.
He
that.
did say that. Yeah.
Has been backed by the Lead Left PAC, which Punchbowl report had ties to a GOP funding platform. The Lead Left PAC. The Lead Left PAC is the RNC.
It secretly stands for lead, as in they drop them with lead. That's what it's.
Hold on. It
So-
supports
so-
progressive
Exactly.
causes.
So yeah, so they're saying it's one of these sock puppet packs, which happens all the time. Is APAC?
I don't know
is
why
doing
this
that
really.
right now,
Yeah, I
right?
don't know why this is controversial even really. Like what we're doing.
APAC is because
can only do
now
so much
everyone
with conspiracy
understands how
theories.
disgusting Zionism is, right? APAC is hiding its influence into other races, and so it creates like new packs,
Smaller packs, yeah.
and it directs its people to go and gift that to that thing, and then that pack does like backs your candidate. So like they have this is like Gibbs saying, this is not like a controversial thing. This happens.
No, this is a controversial thing. Everything that I'm seeing says that it raises concerns that it may be this. There's not really this like smoking gun that you
Okay.
guys are looking for.
All right. I don't want to fight on this the entire time. I don't care about this.
That's
anymore.
fine. I don't really either.
Yeah, let's just move past it.
Me neither, guys. I don't care.
Okay. All right. So we can move past. Last
cool.
thing I'll say on the Grand Platinum thing is that I think it's fucking incredible that our friend Lactoy talks about, like, can you believe, right, that this guy has such poor judgment,
This
such
is
poor
true.
judgment. He says, while like with his whole chest, supporting a president, dragging
weren't
us
even
into
porn
a
stars.
disastrous Iran
What do
war.
you mean they weren't even
No,
porn
talking
stars?
about the things
He's saying
that
the
are getting-
sexual status
as
of
he's
the
like
girls.
destroyed the global
That's what Lactoid
economy
prefers.
on a whim. Who has put disastrous tariffs, right? Who's done all these things that he's like Lactoid pretends to be against, but still supports his president.
Best friends with
right?
Epstein.
Best friends with Epstein. Yeah, all these things, and Lactoid like deigns to lecture us about like you're supporting a candidate who has a lack of impulse control, who makes bad decisions. Come on.
I
Well,
do
Lactoid
agree with that.
empathizes with that.
It's pathetic to hear from Republicans that Graham Platter is like too controversial. It's crazy. It's
Unbelievable.
crazy.
When he's
It's
running against the
crazy.
most moderate
I'm
Republican,
just
it's
glad
not
that
crazy.
I understand that compared to Collins, he's crazy. Okay, but like I don't want to hear from Republicans that this is too crazy to platform.
Well, I don't think it's crazy for y'all to platform at all because y'all are just openly admitting y'all are Nazis now, which is great because now y'all should all have been doing that for a while. Like so,
Gibbs, we all
Big
know
fan.
your voting record.
my voting
Good
record.
for now.
Yeah, my voting record is fantastic. It's all
know.
for amazing
Well,
people.
Gibbs votes for Gibbs, so we
I
know
vote
that.
for Papa.
In the
Yeah.
last 3 presidents that you voted for, because I believe it's
Well-
Trump, Trump, and Trump.
Well, that would be
Yeah,
correct.
you voted for a winner 3 times. What the fuck?
It's amazing,
What?
bro.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Do you okay?
Well, we'll see.
You know he does.
He's gonna be a
It's
winner for the
crazy to-
4th time
I
coming
wouldn't
soon.
be voting about
That's
common shit
true.
around these guys because I just know that it's like.
Well, hold on. What happens if they actually prove that there was voter fraud in Georgia? What are you going to say then?
what happens?
Where you're
if-
gonna
what
get
happens
you're
if
gonna
the
get
fucking-
Trump
what
for
happens
king.
if
I'm
we
telling you.
go into space and we actually realize that the flat earthers were right the whole time.
Well, then that would change the
Nothing
thing.
would
Hold
happen.
on. That would change things, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it change?
No, I don't think it would change anything. If we find out that the Earth is flat tomorrow, nothing changes.
Okay. Well, maybe.
Wait, what?
What changes for you if the Earth is flat?
I'm
What?
just.
Like
I'm sorry.
everything?
Hold on.
Why?
I,
changes.
my
Why?
entire
I'm not believing
understanding of
NASA
this
anymore. I'm not believing
Yeah.
any telecommunications
I
company.
believe none of these
Yeah,
people.
but you still gotta go to
All,
work.
all politicians
You
are
still,
not believing anymore.
You
Just
still,
saying,
gotta
see?
go to work.
So we
no,
find out-
I don't think this
What
is
do you
true.
mean?
I don't
I'm
think
not
this is
sure.
true.
I'm not sure I would go to
Wait.
work. I'd be like,
Wait,
fuck,
wait,
the
wait,
world's
wait,
flat.
wait,
Hold
wait.
on.
Just
100,000
quick
people in
question.
line.
I would take
To me,
off.
My life is a
To
lie.
me, to me, these would probably be the same thing, right? Like, okay, so like you
They're
find
the
out that
same
aliens,
thing.
if they release that aliens are real, right?
Mhm.
No, but that,
Is
they've
this
been
on the same
hiding
level
them
of
this whole
like
time.
No, that's
things
No,
or
eh,
no?
Not at all.
No.
Alright,
Aliens,
having-
aliens is at least plausible, and like I
Okay.
can believe that there's like a lot of people that weren't
there's,
aware
like,
of it. Maybe
I
But
like
mean,
just
what
some very
really
sl-
changes
like
if the
10
Earth is
people were
flat?
able to,
Like,
keep it
okay,
in
so
Yeah.
like you don't
No,
believe
your
in
whole
NASA.
life is a
Okay.
lie, bro. Your whole life.
Well,
is
hold
a
on.
lie,
I don't.
bro.
I don't believe in NASA. Every
scientist,
pilot,
Breathe,
every
guys, breathe.
all
breathe,
rocketry
breathe,
companies,
breathe,
all
Science is gone.
I'm sorry. I'm hyped.
Yeah, breathe,
fucking
calm down.
SpaceX, Elon. I wouldn't be able to trust Elon anymore. That'd be like
I already
Anymore?
don't.
You
So
trust
what's
him
a-
now?
Can
and
you
then,
tell me more that I already don't
yeah.
trust? What's changing here?
No, it's crazy.
Science is out the window.
Every politician.
Math.
Like,
Math is gone.
Physics
Whoa.
changes if it's
What?
flat, right? Our entire understanding of physics, right?
Yes.
How the universe works.
No.
It's-
But
Yeah, but what does
also
what does that matter to
everybody's
you?
what?
lying about
What?
it.
Okay, what I mean. Okay, right now you don't really understand how the like universe works, right? There's this belief system that you have, which is the
My
globe.
physics teacher has been
Wait.
lying to me. The guy. I
Yes.
like,
Wait.
what the
All the
fuck?
equations still
Is
work.
it
All
on
the
it?
equations.
Guys, the
all
Georgia
the
election
equations still work. All the
is
equations
equivalent to
still
the world
work.
being flat.
You when you hold the ball, it's gonna fall. It's gonna hit the floor.
That's not an equation.
Everything.
That's not
There's.
equation.
I'm
Hold on.
saying
They
the
have to be
equations
lying-
still work.
No, they
And
have to be
Equations do
lying
not
about
work.
it.
No.
It has to
You're
be
wrong.
lying about the fundamental
if the
reality
Earth is
of
flat,
gravity.
The equations literally don't work.
Literally,
You have to have
I
different
literally, I
equations.
couldn't
Cannot
shoot deer
hide
anymore.
flat sphere because it would
Why?
hit on itself.
Wait.
It doesn't matter.
Right now we don't like we have a theory of gravity. It's not like confirmed
my
that like big
fuck.
mass equals
You're gonna
things
piss
stay
me
on
off.
mass.
You're gonna
Why?
piss
Why
me
am I
But
gonna
you
piss
realize
off?
you
have a
realize I wouldn't be
very
able to
firm
shoot deer
understanding
anymore.
of how
Like
gravity
from a certain
works.
range, from a certain range, like guns wouldn't work anymore. Artillery wouldn't work anymore. Like that, you understand what that means, right? That's like there's so many things that would change tomorrow
What the
for
hell are you
everybody
talking about?
if the world
Of
was flat.
course,
But hey, I just want to go on record saying though that this is what the Dems are doing. They're saying Georgia. It's so low probability that there could have been tampering.
the crying
That it's
game? That's how
that is the world is flat. That's equal likelihood to them. That's crazy, crazy.
That's
word.
not what I'm saying.
Just like
First
the
of all,
world-
second
yeah,
of all,
no,
I'm just
just like
saying
the
that
world
like
being
if we did
flat,
find
yeah,
out that the Earth was
absolutely.
flat, I don't think it really like matters.
Stop.
It would
I think
depend
just
on the
what the
reason.
hell are we
Like
talking
to
about?
their point, if it was found out that it was all due to conspiracy as opposed to like a fundamental misunderstanding of our physics. Those are like
Sure.
two separate outcomes.
Yes. The second one is like, whoa.
Yeah, the second one is
No,
like you guys were fucking retarded. Like holy shit! Like what the fuck?
Yeah, no,
Where
no,
did
no.
we get this wrong?
No. It would
How
have
did we
to be a
get misled
lie,
this
right?
far?
It'd be one
That's
thing if we had
crazy.
never gone to space, but we've gone to space, right? Astronauts have reported, they've recorded, right, like the Earth.
No,
and
but
it's
somehow there's some
spinning and all that,
blind
right?
spot where like actually it just looks a little weird and it's actually
They didn't
flat.
see the
It's
elephants.
all a
Yeah,
fisheye
like-
lens.
It's the elephants,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. So
there's
like,
a-
no,
there's
it
a
would
world-
have to be
the world
conspiracy
doesn't-
then.
My world
So,
doesn't.
like,
show
I
that.
don't disagree. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to like somewhat
like,
defend Ali and
whoa.
debate
No,
what he's
Ali's
saying.
No, but he doesn't even believe that. He's like, so what? I don't believe them anyway. He's
Well, no.
he's
If
arguing
he's
on the first
if he's
ground.
making the argument that scientists were wrong all along,
No,
that's a
he's
separate
making the argument that scientists are lying because he doesn't
Yeah, okay,
trust them anyway.
okay. If he's making that claim, then that's
He
different.
is. That he kept
Okay.
saying, "I don't trust
Okay.
them anyway. Why would you care?"
I'll let Ali speak.
Yeah,
for
I
himself.
just think it's crazy y'all are equivocating the Georgia
Sure.
possible
I'm not
election.
equivocating. That wasn't what I was
What are you
equivocating. I was
saying?
trying to equivoquate aliens being like pronounced, right? And then like
No, they already
and then,
said
like,
there was
flat
probably
Earth.
aliens
Yeah,
on Mars, like
I don't
I
microbes
don't really
and
see
shit.
like a huge.
Aliens
I
fit
feel like
perfectly within our worldview and our understanding of the universe, right? Simply life
Mhm.
starting off somewhere else, right? It happened here, it can happen there. That fits in perfectly within our model of
all them
understanding.
traveling
right?
to us is the
Maybe
big
not
deal
a
part, I
religious
think.
model, but within a physical
Even that's
reality,
plausible.
within a chemical model, all of it's plausible, yeah. But like a flat Earth would mean like everything we've been
Yes.
taught has been wrong and,
And
a lie.
if there are aliens out there, and they
Well,
start
not for the
communicating with
religious
us,
people. Religious
that
people
would
believe that
still
the Earth is
break
flat,
me.
so-
That would still be crazy.
Yeah.
That would still be an earth-shattering, like crazy revelation, and no scientist was even wrong about that. And I'm still blown away. Like the idea, I don't know. Like I
Yeah.
don't
What about these mail-in voter boxes being burned in LA? What do you think about that?
Shut the fuck up. God damn it. Oh man, you
What
are
if the IRS?
unbelievable.
What if the IRS settlement was just the election? How about that? How about that? Man?
Yeah, they were paying for the election stuff.
Well, Iran's about to get $300 billion. How do you guys feel about that one?
Did they give up
Win.
all their?
The
Did they give up
Win
all
for
their
the
nukes
US.
and don't give it to Hamas? Then maybe.
No, you're
Maybe
talking
someone
about-
tries.
I'm sorry. Let's actually get to the topic.
Hold on, wait. Did you say 300 billion?
Yeah.
Are you sure about
I
that?
have no
300
idea.
billion?
Well, that
300
was the
billion is
estimate. That's what I
crazy.
saw.
300
what I
billion
saw.
is insane. If it's
I
That's
don't know,
like-
type in
that's like
300 type in
more than
300 billion
1%
to
of our
Iran. I
GDP.
think it was like a plan presented or some bullshit.
I think maybe
Or our
I know
dad.
there have been some of Iran's accounts have been frozen, so I don't know if it's 300 billion. That seems high, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. 300 billion is what we've given to the treacherous Israelis in terms of the military aid and stuff, but or foreign aid. But I don't know about Iran. But I could be missing something. I don't know. 300
Look
billion
into
would be a
it.
lot to have
That'd be
in
awful.
foreign banks. That'd be okay.
No, that
I'll-
number was
I-
that number was reported. By the way, I'm sorry, I walked away right when he said that. I
Is
saw
there
that.
anything?
I
is
saw
there
that was
anything
reported
other than,
today.
like,
Then they were bombing it
SCOTUS?
again today. So
this is
I
from
mean,
the
fuck 'em.
Times of Israel, so you can trust it as much as you want.
No,
Lactose.
I've seen several sources say it, but like also they stopped talking today,
post-war investment. Okay.
and we're already bombing them.
Lactose, what's going to get
Again,
you off
so-
the Trump train?
Oh wait, would we?
For real.
Hold on. When you say post-war investment, like, are we gonna get like some percentage of that ownership and like the different companies and stuff? Maybe, because if we're gonna get
So-
something out of it like that,
Hold on, don't. This is all bullshit, right? So this is from the MOU, right? The Memorandum of Understanding that was being negotiated, but like that was a bullshit song and dance, right? That got ignored, and like Trump is like, I'm not going to sign it, whatever. So yeah, like we've done this like multiple times. We keep seeing this, right? Where like the U.S. pretends is engaging in good faith, right? And then something happens, or they come up with some excuse to say, oh well, the Iranians aren't following the deal, while the Israelis keep sabotaging the deal, right? Like so, the Israelis kept bombing Lebanon, right? And part of the previous deal was that, hey man, quote of Lebanon. Israelis never stopped because they've been trying to sabotage the plan. They've been trying to keep this war going on, right? And they're want to continue on with their genocidal intents. So so this MOU, right? Yeah, wasn't actually a real thing. I mean, I think it was actually like negotiated. I don't think that's a lie. That there was like negotiation between the teams, right? But I don't think Trump ever actually planned on signing it. I think he's been trying to hold off because like the U.S. is in a bad position in terms of its navy. And its resupplies, right? Just like how the Israelis, like ceasefires don't mean anything to the Israelis. All that is a chance to rearm. And so like he just does the song and then he says these things, right, to like manipulate the stock market. That's another excuse, right? Saying, oh, we're just about to turn the corner, and then the gas prices fall again. Like it's whatever. So yeah, I hear you. I see that. Yeah, they were negotiating $300 billion in post-war investment. Don't worry, Lactwood, right? There was no danger of this happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, he also said they were going to go silent, and then the UK is reporting. Now, this is like unconfirmed and denied by Iran, but I've seen like two sources, none of them Israel, that have said that the Iranian president like offered to step down because he's being excluded from wartime decisions. Which I find it weird that the UK is saying it because they're pretty like anti us going over there. So like maybe there's some truth to it. It also could just be misinformation, But like I do think it's. I've seen the 300 billion number floated around, but like they're both like on like a hiatus from talking, and then we sent aircraft in today. So I don't think we're anywhere near a deal. Like,
no. Trump is specifically like, well,
also in 2024, for the record,
and this war is taking off forever.
Oh, hold on, and hold on, just for one last note. If you check 2024 at the same time period, gas prices are the same as they are now. So, and there was no war then. So, I don't know why were they so high then. If it's because of the Iranian war. I'm just saying.
What? Was it this? I don't know if it
was.
How
about the 12-day war?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying in 2024, prices at this time were the same. Like were about similar to they are now, right? So there was no war.
Were they?
Yeah. I don't think. I'm not sure if that's the case, but like I don't have the data, so I'm not going to argue with you about it, Gibbs.
$4.30 a gallon.
Yeah, I can post this. I can post the source.
Go ahead. But like I would like to.
I pay for premium, so I'm paying like close to 6.
Yeah, but that was a choice. You bought a car that does premium, so like that was your choice, right? Like if you bought this vehicle knowing that is a choice.
No, I'm aware.
You consented to premium price gas.
Sure. I was in it was a very good deal.
Just move, Lactoid.
I bought it for my grandmother. Very heavily discounted price.
Let's go to the actual topic then. All right. So everyone, if you enjoyed that preamble to our actual topic, if you would, the start of the stream, let's hit up on the channel. Hit the follow button if you are on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. And be a part of it. Consider support the channel in which way. So consider becoming a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, or if you're really cool, consider doing super chat on YouTube. We'll read your super chat as we saw with the previous super chats. We will discuss it. It'll become a whole thing, right? Give me a chance to
definitely more Star Wars super chats.
The Last Jedi. Give me a chance to elevate The Last Jedi to its rightful status as the best of the worst.
Honestly, the best of the best.
Yeah. You think it's the best of the best?
It's a top 3 Star Wars movie, yes.
I don't know if I would say that.
It's better than 4.
4? It's better than A New Hope?
Yeah. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right.
Let me have my opinions.
That's a hot
I think
take.
Revenge of the Sith is the best Star Wars movie. Fuck off. I
can see that.
I enjoy it the most. I enjoy it the most. I don't think it is the best. I enjoy it.
Well, I can understand that. So I correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to but I assume you're like mid to late 20s. So I imagine you largely grew up on
30.
Okay,
so I was probably like 10 when that.
Yeah,
came
so
out.
you
I
grew up with
remember
that. You're the perfect age for that. So that makes sense.
This is saying that the highest they climbed up to was 354. My
right,
brother,
yeah.
gas is 430, 440.
Bro, it was 320 outside for me. I mean, so what you're talking about? Like, it is hold on. It's national average. Hold on. Also, when you go look at that chart, you'll see that it's not even as high as 2022. You see 2024. You see that it's just just now reaching those
I mean, it
prices
probably
on
wasn't
average.
as high as 2008 either.
So my point
2009.
is, what was that? Why was it that high then? And there was no war with Iran. You know, and
There
as
was
far
a
as
there was a pandemic, a global pandemic.
oh, so that that's I didn't know that sick people were gonna stop oil tankers.
The
like, in
entire
middle of the
world
ocean.
shut down.
That's
A
ridiculous.
global sick
That's
population
ridiculous.
would
That is ridiculous.
affect supply
Yeah,
lines?
it was.
What?
If
Are you-
anything,
what?
hold on.
Stop
It
coming to
would.
work.
You remember the
It would.
price-
If
you remember the
anything,
price of
if
fucking
any,
hand
hold on.
sanitizer?
If anything, oil would go down because less people are
Look at the
driving.
price
Correct?
of
If
hand
you can't
sanitizer.
drive, hold on. If nobody's driving because everything's locked down, is oil prices going to go up or down? What should
But
happen?
if shipping overall decreases as well,
Ah.
proportionally.
Well, that would also. Oh, okay. And what uses? How do ships get from point A to point B? Is it nuclear reactors or is it oil? Oh, it's oil.
Some of
So
them-
that
some
should
of them have
also
wind
lower
sails.
oil
They
costs.
They put these flaps up, and then the wind
Cars are not the
pushes
only
them
things that
from
use
point A to
oil,
point
though.
B.
Yeah,
I
so
think we're
exactly.
doing
And
it in
okay, if
pandemic.
shipping is lower and there's less cars, that would mean less demand for oil overall, correct?
But if there's greater demand for other consumer goods, that increases the price of oil.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because when we're talking
Would
about
not
crude
an
oil
increase,
used for
like-
fuel,
So I don't know.
Come on.
enough
This
about
is
it
a bad
to
argument, Gibbs.
argue.
Usually
I
I give
mean,
you the
no,
argument.
this is a great argument because what you're talking about.
Stop
Hold on,
beating
the
him.
reasons why oil prices,
Ah, it's just
specifically,
fun.
speaking of gas prices
agree
go
with
up.
him.
Hold on, when gas prices go up, what's the
I
reason
know.
why gas prices
That's
go
the
up?
problem.
Sorry, hold on. But even sorry, I don't Gibbs, help me out. What is the point of this argument, right?
The
that,
point-
like it
the-
also was higher at another point.
Right. Well, the point
It
is
was
this.
bad
The
when
point
it was
is.
high then. It's
Oh,
bad when
okay.
it's
Well,
high
I'll
now,
explain the
right?
point. The point is, no, well, sure, we can make that argument. I won't disagree with that. But here's my argument: is we can't sit here and go, oh, the oil prices just are up because of this terrible war, yada yada. Y'all can say that. Well, why does that not explain why oil prices are higher these other times in recent
There could
memory
be
with the
another
last?
reason, though.
There's other variables that affect
other
oil
reasons.
prices.
But it was.
Hold on.
Multiple reasons.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on,
It just so
pause,
happens that this
pause.
time it's
So
war.
hold on. So securing a straight for a long term,
We didn't
like
secure it.
decrease. Oh, we got that bitch because you're
This
good.
is
We
the
own it.
dumbest shit.
No, I mean,
Hold
hold on,
blockaded
Mister. I don't know what the tone
blockaded.
confidence. Yeah, you tell me what's dumb shit.
Skip,
Tell me more,
Skip.
Mister.
It's so weird because my
Yeah.
sidewalk outside is wet. And everyone's like, well, I
yeah,
think
is
it's
it
from the
wet?
sprinklers.
I
But
thought it was
how
from
could
the
that be
whores on Nickel
case
Night.
When last week it was wet because of the rain.
Oh,
could that be the case?
that's good. That's good. Do they
doesn't
both?
make any
Oh, this is how stupid you are with this argument. Do they both come? Is the sidewalk wet because of water usage? Oh yeah. Is there a drought in your area because there's not been enough rain and you haven't watered? Sure. And guess what? That's water usage, bitch. It's the same as if we're gonna use
Yeah,
gas
bitch.
in a truck or we're gonna use gas in the oil tanker, and both those go down.
I
That
can't
means
even
oil
follow
prices
what
go
you're
down.
talking about.
Oh, well, I know
What
you
did he
can't.
say? I don't know.
I'm too dumb.
Owned.
I'm too dumb to get it.
Yeah,
look at it
clearly.
and
There are
I see
multiple
Clearly.
reasons that can affect the oil economy, right?
Yeah,
Like, and
sure.
this time it's the war.
Right. So what was it those two times though before?
I don't
The
know.
fucking pandemic!
Oh, in 2022 and 2020, all this
It's like
pandemic.
asking what can
I don't know what it
like,
is.
And so
It wasn't
travel
the war.
less.
But
So
it
yeah,
wasn't
it
the
wasn't the
war.
war. Wasn't the war. So okay. So this is my point. Is y'all are sitting here looking at this one short term, very tiny increase to secure like a straight
It's not
for
short-term.
perpetuity and it increase our power
Shut down
abroad.
for like fucking 2 months.
Oh yeah, cool, good. And now we're selling our
And it
oil
will
at
be
a higher
shut down
price than
for
other people,
months.
and we're making more money. It sounds all benefits here.
We are not making more money.
Yes, we are.
This
now
is
we're
a lie.
exporting. We are exporting
We
oil.
are not
This is not a
making
lie.
more
We are
money.
now
The
exporting
American
oil.
public
Hold
is not
on.
making
Hold
more
on.
money.
What the hell?
All right,
It's
Yeah.
just whether or
Let's
not
just
we're
get to this
exporting
topic.
more oil. It
Yeah,
has
we're
nothing
making more
to do with
money.
Productivity
Yeah,
here in
absolutely.
the United States.
That absolutely does.
Do you recognize that maybe people are driving less?
Oh, people are driving less.
Maybe our businesses are not doing as well considering.
Oh, they are. I feel like they're doing pretty good. Stock market's all time high.
Okay. Okay.
Line
the
go
Dow
up,
is at
all good.
50,000. So, okay, let's.
Isn't that the
let's
Pam
move
Bondi
past
argument?
Mm-hmm.
this. It's indeed
It's a
it
good
is.
argument.
That's why she got fired.
Why she got
Oh,
fired?
hey, listen, broken clock's right twice a day. All right, I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. So let's.
So you admit you're broken.
All right, listen, but by women, not because of my politics.
Fair. And once again, Gibbs, we can agree on yet another thing.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's just do it. Wow, you guys are great. You guys are. It's an experience every time with you gentlemen. Okay, the topic. The Trump administration has left about 2,000 U.S. diplomatic seats open in the U.S. Foreign Service. This nearly unprecedented number of vacancies comes at a time where the U.S. is dealing with foreign policy emergencies across the globe. But even in those very same hotspots, embassies are left understaffed when it comes to career diplomatic officers. The Trump administration seems to believe that this part of the government was an entrenched hierarchical institution which could not fill its needs. But this administration has also failed to fill ambassadorships with loyal political appointees. Do you think this is a problem? Is the U.S. better off with a substantially smaller diplomatic footprint that instead relies more on the White House to directly interface with its foreign counterparts? Is there anything of value that is lost when so many career bureaucrats are fired? Or has Trump made the government more efficient in this way? So, yeah, a lot of people have been let go. A lot of people have been let go. And yeah, this has, oh, I'll say it has an effect that this is, it has an effect. I won't say whether it's good or bad. We'll argue about that, whether it's good or bad. But there was certainly some sort of effect when all these workers disappear in these sensitive areas, right? And you know, and some of these places, like it doesn't matter. Like not all countries, like we have like an interest, you know, actively in that nation. In fact, the NBC News article here actually has a nice little map that like shows where which countries are vacant at this point in time. So not every one of them is like, you know, of crucial importance, and having some vacancies is like kind of normal, right? Like just in any part of the government having some vacancies, but this is a lot. This is a whole lot. And not just the at the very top, but like also the levels below. These people are all gone, and like there seems to be very little effort to replace them. And this seems like a purposeful move. So yeah, I just want to see, like, what do you guys think? Like, do you think we don't really need these guys, right? I mean, the government hasn't blown up yet. I mean, things have blown up. I mean, bombs have fallen, but I mean, like the U.S. government is still functioning, right? And we're still talking to these other nations, right? We didn't lose their number. So do we need all this? Like maybe it's an opportunity to like literally rethink how we do diplomacy, right? Just because we did it like for so many years, so many decades, doesn't mean you have to do it the same way into the future. I don't know, right? Is this something worth trying, worth checking out? Are you happy with what you're seeing as a results here? So yeah, we'll bounce around. Start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, look, smaller government means smaller government. Um, I am long been a proponent of the idea that you cut where you can, because the government inherently is an organization that's based on coercion, right? It gains its finances through expropriation of the work of other people without their consent. And so I'm generally, my predisposition is to say good whenever any kind of government position is cut. I understand that there were layoffs here, but what it appears like is happening is there's a lot of retirements without replacements, which I think is also fine. The question here then is just really, do we need these positions? As the article states, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau is saying that the reform system is actually intentional. That and if you click on the link to the Daily Wire interview, he goes into depth about how a lot of this is being driven by Marco Rubio, and how foreign ambassador staff, yes, there a lot of them are being let go, but and a lot of them are not being filled. But a big part of that is because they identified a kind of culture of bureaucracy, a culture of lack of achievement, a lot of self back padding, which is common in government, and I totally believe it. I wasn't there. I'm not an ambassador, but I totally believe it. So the question is, do we need them? And I think Marco Rubio has demonstrated himself to be very competent. Some people here don't like him, but I don't think the reason people don't like him is because he's incompetent. I think that you guys just don't like him because of his positions. I think he's demonstrated that he's able to take a lot of jobs and he's able to run organizations quite well and run the government, different government apparatus that it's put under his control quite well. So I'm moderately optimistic here about I want to see what Marco Rubio does with our State Department here. I'm looking at the map. I mean, there's a few countries that I was surprised when I saw that we don't have an ambassador to. The big ones being both Russia and Ukraine, also Saudi Arabia. I mean, there's definitely a couple that to me would seem like should be priorities, perhaps. But I also know that Marco Rubio and the administration generally is heavily involved in discussions within those countries at the same time. So um, while I would, while I guess I would prefer some kind of experienced ambassador in those countries, I think that for a country like Russia, Ukraine, or Saudi Arabia, I think those countries make sense. The expense probably does make sense. Um, the fact that they don't see the need for one right now, I think, is interesting, and I'm willing to kind of just see where it goes off of that.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, people go, what does clearing out the swamp look like? Well, this is what it looks like. Gut and shit, bro. You go in there, you clean out the rot and the bureaucracy. That's what they're doing. I also, at one point in this article that was posted, the chick said, yeah, this is like not surprising for administrations to gut people. I guess what's surprising is they're not putting new people in, right? Like, I mean, then again, back to what I just mentioned, all these countries where they don't have ambassadors. Well, why would we need them when El Jefe is already over there talking to them every time? Like, it seems like we're double dipping, paying people to do payback bullshit that someone else to high up the food chain's already doing. Why? Like, what do we need an ambassador for? Is he just going to be fucking UPS? Like, great, you're gonna pick up a call? We don't need that guy. Gut his ass, fire his ass out. This is what like making shit look at fish. You go. Hegseth today, I believe, announced they just Doge. I know we forgot about Doge, but they're still doing things. Found 5.1 billion today in cuts in the military. They're doing like this is what I'm talking about. They're gut things. They're starting somewhere. We're clearing out the rot. We're getting rid of the bureaucracy. Big fan. Also, we don't need these things for another reason because we are the perennial military power. We are establishing trade routes and guarantees. We got a deal for the control of the Strait of Malacca. We got the TRIPS plan over there above Iraq. Excuse me, I guess it's above Iraq, but it's mainly above Iran with the oil and stuff going through there. We've got the control of Panama and Venezuela and Panama. I just, if you saw, by the way, free promo. Go check out my one-on-one interview with an engineer that escaped the government under Chavez there. Put me on, maybe researching where they were hiding their money. Them and China were hiding a lot of their money in Panama. So one more reason we gain control. And this is all part of the modern Fortress America tactic that we're seeing play out on a grander scale, which is much more like the Don Roe doctrine, right? It's like takes a bit of the old 1940s Fortress America, and then it combines it in a modern sense while establishing control of the petrodollar and all these other things. And that's why we're seeing him go after things like the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, the TRIPS deal. And that's why he's cutting back over here. We don't need these long-term career bureaucrats in there slowing shit up no more. It's time for these people to get with the program or get out. And it sounds like he doesn't even need to get with the program because Rubio is just basically doing everything for everybody. So he just fired him. Why have somebody that's doing half the job when you have one guy that's doing the job of 10? I'm just saying it's called efficiency, and this is why we brought him in. This is what I voted for. And y'all are sitting here saying it act like it's a bad thing. Nah. Get learnt, son.
Yeah, because we didn't vote for it.
Yeah.
That sucks for you. Cry me a river.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got something for you. Hold on, this is for you. Right here. This is the
Gibbs.
world's smallest violin. Playing My Heart Cries for you, Hunter.
Gibbs.
That's definitely not the world's smallest violin.
Yeah.
I've seen smaller.
It's pretty
Also,
small.
that was obviously just made like there
Yeah.
were duplicates of those.
Yeah. Well, that's neither here nor there.
Little Gibbs, sorry. Like this is just a very, very quick response, please. Right? Are you in favor of simply? Because I know there's only one or two options here. There's no other options here. Either taking over the Panama Canal or taking over Panama.
Well, both would be great. In fact, here's one more reason why we need less people. If we own those countries, what do we need an ambassador to no more?
That's a good point. We'll save some money. Like we'll occupy Panama and we'll save money,
Which will cost
on
$0 in
But
Vegas.
Can I answer that real quick? My answer to this is unironically, we should have the canal, but probably not the rest of the country. No.
Noriega was just the first drug lord president over there. I'm just saying, they probably all greedy over there. Get them
I
all.
mean, okay, it's
We
fine.
but we built the damn thing.
Right.
Fair. Okay, I won't get distracted because I want to get distracted right now. Let's go to our friend Corey.
So I mean, the prompt asks, "Do you think this is a problem?" And at least to me, it depends on like what your goals are. If you have an interest in having a global presence, then I think this is a problem. But if your goal is to not have a global presence and to largely be isolationist, then like I can see how maybe someone like Lacto would see this as a good thing. And at the end of the day, let's say as a Canadian, I have no problem if the United States pretty much has uh, a lower ranking on the world stage and retreats from power. And if that's what they want, then go for it. I think they will find out in the long run that that's not going to work out so well for them. But that's to be seen. But uh, just like, for example, the gutting of the CDC and the FDA, I think that's largely bad for the health of Americans. I think overall, the gutting of these institutions is also, let's say, bad for the Americans. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our finale.
Yeah, this is probably a bad thing. A worse thing is that I just found out, or maybe realized, that Russia is considered part of Asia, and I always thought it was part of like Europe. Oddly,
It's kind of both.
no, never,
Yeah,
never really.
people
Yeah, I know, but like,
are
but
back
it's
to-
but
A little
right
bit
now
of a
in this
big country,
in this
maybe
yeah,
one of the
in this-
biggest.
Well,
a
St.
little bit
Petersburg,
of a big country.
The
yeah.
biggest.
most of Russia is in Europe, but most of the Russian continent is in Asia. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know.
Most
yeah,
Yeah,
Russians
most
are
of the
in Europe.
population is in
Yeah,
Europe.
Yeah.
I should.
Anything-
Yeah,
anything-
that-
anything-
that's what
anything
I'm
west of the
saying, but
Urals,
like
anything
for
west
this
of the Urals,
for
yeah.
this map to have it be considered under Asia, I was like, I guess like then it is considered Asia, which I don't know. I just found that out, which is probably worse. Yeah.
It
So no,
depends-
this is
it depends on who you ask.
What
'cause
map? What map are
yeah.
you looking at? I'm
the
confused.
the thing
The
You also
world
just-
map,
absent
I
diplomacy.
We just found out what the
absent-
Totem Cup is too. So.
the absent in the absent diplomacy map where you can click
It's
the
under
like the
Asia.
countries, like Russia is considered in Asia. So I was like, oh shit, that's
We
Yeah,
need to have social studies we taught. I think
that's wild. But yeah, no, I mean,
a lot of people here.
so it seems like in most of the larger countries that where we would need to have an ambassador, that this is that we're finding full. I'm actually really like surprised that in the Middle East that we don't have like the UAE, Kuwait, Iraq. Like these are all places where I thought we would for
Because
sure
they get-
have one.
They get bombed a lot.
I mean, they get bombed a lot. There's a lot of wars, especially like Israel's right there, so there's a lot of contention between the other countries, and then to find out that we do have them in like Yemen, I don't know. For the sake of Americans abroad, obviously, I think this is good. For the sake of like us having like diplomatic relations with other countries, I think it's good to have ambassadors there, people that are living there, understand the lands, and can actually report what's happening. Just I don't know. Like you can say Marco Rubio is doing great all you want. You can't have one guy being stretched across all these countries. Like it just doesn't work. And we had this talk a couple weeks ago about like if the aliens came down, like which like diplomat would we have them speak to? And I think this is kind of like part of it where like you want people to be in these countries that can speak and report back to like the president, unless you have no one that can speak there, no one that trusts him, and then you have no one that will report back, and you can't really have these you don't want those relationships in decline. And when we're seeing like European countries right now breaking or like going over to China and going over to like talks with China and getting rid of their like Israeli ambassadors or US ambassadors or whatever it is, then obviously I think this is going to be bad, and we're going to need people going forward to have conversations with other countries.
Okay, thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Hunter.
Hi. So I would like to, if the panel allows it and if Prime allows it, I can stay focused. But if I would also like to broaden this conversation a little bit, just a little bit,
How dare
into
you?
America first and that idea, because I do think it falls a lot into this conversation, and how America first is one of the dumbest ideas in politics, mostly because it commits the zero-sum fallacy. It really believes fundamentally that if you don't spend money here, then that means that you do get to spend money here. A good example that I like to use is like spending $100,000 on Sesame Street in like Tehran essentially often means that we don't spend $1 billion in national security. Just making friends is usually a good idea. And having diplomacy and having anchors of trust in different countries helps save us money. Like if we just want to look at it economically, then that route is that's an easy win for that side. Yeah, I think that what Gibbs said about Donald is in charge.
I think that he has a silly idea of what a diplomacy, of what an embassy is. That it's essentially just like, I don't even just know, like communications with the foreign leaders. Oftentimes, it's like visa overloads. You know, we're gonna send Donald Trump to do that. Sometimes you just kind of want people in these positions to just sort of like help smooth things out. And if there is bureaucracy, obviously that's bad. You know, if there's too much bureaucracy or if it's overloaded in the system and there's a lot of red tape, obviously that's a bad idea. But, you know, that should be replaced. It should be fixed. Just stripping it is never going to work out. You're just going to create a cascading effect. And the last thing that I'll ask is people who are in favor of this, namely Gibbs and Lactoid, it seems weird, Gibbs, and maybe this is going to be mostly targeted to Gibbs. It seems weird that you want the U.S. to be this to be the top of the global hegemony, but also strip all of its resources that it has away from the global hegemony. And if you agree that it lowers us down on the global ranking, like I think Corey said, my question is, what would that entail? Like, who would take that spot? Because
He's just going to say the military.
First of all, it
that's
doesn't.
the U.S.
it
All right,
doesn't-
anyway, that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
We can move into the larger. Sorry.
Yeah, it
We can do the back and
wouldn't.
forth
It wouldn't lower us down. First of all, let's just take a couple examples.
It would
right?
lower us down.
No, I absolutely disagree. One,
Oh,
first,
okay,
yeah, it wouldn't lower us down. Like, why do we need an ambassador to something that's smaller than the size of Houston? Why do we need an ambassador? I don't know, Singapore. You got to be fucked up. We can just send like junior diplomat.
Singapore millions of people?
Yeah, sure, but it's still smaller than like the
Like
city of
tens of
Houston.
millions?
Yeah, it's,
the
hold on,
population
hold on.
probably matters.
Yeah,
And
hold
the
on,
amount of
sure,
trading that we do with that country.
but hold on, we don't need a whole ass ambassador for what is essentially a city, right? We can just send like, I don't know, junior fucking diplomat 37 over there and
To
then
another
send it up there.
person?
Yeah, but he
So
could be.
an
Hold on.
ambassador by a different name.
No. This is important. Instead of having like an embassy and all this other bullshit, we can just have a guy over there doing like Zoom call and have a
could just
treaty
send
with
an
him.
intern.
Yeah, like why do we need Dubai?
Why do you think it's a little overwhelming? We need a
Dubai is 100,000
really use a second person. Are you allowed a
acres.
second person?
Hold on, one second.
For
Dubai,
Nambia,
hold
we
on,
could definitely use a fucking intern. What the fuck are we doing
Dubai
there?
is
I would
literally
bet that the embassy
smaller.
has 3 people there.
Dubai is literally the same size. Like it's about 100,000 acres different between that and the King Ranch in size.
Isn't Dubai also millions of people?
Hold on. You sure? But the King Ranch is huge. It's got thousands of people working.
I don't,
Hold on.
I don't understand like
hold on.
geography and population not inherently
Sure, I
linked, and
understand
there's
that, but let me
different-
finish.
like,
I mean,
I don't understand.
I
Look
get it.
at
Hold on.
Corey's face.
Hold on. Well, even if we do with millions of people, do you think Singapore should have a ambassador directly to Houston? They're comparable in size, population wise.
Hold on, you're saying
wait,
obviously they're not really going to.
No, nobody's sending an ambassador to a city. That's ridiculous.
Namibia,
We can
by
just
the
do
way.
a Zoom call with their leader and sign the paperwork. It's ridiculous in the age of technology that we have to have physical people on the ground in every one of these podunk little countries. It's
I'm so
ridiculous.
confused.
What does that change, Gibbs? That doesn't
It
change
saves
anything.
us
Someone's
money.
there, someone's-
It saves us money. What do we need? What do we
Small
need
and a
this
math
for?
crime.
Yeah, what do we need it? We don't need like
So you
the
agree that New York City is irrelevant, right? You'd agree,
Sure,
Lactoid, New
we
York
would
City
we wouldn't
is
send.
irrelevant.
Yeah, but do they
And
deserve an
no
ambassador?
No country should take New York
all these
City
countries,
seriously, 'cause
all
it's-
these
it's
countries.
small- it's an
Oh,
island.
hold on, all these countries. Speaking of
the-
New York,
hey,
hold on,
what is that?
no.
Watch out for
Y'all
Wyoming, it's
think
huge.
y'all got ducks here, but hold on. You run up
Wait
New
till you
York.
hear about Alaska.
Hold on,
But
New
you're not
York's got
saying
this.
anything
Hold on,
meaningful
New
yet.
York. Well, I am saying something meaningful. You just are being
No.
stupid about it. Like, listen, it's real simple. Y'all are sitting here and argue
simple.
that some of these podunk little countries like Singapore or like Dubai, like they might have money, but
don't
they're
know if
tiny.
Dubai's a
Hold on,
podunk.
podunk. They're podunk. I'm sorry. They're a little podunk, little tiny country with
Dubai
little,
might be an important one.
Sure,
let's be
even
honest.
then, hold on. Oh, United Kingdom's definitely.
Dubai is
United
very small
United
until it
Kingdom
stands
is.
on
Hold
its
on, United
own.
Kingdom is basically third world now. But so like, hold on. And on top of that, y'all brought up to New York. Here's something cool about New York. You know what's in New York? The UN. All these people already
But
have
it's
their
small. How
back.
big is that
Hold
building,
on,
though? How big is that
hold on.
building?
It's small. Hold
Can you
on,
see
hold
it?
on. Here's
Can
the
you see it
point.
from a map?
Hold on. Here's the
Is
best
it-
part
can
about
you
this.
see it from
This
space?
is a
Small
good
little
point.
paper
Yeah,
space
I know y'all
developed
think this
compared
is.
to most
I know.
countries.
Hold on. This is actually like y'all are sitting here like making jokes, but it costs money to fucking own these facilities in all these countries. It costs money to have these trained professionals go over there and negotiate.
Nobody's denying
Hold on. Whenever we already have the UN
I mean,
for all
we're
these
gonna
little
flavor
small
the trained
countries where
professionals.
they can already go and just negotiate there. Just have them pay for for offices if they want to talk to us. We're the big dog. We don't need to go over there. They come to Papa. That's how it works.
Wait,
The
And if
big
they-
dog usually makes people pay for office buildings in their countries. That's
Exactly.
what the
They
big dog
can. They can
does.
pay.
It's
Exactly.
the
We're
big
closed.
dog is concerned.
That's what I'm saying. We're
The
closed
big
up
dog is
shop, and
concerned
they can
with the
come over
price
here.
of
It's time.
the Singaporean
Well,
office.
Well,
embassy
listen.
office.
I mean, I'm thinking Singapore because they're small, but they're at least wealthy. What do we need? Fucking embassy, and I don't know, Djibouti, Africa. Well, Djibouti because we got AFRICOM, but not in Somalia. We don't need no
I mean,
embassy
I would
in
argue
Somalia.
that the embassy that you have there is very small and costly, right? I wouldn't imagine that the embassy in the smaller countries that don't really produce much or don't really need much. It's probably like a smaller embassy. It's
What do we
probably
need
not
it
like-
for?
Well, we are the hegemon, right? We are the leaders of the free world,
Yeah,
right? So
we
it's
wanna
probably
have-
good. It's probably good to have our.
Cool. We'll
people
just have a
over there
military base, and the
overseeing-
general can be the ambassador.
overseeing what's happening on a day-to-day basis versus what you want, which is a Zoom call, right? You have
Or
someone
the
that
general
that has their eyes
the base.
unless you want to run security in the countries, right? You just want to.
No, I don't want to do that.
The wire system and have all that, which isn't going to work, right? It's probably good to have like an ambassador there.
But we
some
have a
eyes and
military
ears on the
base.
ground
Hold on.
to
No, we don't
actually-
need
to
that.
actually- to
We don't
actually
need that,
maintain
Ollie.
What's happening? Maintain their
No,
hegemony,
no.
maintain
Watch,
their power.
Ollie. We have bases in 75% of the countries in the world. We don't need an embassy. We just could let the general there be the guy, or we could let deputy fucking
Is the
nut hugger
embassy
50
not
guys.
usually within the
No,
within
no,
these,
they're
like,
usually their
not
own
bases
sovereign
specifically,
territories.
but, like, American
Yeah, we could
territories?
just put an administration building right on a base, right inside of like a little hangar that
Why
used to
not?
be used, and then we could have
Embassies
some regular
provide
guy go to
a-
it. It's
a
fine. We don't
number
need
of
all these people.
services, right? Like,
Yeah.
like when you travel
many
abroad.
services.
Yeah. First of all, like
It's for
if
Americans.
you are an American traveling somewhere and something happens, right? Or if you're Canadian, right? Like you go to your embassy and they help you out. They like if you are getting trouble by the law, the embassies are supposed to be there to help you. If you have trouble with your passport,
That's the
it's a whole
consulates,
range
too.
of things. So
They're there
they-
for
so they-
Americans.
Well, the consulates are
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
The consulates
So
are also different
But
than
then,
embassies.
but then
but-
beyond that, right? Like in
The
terms of
embassies are still
actual guilt-
functioning, just to be clear. We're talking about
Yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
even though there's no ambassadors, there's still
But he's
embassies
saying get rid of
there.
them. He's saying get rid of those. things
well,
altogether.
or downsize them dramatically.
To the point that they're not
but,
there.
Like,
I mean, maybe depends on the country.
Okay, so then you're saying get rid of them, like
Possibly. I'm open. I'm open to it.
okay, so but like in terms of like interfacing with the state, yeah, that's a completely different thing than what a military base was. First of all, the military bases are only there, right? Because we have like agreements with those countries. Those ambassadors help
Yeah,
us
their
maintain
agreements
those
are they
agreements.
exist.
If they say no, right, then those bases have to go.
Huh?
Unless, of course,
We say, fuck you.
You laugh at that, but then unless you're saying, hey, we actually have to go to war with 75% of the world.
Yeah, but
right,
they're not all going to
to
say it at
maintain
once.
a
And if they
base.
do, they're going to still get their ass whipped. We could probably take 75% of the world on, honestly, at this point.
We
right?
can't clear the Strait of Hormuz.
But
we
we
are
are
getting our
clearing
ass
this.
beat
We are beating the shit
just
out of it.
in Iran.
You know, they just did a poll
cannot
today.
beat
There was a poll
the
today.
Strait of Hormuz.
75% of Americans are like, no, that we're whooping that ass. Like, the only other 25%.
oh well,
we
if
are
the poll
extremists.
says it's true. then
I mean,
Yeah,
y'all are the
we're
ones who like,
about to
y'all are the ones who
course.
like polls. You know, I'm
They
just saying.
we can't like clear the and the Houthis, right? Like how long did it take to even get to Houthis in a negotiation?
But the Houthis
The-
can't walk
the
outside
broke-ass Houthis.
without us bombing the shit out of them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they kept on going.
That kept on
stop
going.
the Houthis.
They ain't done shit.
And what do you know? Lost Afghanistan and
Well,
lost
that was
Vietnam.
Biden's fault.
And like and like okay, whatever, it's fine. The point is that like
Well, we didn't lose
they
Afghanistan. We
interface
chose to
with,
leave.
the people on the ground. They have diplomatic relations with them. When things come up, they are the front line. In fact, you wouldn't want your president dealing with all the things that the ambassador is doing. This is simple delegation, right?
Yeah.
You don't. I wouldn't.
Well, the
want-
guy he put in charge of it says they don't need all these people. So why wouldn't we trust the guy he put in charge?
Sorry, say that again.
So, all right. It's delegation. He put Rubio in charge, right? He's Secretary of
Yeah.
State. Okay. And if the Secretary of State says this is extraneous extra people, gut him, then we should probably listen to the guy he delegated the power to, right?
You got me there.
I mean, that's what you
Yeah,
put him in
yeah.
charge. I mean, I would argue this for any president. If their guy puts somebody in, and they're like, okay,
and they do a stupid thing, and you're like, we got to
sure. I guess if it's a boo boo, sure. But
once they're there,
well,
you
hold on.
can't
But
question-
that's why you have a cabinet, right? Is so that you put them in your delegated power and they run their office, right?
Yeah, but hold on.
So y'all don't.
Oh,
so
right,
y'all
but
don't
you
like
should
it when Trump is too hands on. Y'all don't
Then
like
you
when he
should
delegates.
also-
What
hold
do
on.
y'all like
And
when he
Trump,
does?
then Trump should have also listened to Tulsi Gabbard when she said, Iran was not building a nuclear bomb or trying to build a nuclear bomb. Right?
Yeah, but
Still
she's like,
wasn't in.
but she's like besties with Syria, so you can't trust her. Right?
Okay.
Well, you're criticizing her now. Weren't you singing her praises like 6 months ago?
I'm just using y'all's own logic right now. That's all I'm doing.
No. You were absolutely in support
I'm
of
just
Tulsi
using.
Gabbard 6 months ago.
I am still in support of Tulsi. I'm just using your logic.
You're
I'm
just
saying-
supported because you find her attractive, but you.
That's
you
true.
support-
That is exactly
Just
true.
like Lockjoy, who has no principles.
Hold on. My principles are she's hot.
But the attractiveness was one
And
aspect.
she's loyal to her
Okay.
man. Her man got cancer, and she's like, I'm stepping down to take care. That's laudable. That's what you want
I
as a
believe
partner.
that.
That's what you want as a
but-
partner. Hold on.
Like,
if you got-
I supported Tulsi on her on her actual like policy positions on who she is.
let's just
and
say that was
yes,
true though. Would you support
her
somebody stepping down to
attractiveness is
support
like a-
somebody if
is a
their
nice
husband had
little,
cancer?
you
I
know.
would support that.
It's a gold nugget.
Anyway,
I hope the reason terrible that her husband has cancer. I hope the reason that she's stepping down is that, but I share a little bit of prime suspicion with that. I do wonder if she's
Both
kind
be
of
true.
being-
It could both be true. Like it could be like, oh, things have
It
been
could
tough.
be.
Things
Or
have been
just looking
tough,
for an
and
excuse to not make her look.
hold
make herself
on.
look
That's a
bad.
pretty good excuse if you're gonna have an excuse. My husband's
Well,
got
is it-
cancer. I mean,
Well, I
like,
don't actually know. Like, is it confirmed that her husband has cancer?
I can believe
I
that.
don't
her
think she's
husband-
lying about it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past her.
I don't believe that she's lying. I also don't believe that she would step away from power for that reason. She's got plenty of help, right? She's not like she couldn't see Who him is this? or anything like that.
Well, no, why do
She
you think
has-
Tulsi lied? Like what evidence do you have that Tulsi is a liar? I don't think Tulsi's lied about anything
Are you talking
that I
to
can
me?
think of. Or to Corey, you said that you wouldn't doubt that
I think
she's
her
lying.
testimony in front of court was pretty. I don't know, but maybe explicitly. Well, yeah, I would say pretty dishonest.
In what way?
As
How was
in,
she dishonest?
or I guess the most charitable interpretation is evasive.
Sure. I mean, yeah, maybe like she, in the sense of there's certain things that she doesn't want to answer because maybe like the administration directed her not to answer certain things. But I think that's different than like something as like straightforward as lying about my husband having cancer. I think that'd be like
it's
that
like rare
I think
form of bone cancer too.
that would be like a pretty easy thing to fact check and like a pretty like horrible like. Can you imagine the political fallout if it turns out she's lying about that? I mean,
What
I
would be
can't
the
imagine
political
any of the
fallout? What would be the
if she-
fallout? What happened?
the fallout if she was lying about her husband having cancer, like fucking.
How would that affect anything? Actually, I really don't know.
So, look, I think
She's
that
stepping down from a position of power,
the-
of like
Yeah,
pretty
right.
high ranking.
No,
official.
I understand, and what Gibbs is saying could also be the case where like this is a good like opportunity. Like her husband actually does have cancer, and
That doesn't make
like,
it look any better. I mean, maybe slightly in terms of like, oh, how convenient now that I can use this as a stepping stone.
Well,
to
hold on.
step
Yeah, I
down
mean,
and
That's,
make
she's
that's
myself
not
not-
what
look
I'm
good.
saying.
yeah, but it
hold
means that she's not lying, right? It means that, like this is a
Yeah.
reason.
Okay,
Maybe
sure.
there's other
if
reasons
she's
that
not
she's
lying
not,
and just opportunistic, I can believe that. And
Well, hold on,
equally-
hold on. Are
almost
you
equally as
saying?
bad as a
Are you
person.
saying you can't have?
Not
Hold on,
equally.
hold on. Let's just go through this logic. Let's just say she like things are going bad for her, which I don't necessarily even agree with that. But let's just say everything bad has happened for Tulsi. However, Trump still's got confidence in her for whatever reason. Okay, let's just take this as the premise, and then we find out. Oh, my husband's got some extremely rare form of bone cancer. We've been together through multiple deployments, and we've been together 11 years. And I go, okay, all this other bad shit's happening, and my husband's got cancer. Maybe I should step away. Like, I don't know that like going, hey, there's multiple reasons for something. Like y'all.
Wait, what other bad stuff is happening?
This is the premise I'm just giving you. Let's just say
Wait,
all y'all's
okay.
critiques of her were
It's
true,
hypothetical.
but Trump had like some confidence in her still. Even then, if my wife, if I was married for 11 years and I'd been through the military and came back and they suddenly had some rare form of bone cancer, like confirmed by NPR and Fox News, by the way. So if that was going to sit here and
Okay,
that happened, I'd be like, oh, well, maybe I should step away. This person was with me through 2 deployments. I feel like, I maybe owe him a little loyalty.
Gibbs, you would not do that. Come on.
It's
Gibbs.
also the
If
other
I'm
the thing that I'm
married
worried
to
about.
him,
is-
if I'm
Run it
married
for
to him,
you,
who's more
Gibbs.
Team Gibbs than your person you're married to? We get him out of the cancer, then we run for office later. Like, you know.
The thing that like people are skeptical of that I share a little bit of suspicion with is that Tulsi's been very much against the Iran war, right? In terms of historically speaking, and she has not come out in support of the Iran war, and so
Nor condemned it.
she's been like kind of keeping to the sidelines on this because she works for the administration that launched it, and so I think that the suspicion is, well, her departure might be related to that, which I hope it's not, but it might be. But I do believe her husband has cancer. I think that's obvious. I just don't see someone lying about
If
it.
I'm a betting person, yes, I would place my bet that they probably have cancer and they're not lying, but it would not, let's say, shock me or surprise me that either she's being opportunistic or dishonest.
Conspiracy. The Trump
That's a
admin
pretty
wanted her
big
gone.
lie. I think
Conspiracy.
that's not a
They
fruitful
wanted her
lie
gone,
for
so they
her.
gave him
That's
cancer.
the only reason I disagree.
That's what
Yeah, no,
happened.
I would say
I mean-
between opportunistic and lying, I would go with opportunistic. That is more believable. to
I
me.
think opportunistic is a weird way to phrase, like, oh, I'll use my husband's cancer to step down from power. I don't know. That's I don't
Yeah,
know.
since she's what the director of intelligence, right? Like maybe
Director of National
DNI.
Intelligence.
maybe she had the CIA give him cancer so she could step down. You know, maybe that's
That's
the
a
conspiracy.
possibility.
Yeah, that's what's in this.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put
Well,
it past
should
her.
Tulsi condemn the Iran war?
I would like her to.
She's pretty
There's
vocal
no
about
way that she would survive if she did. Like in terms of like, she's no longer going to be resigning. She's going to be canned if she. If she
Yeah, but
actually
if
comes
that's
out
her
and says
belief,
that.
why should she not?
Sure.
Why
Yeah,
should she not hold true to her standards?
You're right. Like
Have you
I
met
should
with
walk
her?
in tomorrow to my boss and like give him the middle finger. I should. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, holding true to their standards.
Is
That's
that-
that's
Hun, is
something the
that your-
Democrats are proud of.
Are your values being questioned?
don't like your boss?
In your corporate law office? Is
There
that-
there are certain people above me that maybe I don't get along with, and I'm not gonna go like.
no,
Wait a
not
minute,
Mom.
getting
don't
along
get
with is
along with.
different than like.
Yeah. Like
You know,
challenging
lots of
your
people.
ethical.
The
framework.
honest thing would be to flip
Come
him off, but
on.
I'm not gonna do that.
Come on.
No, come on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're being a little dishonest here.
I'm not being dishonest at all.
No, I understand that you would want to flip them off and you don't. I get that.
Thank you.
Not getting along with someone is different than
I'm
a
saying it's
fundamental difference in
probably
values and your
incomparable.
Well,
values
no, it's
being
because
valid.
it's because
I
it's
know
because,
y'all
like,
learned
I
about the
would
lecture
disagree
of
with
values
them.
after the Grand Planner conversation. we had.
Look, there are people that I've worked for that I disagree with, and I think that yes,
You have
like
fundamental ethical disagreements with, or it's just like,
I mean,
don't
I
like
work
this
for
guy's-
Democrats. There's Democrats above me for sure.
They're not bombing a country.
Yeah, like, and are they?
No, they're
forcing
bombing
you-
our culture with fucking
are they
diversity
forcing
training.
you to do work, like
Come on.
legal work.
Just worse,
That
really.
is against your ethics.
No, it wouldn't be like illegal. Like it wouldn't be unethical in the
No, I
sense
didn't
of
say
like it would
illegal.
actually be a
I'm saying ethics.
well, but in the lawyer world, it's kind of there's a strong overlap between like because I'm not allowed to do anything against like the ethics of the profession because this would
Okay.
be unethical and
well,
I would
your
affect my
ethical
license.
code.
Yeah,
but
we're talking
like-
about your ethical code.
Yeah, but like in terms of like my like outside of that practice, like
Yeah.
do I disagree with the morality of people that I've worked under and work under? Of course, I
We're
think
not
everybody
talking about
does.
The morality of those people. No, not the morality of the individual person. The actions
code.
are asking you to do within that.
That you are
Mm.
actively contributing.
Have you had to go fight for DEI and you don't support DEI and you've been forced?
Yes,
to, like,
yes, I have. I
There we
have been
go. It's
forced
fucking- it's
to
such an
take.
easy question.
I
to
have been
answer.
forced to take diversity training against my will.
Take
I did it.
diversity training is not the same thing as fight for. I asked
no,
such a specific question.
No.
I did it.
Wait,
Did
wait,
the guy who
wait.
came and institute the diversity training, like, did he give you a client that you did not ethically feel like you could defend, and then you still had to defend? That's what I'm saying.
Well, the Lactoid is
And
probably
have they-
obligated to
yeah.
defend some clients that he probably.
No.
like,
But that's
Of
still
course
from
I
an
am.
ethical framework. That's still ethic. Like, even if you believe that a man is guilty as a public defender, you understand that you're participating in a system in which he should get defense.
And he voluntarily took whatever the oath or whatever signed. I'm assuming took
Yeah,
some
but
sort
it's-
of agreement saying he
I
would do
could
that.
withdraw.
It's not that there's an obligation.
Yeah,
It's
he doesn't have to
understand
take the
that he's
case.
in an
Wait, he
ethical
doesn't have to
framework
take every case that
for
comes his way.
existence.
Yes,
See,
his
Hunter?
values.
No, that's not.
No, listen to what they're saying because what they're saying is the counter here. Like I agree with you. Like yeah,
He
everybody
doesn't
deserves
have to take every case he doesn't want to take.
Hold on. Oh, hold
Wait,
on.
wait,
Right.
wait,
What
good.
Hunter's saying. Right. What I'm saying. Like me and Hunter agree on this, and that yes, every person deserves representation, and sometimes you're going to have to represent people that you find odious, that you
And
don't
probably
like,
guilty.
that you just don't want to represent. And what you and I are saying is, well, that's the role of a lawyer. What they're saying is, Lactoid, you could just not be a lawyer then.
I'm not saying that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You have to take
Yeah.
every case presented to you. There aren't lawyers who turn
If-
down
if-
cases.
If I no, not as an associate.
You're
If I
public-
not as an associate.
He's like,
If I tell my
yeah.
managing partner, no, I'm not taking that, I'm getting canned the next day. Absolutely. Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
take
yeah.
what they give me. Yes,
And
that's
he's
how
a
that
grunt.
works. Yeah.
No, but okay. So I will try to paint the hypothetical that's probably more representative. If let's say last year you tweeted out, I hate my boss, they're an awful person, okay, and then tomorrow you're confronted with that tweet, and your boss asks you, do you stand by this? Or basically, would you, if you still believe that, would you lie to keep your job?
I probably just wouldn't comment. I'd refuse to
He's
answer.
like, you're a terrible person, but you're damn good at your job.
Wouldn't that just
No, I actually worked at a law firm where this was a
Hold on,
case.
I
We had a
both
top
sides of
lawyer.
this argument.
No, hold on. There was a lawyer. So I worked at a law firm in Houston, and she was known for being like a huge cunt, right? And like she would like literally call you in her office every day and chew you out. She'd be like, "Listen, hey, you little dick motherfucker," and all this crazy shit. And like probably could have complained to somebody. I guess I don't know who you would have complained to because like they were in charge, but everybody stuck it up because she was so good at like her job. So it's like people like on the reviews. If you looked up the reviews for hiring, it would be like terrible boss, evil individual, great at her job. Like, so, like, if she'd asked me, what do you think of me? I'd be like, you're a bitch, but you're real good at your shit. That's probably what I would have said. Like, and I would have stood by that. I'd be like, you're the worst person since Hitler, but you know what? You're damn good at your fucking job. Like, I mean,
that probably get you.
Just to be
probably
just,
not. I mean,
just,
people
just to
told
be
her shit
clear,
all the time. Like, so
my direct boss, I get along with really well.
Okay.
We got a good relationship.
In case they're watching.
In case they're watching, yeah.
But
But actually, though,
what it feels comparable to is like I've got my own moral systems, and I feel like I've been pretty ethical.
We
with
can
the
tell.
decisions that well, I believe that I'm moral. Obviously, I try to whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, obviously you disagree. We have different. Okay, it doesn't matter. Jesus Christ. My younger brother is doing like door-to-door sales and genuinely like being dishonest and like scamming people out of like taking their money. And we had like
What does he sell?
It's solar panels, but he basically pretends he works with the city.
Yeah,
And 100% doesn't. He works for a private company, and he keeps anyway. I've had like multiple hard.
What does he vote for?
Who
does he vote for? Is he
what you're
Republican
doing
or
is like
Democrat?
actively. Hold on. What you're doing is actively bad. It would be bullshit for him to just go, yeah, well, every job is kind of actively bad. There's definitely degrees to this, and he could just quit and go work for like, I would say a public defender is one of the most beneficial for society things that you could do. Even though, like, there's a weird flip side to this where it's like, even though you're defending a murderer, I actually think that you are doing way more for the public good than almost any other job. I want to be a teacher. In a year from now, I'll be a teacher like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That like
You're not going to be a history teacher, are you?
No. Oh, true.
See, here. I get what you're saying, but here's the thing. Like, I would say the same thing about Tulsi Gabbard in the position of the DNI. Like, I think her being in that position is overall beneficial, and so I want her to stay in that position. And so in my mind, the weighing is between, well, if she just comes out and opposes the Iran war, then she's going to be out of the position, and the overall position is going to be occupied by somebody worse. And that good job that I like her doing is just going to be, given to somebody who I think is going to be worse. On the other hand, I do want her to, be against the Iran war because I'm also against the Iran war. I think that's, that's brave, that's principled, that's a good stance or whatever. No, but again, it's similar to the public defender situation.
No,
what I'm saying?
I do disagree, but I understand where she might be coming from. I hope that she's that rational. I don't know if she's that rational.
Tulsi Gabbard is a smart, she actually is like a rational.
Well, you've got. Well,
wait, hold on. My point is. Hold on, real quick. My point is that my issue is that coming out and saying I'm against the Iraq war isn't just good principally. It's not just good morally. It will probably it will probably contribute to the cascading effect against Trump and against the Iraq war, and probably cause him to withdraw to some degree. Like it will help at least to some degree. It will help
put pressure. It will put pressure.
It will put pressure. It might not.
No, I don't think so. I think if she publicly came out, I think that she's getting. I think the result of that is she's getting canned.
I agree with
that, and she's going to be put in the same bucket as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I agree with that. And Marjorie,
but that would actually
but in the long term they'll come out.
In any case, like you get like nothing actually. You get the worst of both worlds. Now she's not taking a principled stance, and she's just stepping down. Right, so she's not in that office anymore.
True.
And she didn't
That's
say
a great point. She's stepping down.
Maybe she'll say shit now that when she steps down.
So
but
how
you should
brave
probably be against her if
of
she
her.
doesn't, right?
Like at
Yeah,
the
I'd be
moment
opposed to
where
her.
she's like with in a place where with no power, just like Marcia Taylor Greene,
Yeah.
right? The moment where she had no power is when she became so brave and so bold. Like,
True.
come on.
It's
But
easy to be brave when you have
that's
nothing
like
on the
every
line.
politician
So
ever,
there's no
though.
stakes.
Well, no, hold on. I watched a comedian literally this week, and he made the same comment you just made. He's like, "It's amazing how all these politicians for 50 years will be in office, and then the minute they get out, they write this tell-all book about why they couldn't change the system." And it's like, I mean, they all do this though. Like, I mean, we're just like kind of acknowledging chronic issues. Which is a good reason for all this gutting of the bureaucracy and the foreign policy services to get rid of these career bureaucrats.
And you had to zoom in.
Yeah,
just to make that
that's
point.
right.
And now we can't zoom out.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually. You know, we're gonna fire the bureaucrat behind this AI. That's what I'm saying.
So, go ahead. You go first.
Well, okay, so like you say they get nothing, but like it's kind of like the trend now, politician gone influencer, right? Or like the influencer gone politician. So like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like I didn't know shit about her for X amount of time until now. Now I see her popping up everywhere.
Yeah, because she's doing a podcast run, right? She's doing a media
Hold
circuit.
on.
She was
She was
nonstop.
way bigger 5 years ago than she was right now.
Yeah, I remember her bigger back then.
Well,
I don't
wait,
know. It
you
depends on how
you
count
pay
that.
attention to politics.
Actually,
I don't. So like,
yeah.
I'm
She's
hearing more about her
outside
now.
that space now.
Yeah.
I would. It depends on what crowd you're talking about. I think. I think there's not a. I think the argument you're making isn't like wrong necessarily, but like I think it just depends on what crowd you're talking about.
So but like what I'm saying is like, you were saying like they have more influence and probably get paid a little bit more as influencers, like doing the podcast run or just being like celebrities doing. I'm sure they get paid to do this type of shit. So like I'm sure they have more influence or get paid more as doing this than they were when they like had politics, right? So
I think
sway more people, do more, like get more people to vote for whatever. Like
I think you're right, Ollie. I think you're right. You're like, so there's two things y'all talk about. One, it's like the power. When y'all are talking about influence, I think we all talk about something different than what Ollie was talking about, right? Maybe like y'all talking about direct power is like what was it? She the house, right? She was a house.
No, I get what you're saying.
Right, but it's also like, yeah, she might not be at the peak of her popularity even, but like now she's more of a name because like the average person is going to see her on all these podcasts, even because that depends. Do you think the average person votes? The average person might only vote for their local people, right? They might not know Marjorie Taylor Greene if they've never been from whatever state. But if you were from Texas, all of a sudden you see her on, Gavin Newsom's podcast.
Do we really think that MTG is bigger now than she was 5 years ago?
I think she's probably more known.
I get Ali is saying that he's only heard of her now. I would bet that's because 5 years ago you were paying even less attention to politics.
Yeah, but do you disagree that like people
She's
like
the totem cop of politics.
Yeah, but that's funny.
I think I honestly think she's bigger. Yeah, but like,
I mean, she just might not be as popular though, right? Like she's like probably better known, but that doesn't mean she's more powerful.
I don't know her. Yeah, I don't know how she hasn't dropped. I don't think she's dropped in name recognition. I think she's only grown over the years. And now she's
Well, you can take a controversial figure. Look at my parents, right? They now know, based because they've started watching some streamers and watching like Piers Morgan on YouTube as opposed to they now know who like Andrew Tate is. They know who Nick Fuentes is. They know who Hassan. They know Destiny. And like this is before they would have been like, who are these people? Now they're like, do you think that makes them more popular? Probably not in the traditional sense, but they're more like well known. They might not have like pull the bigger numbers, but like a larger group knows who they are.
I'm not saying people like them more,
right? Yeah,
more people know who they.
I'm agreeing with you.
More name recognition. There, yeah.
I get it. That still feels bizarre to me. But
okay, let's move past this. It's not important.
I think it's very important.
So, like
your call, Prime.
Sure.
Sorry, that sounded.
Look at the hand. Look at the hand washing the fascism.
No, everything's good.
Back at each other.
Yeah.
So I'm just okay. I think it's silly, right? This is like so trying to get back to the topic at hand, right? I think it's silly to imply that, like, yeah, there's no like cost, right? To simply getting rid of all these positions. And we just like let, as our friend Gibbs say, like El Jefe. Like this is cultural exchange, right? We're using Spanish. But like it is like it's that just saying like we'll just have the chief do it, right? It's like if the McDonald's corporation like just got rid of like 10% of like the managers at their franchisees, right? It's like, well, the president of McDonald's, he'll handle that, right? He's got it. And so he'll deal with the suppliers. He'll deal with the customers. He'll deal with the employees, right? He'll just like handle.
No, he'll send his son-in-law. It's different.
Oh,
Wait, I have a question. Wait, I have a question. These ambassadors, is it something where like the country could not want an ambassador, like for like the UAE or like whatever? Could it be that like they don't want an ambassador, or do like
sometimes they
because they want to give Trump the gifts themselves. That's right.
No, I'm confused.
No,
like, is
embassies
it something that
are
we like enforce on people, or is it something that's kind of like
Just to be clear, embassies and ambassadors are different. Like we have embassies in these countries. We just don't like have a actual like ambassador there. Like we have diplomatic workers there. Like
I know
there's people that the Russians can call and
I'm
talk
wondering,
to.
I'm wondering if the ambassador thing is like a role that like is it something that because Gibbs is arguing as if it benefits the other countries more than it benefits us, and to me it seems like it's something that benefits us, like something we would want to have ambassadors over there. So like, but like,
I'm saying it's obsolete and outdated in the world today.
It's a mutually beneficial situation, in my opinion. Yes. I would say, largely speaking, small countries love having the U.S. nearby and love having a phone call that they can actually, like, if problems get big, that they can go hit up people. And obviously, the U.S. likes to be, there's not a really somewhat like sometimes
small
like
countries like around, us to be there. Is that you seriously your take? I mean, do we not remember Benghazi, Black Hawk Down? Like, I mean, these are all like, they every time something bad happens, what do they do first? Burn McDonald's, then they burn the embassy.
Then why do we have so many embassies?
Well, that's the question now, isn't it, Papa? And that's why we're closing them.
Because it doesn't make sense in your.
We're not closing the embassies.
Well, we are shutting down consulates and stuff. That's part of what we're doing. We're shutting down some of these. Some of these we're getting rid of staff, and we're downsizing the embassies. Like, this is part of it. Like, we don't need all this.
I'm not going to affirmative or deny.
I mean, what happened?
Hit your wagon to Gibbs?
I mean, that's what happens. We get terror attacks at embassies all the time.
No, I think Black Hawk Down is a good point. No,
correct. Yes. I understand that. I've acknowledged.
I see why you like Tulsi Gabbard now. No backbone whatsoever.
I mean, we're just offering up targets for these people. We're basically bending over, spreading our cheeks.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Hold on, but then just having Americans on the ground would be
hold on. At least the military bases are defended better. Like we can add another building there.
I mean, like American tourists, right?
And then we'll shoot them back harder.
It was that hotel that was bombed, right? That
was exactly. In Beirut,
so then we would also say we would disable Americans' ability to go abroad.
No. That's not what I'm saying. There's a difference between random tourist number 57 and fucking. Oh yeah, I'm the head of a person in the State Department. They can like grab me out of the embassy and parade me through the streets. Look, we got this guy. He works for the government.
You could just like strip them of their job title, and then they'll be like random tourist number.
67. Yeah, well, that's what the CIA already does. They just already do that. They just say they're State Department people. Like, I mean, this is a thing they already do.
What it comes down to is just we're doing that already.
I mean, we are doing this already. You're just denying things that we do. This is like a no. Hold on. Hold on. This is how like dishonest you're being. An argument that y'all were making for USAID was that some of those were CIA black projects that y'all could go out. This is an argument many people made on these panels.
Saying you all, and then just like throwing Democrats or just like.
Well, are you the liberal representative? Because Prime's the progressive representative.
I'm not a representative. Let me have my own fucking opinions.
You're the one, dude. You just do that for us with the Republicans all the time. Like, what are you talking about? You're like, let's let these MAGA fucks say. And then when we put the shoe on the other foot, Lordy, I don't like that.
You're the Democrat. Ali's the Muslim.
Yeah,
Prime is the progressive.
Everybody play. We got a Canadian.
First off, okay.
Two of those.
You're the Mossad vote, bro. We need to know, what is Mossad thinking?
Lactoid is the intelligence officer. But
you're reporting on all of us.
Yeah.
Lactoid's the white guy.
Niet.
He's the one.
I wonder he's so anti-Ukraine.
So anyway, yeah, but our diplomats act as point people. They help, like, so especially like when there's an emergency, right? Like some shit's going down, right? And if we didn't see it coming, just happened. Like, shit happens in different parts of the world, right? These are the people who actually form relationships with the individuals. I'm not just talking about the ambassadors, right? Because like, as the article said, which I'm sure many of you guys didn't actually read,
I read the whole thing.
I read it this
I read it.
I quoted it. I quoted it in my opening.
I read an article that it linked to. How about that?
He did say that. He cited that.
I know.
Although it's
But
a Daily Wire, so you know.
The top source, the highest of all sources.
Also, we all remember the Iranian embassy.
Oh, by the way, the Daily Wire interviewed me and then never released the interview.
Oh,
Not helping the not Mossad quotes. Not helping.
That's never happened.
yeah. You probably shouldn't have mentioned that.
Yeah,
The
that's
whole
not
Mossad
help-
thing is gonna-
Yeah, you're not helping.
Drama-free Hunter right here. Drama-free Hunter right there.
True.
but
So
anyway,
basically, you just had a conversation with Daily Wire.
Mhm.
But yeah,
What? Oh,
ambassadors. So there's a
Jews.
divide here, and we haven't really talked about it yet. There's ambassadors, and then there's like the career diplomatic staffers. So ambassadors are political appointees, right? And so every administration, they almost completely clear them out, right? Like you just like wipe them out, and then you bring in your own people, right? So the ambassadors being the head of the embassy, they get cleared out, and like it's like literally for most of these countries, right, it's like a political favor, right? How it works is, hey, did you are you a big donor, right? Do you want an ambassadorship? They'll send you to like the sweet spots, right?
Yeah.
So like Paris is a good one, right? Because we usually don't have trouble with France. We
Well,
have more
it
trouble with
was a
France
good
now
one.
than before, right? But like, yeah, a lot of
Cushy,
people
nice
want
job,
to
yeah.
be imagine this, Ali, for a job, right? Here's what I offer you a job. Ali has always been supportive of this channel. Ali's been a cool dude, always been kind to me, right? And so I get a chance to start hanging out ambassadorships. I'm like, Ali, how about this? I'm going to give you a job, right? I'm going to send you abroad to Paris. You're going to live in like a mansion or like some like super like incredible of like a apartment flat, right? Owned by the U.S. government with your own security detail, getting paid a shit ton, right? Just to occasionally talk to like the French president or whatever, right?
Well,
do some
you're still-
busy work.
You do still have a job. You are probably gonna have to work 40 hours a week, but you do get to live in a nice place in Paris.
There's no nice place in Paris.
It's an
Paris is burning
easier
right now.
job.
So
It's a very.
I agree. No, I agree.
What do they
It's
do for
like-
40 hours a week?
There's a bunch of riots in Paris right now.
I saw something clicked, so I was like, Mike Huckabee. He's the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador.
He's a
Yeah, let's wrap it up. We can fire all. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Bring them
all home. Bring them.
Yeah. Do you think Mike Huckabee is working 40 hours a week? As the
Yeah, Mike
ambassador to
Huckabee
Israel?
don't work no hours. Bring him home. Bring him home. Bring him home.
So
Bring him
I
home.
would say so those are the easy spots, right? Where we generally don't have conflict, right? Or it's like a small like Caribbean,
Israel.
nation.
Yeah, we don't need ambassadors there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or it's like it's a small like Caribbean
Yeah.
or tropical island place.
Yeah,
like
the
you have those
Barbados. Like, why do we need an ambassador there?
Yeah, we don't need one in Cuba.
But they
Or
but they do some-
Nambia.
Well,
I
we
don't know.
don't
We
have
apparently
one
went
in
there.
Namibia.
places that actually matter. Usually, at least what you want to do is to send someone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing, right?
Sure.
Because when that person, they need to be able to interface and to like
Yeah.
handle the fires you know are going to happen, right? Or fires that already are taking place, and have a plan as to how to interface with that foreign government. So that's that, right? But then
Yeah.
below them, right? Those are the career diplomats, right? So they've been in the State Department for years, sometimes decades, and they've been under all these administrations. They usually don't get like fired in the same way, right? I mean, sometimes they do, right? And that can happen for various reasons, but like on a broad sense, like we keep them there. They actually do the machinery. They do the hard work of running that place, of making sure they're establishing these relationships, making sure they're subject matter experts, right? Because the ambassador, the political appointee, is going to come in, right? And how much they know about the situation, who knows, right? It's the career diplomats below them that have decades of experience, right? Who's supposed to know the layout, who's supposed to
But then
be able
also
to-
inform
who might
the ambassador.
know the language, right? So go ahead.
Also inform the ambassadors. It's not like the ambassadors.
Yeah, inform. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Inform. Yeah, they're working with the ambassadors, informing them. So they're doing like the hard grunt work there, and those are the people mainly like who have lost their jobs, right? Where we're seeing these massive vacancies, and yeah, that's a big fucking deal. I don't know why you said we were here pretending otherwise. That's a big fucking deal to have those
Well, 'cause
decades.
I thought it was framed as the other way, because like Galacto kept saying, we have the embassies, we just don't have the ambassador there. So I kind of figured that the grunt workers were there.
No,
we just
I
don't
would-
have
just to be
the
clear.
guy that's like the front facing guy.
No. We do have we have tons of grunt workers right now.
Yeah.
The question is like I'm sure there's also grunt
So
workers that we're
Lactoid,
not
that could be
hiring.
10, though.
Yeah.
That's
It
too
would
much.
depend.
You
It would,
have
depend, it would
ton-
depend.
yeah.
It would depend on the country. Like I think honestly, for like a country like Nambia, we could probably have like a post.
Not
office.
What's the
buckets.
deal with you always bring up
Namibia.
Nambia. Like, is that the only
You
other?
got-
Well, hold on,
Got a
This
problem.
speaks to a bigger question, though. What do
Wait,
you?
hold on, real quick. Is Nambia not a country, Hunter?
It is, but you
Namibia.
seem to highly focused on just that one country.
Well, hold on. Hunter is saying Nambia is not even a country. Am I
Mike,
confusing it? Hold on.
Maybe Namibia, but no,
Uh,
Nambia I believe
I
should
mean,
be a country.
But hold on. This speaks to kind of a bigger like thing. Okay,
Fuck,
like,
I have been mispronouncing it. Namibia.
Yeah,
No,
Namibia.
but okay, but so like what y'all are saying.
Thank
Okay,
God I
this
wasn't right.
this kind of
That's the example because nobody here can tell me anything this country has done. Name one thing.
I agree. Wait,
Anybody
hold on.
here?
You
Name
were
one thing.
Obviously, you were right.
There's many
about
countries that can't
Namibia
tell you
not
about it.
mattering.
Yeah, like,
exactly.
I don't know how that means anything.
okay.
Then
Well,
we should
what
for
does
those
Utah
countries-
do?
but
For those countries, we should have like a post box, and if they have any concerns, they can send our president a letter, and
just
some
like
dude
no,
in the
it
White
could
House.
be, it could be it could be a it could be a
Probably
house
okay
with like a robot with a camera on it, like in like a little video.
AI.
AI. Yeah.
This is the
But-
perfect way
but
to
this
use
is,
AI.
This is my
Listen,
point, though.
if-
But this is
if-
my point. What do y'all think cleaning out the swamp actually meant when people voted?
I
Like,
didn't want. Okay.
I know you didn't want this, right? But like, okay, this is my
You
point.
like the swamp hunter,
Right?
You wanted the
Yeah.
swamp.
We know y'all are corrupt. Right? You big fan of corruption. Right? My point
What
is,
do you guys think revolution meant?
No,
Vibes and essays?
no. Well, sure, that's a good point too. Like, I mean, my point is like, what I'm saying, like, hey, when we go, hey, we're gonna gut the swamp, we're gonna clean out the bureaucracy. This is what that looks like. Like, I don't know what y'all like. I know that y'all go, oh no, but it's like this is like as intended. Like you
Yeah,
know.
I'm just saying, like, I don't see it doesn't seem, it seems like a hindrance, right? Whereas you see as a benefit because you're like, oh, we're saving money. And then, like, what
Then
we're
we don't
talking
need
about is
those
that, like,
people.
it's probably beneficial to have these embassies
Well,
and have these.
hold on, no.
ambassadors in order
The
to handle
argument
such
is
Because
also
there's
is too.
probably
It's
a
not
reason
efficient.
Why we have an embassy in Namibia, right?
Correct.
Was I don't know
No,
why
it's
we
because
decided.
because somebody needed some appointment because
Yeah,
like, somebody
it's-
was retiring.
It's hold on. It's just bloated. Hold on, but Ali,
And
the
they were
argument
like,
is
oh,
actually it might
go
make
to
it more
Namibia.
efficient. It might be more efficient if I have 20 people working for me and I don't know Timbuktu, right? Like, and we're over here in Timbuktu, and there's like nobody living there, and there's a population of 1 million, and I got a staff of 50 people for this country that like has less than 100K worth of trade with us. Why do I need 50 people in there? You need like 3 people. Right? And like you don't need a full-on ambassador. You need maybe like one guy to sign off on shit after he calls up the like regional head in Cairo. Like
So, you guys can. I haven't fact checked this. Okay, all right. I'm gonna give you AI message. An AI.
I don't think
message.
Timbuktu is a
Namibia
country.
went to space first, apparently. Or was it
US?
No way. What?
The U.S. Embassy and Windhoek, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, in Namibia, employs approximately 180 direct hire staff.
Oh,
I rest my case.
This the diplomatic facility, which was officially opened in late 2023. Oh, really? That's actually
Where did you
interesting.
hear
Biden.
Serves as a
180
base for
people for
multiple-
Namibia.
as multiple U.S. agencies are working together in the country. So one, it seems like multiple U.S. agencies. I don't know which agencies there are. I have to dig it. It says such as the CDC or the Peace.
Oh, the CDC. We need them in
So-
Namibia.
yeah,
sure.
there's one
Disease
council-
control? Disease
Yeah, we for
control?
sure need the CDC in Namibia, bro. That's what we
Yeah,
need.
actually, yeah.
Disease
Yeah,
control?
And then
I'm sure
the
that's
Peace
pretty-
Corps was probably the
Yeah.
second thing you were gonna say.
No, I
Pat?
Oh, the
think
Peace-
these
no,
are
no,
doing
no.
it in a more pejorative way, like, oh, this place is diseased. It was
183.
Um,
So is this just the
it says-
embassy part? The 180.
No, I'm saying we don't need the
It says-
CDC in Namibia,
So,
bro.
again,
We know we
this
got
is
that.
just
Thank you,
the,
Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs.
It says
Guess there was any
approximately
confusion.
180 direct hire staff.
There
It doesn't
wasn't.
say how many of these people are diplomatic staff.
Okay.
And
But
there's
but
multiple
before
agencies.
2023, this didn't exist, and we were doing just fine.
That's what.
I rest my case.
Yes or
After
no?
COVID. after
Yes or
COVID-
no?
The U.S. didn't burn down. That's true. The U.S. is still.
So we don't. We can get rid of it, and the U.S. is not going to burn down.
Well,
is what
wait,
I'm
if
hearing.
they're the first people to go to
Because
space,
like-
we need to be there.
But that's
We need to-
100. That's
we need to be
180
there.
people we could fire right now tomorrow. Done. We
Boom.
found it.
It's
Boom.
180 done.
It's like
Gone.
8 cents out of my paycheck. Hell yeah.
I'm saying, bro. Like this.
Not
This
even
is
8
this
cents.
is what we're talking about. Let's just go with 2 cents. I don't give a shit. Like it's gone tomorrow. Like I don't see what do we need that
I
for?
agree. I can't think of a reason.
What do we need? How about like Malta? Do we need like 1,000 people in Malta?
Am I
No.
just gonna have to ask why we have? I'm gonna ask Claude. We're gonna do that. Why?
Yeah, it's going to say something about like,
It's gonna
Oh,
say
yeah,
it's
Biden.
woke answer.
Bullshit.
yeah, Biden decided that we needed
It's
more
probably gonna
representation.
quote, like facts and stats and shit. It's
I'm
probably
just
gonna
listen.
pull,
I'm
like,
just
economic
gonna ask.
data.
Here, let me appeal to the lefties real quick. Isn't this sort of like neo-colonialism? Like, aren't we like we're building these buildings in other countries and dictating certain political things to them? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that.
No, this isn't.
We
no,
should
not gonna lie.
leave them
Not gonna
alone.
lie.
Wait,
Hands
wait,
off
wait, wait, wait,
Namibia.
Wait.
Hands off
Wait,
Namibia.
wait. Did we? I'm assuming. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we get consent from Namibia to have a U.S. embassy
Yes.
there?
So we also got consent back when we
Oh,
colonized a lot of the countries,
Okay.
but we all know what that consent really
Oh
is.
my
It's
God.
forced.
And you think
We
and you
use
think that's the
economic
same, and you think that's the
coercion.
same thing with the
We use
Namibia embassy?
we use
This
economic
is- I'm
coercion
going
to
to read
compel
again from the
countries.
Google
these-
He doesn't
AI
even believe this
overview.
argument. Everyone knows.
I'm going to
this.
read it once again from the Google AI overview. You can choose to believe it or not, right? I haven't done any more research.
Is
so,
it the
you know,
latest
keep that in
model?
mind. Hopefully.
It didn't give me any
it
like
says,
great
I-
reason.
I typed in
Ooh.
what are
Plug
the
button.
what are the diplomatic points of conflict between the U.S. and Namibia? The diplomatic conflicts between the U.S. and Namibia primarily stem from Namibia's policy of non-alignment, specifically its close relationships with nations sanctioned or opposed by the U.S.
Like
and
China.
differences in international trade and global health diplomacy. So list 4 things, right? One,
They're a
it's
southern border
relations
state,
with Cuba and Iran, and it goes into detail on that. China's influence. Namibia has deep economic ties with China, which has invested heavily in Namibia infrastructure. The U.S. uses growing influence as a geopolitical challenge, while Namibia seeks pragmatic neutrality rather than taking sides in the U.S.-China strategic competition. And then the next point is trade and the AGOA expiration. Tensions exist over trade and tariff policies following the expiration of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Namibia faced a temporary lapse in duty-free access for certain goods and has been navigating new trade terms under the America First framework. And then finally, it says global health sovereignty. There are rising concerns in Namibia over U.S.-style bilateral health agreements and America First models.
Okay.
Critics and local groups argue that signing long-term bilateral health deals could potentially compromise Namibia's negotiating power and equity in broader multilateral treaties.
So
This is-
let me give you.
Wait,
let-
wait. I want to add to this. Because that's probably about, I don't know. I'm going to make up a number. 15% of what the embassy is really for. A lot of what the embassy is for people traveling to countries like Namibia. It's for passports. I asked ChatGPT, by the way, and it gave me some answers. Replacing lost or stolen passports, assisting citizens during emergencies such as natural disasters, political unrest, providing information about local laws and procedures. You go to a country, you should probably know what the fuck how to navigate that country, and allowing a cross contamination of both citizens into both countries allows for a more uniform and diplomatic relationship when the citizens are able to work together. Visa applications, it's a huge one. Immigration-related paperwork, citizenship requests, encouraging business and investments between countries, educational exchanges, cultural events that showcase language, arts, and traditions.
Yeah,
Shit
if I'm
like
going to
that.
go invest
Some
in
bullshit liberal
Namibia or any other country,
And
right?
Well,
none
hold on,
of that
that's-
existed before
Talk to the US.
2023.
Hold on, I want to actually
Yeah.
use your point that you're making
And
right there,
it's
Prime.
bad that it didn't.
You just made a point right there. I think it's important.
None of that existed before.
Is we
Oh,
invest.
maybe it might be the building that didn't exist. Maybe they still had them. I can look it up, right?
Well,
But it
go
might
ahead.
be just the
Well,
building
going
that
off of
didn't
Well,
exist.
hold on.
Your-
I'm just go with what Prime
I
just
don't
said,
know.
right?
Strategically.
But you just said something interesting right there, Prime. You said like invest in these countries, right? Okay. So I was just out of curiosity. I was like, what countries do we not do a lot of trade with? One of those being Nepal, right? Okay, small country. Maybe we can argue, hey, the mountains are pretty. We have some tourists that go there. Small country. They have what
I
they
see a
call.
Nepalese store in every mall. I'm
All right.
pretty sure we do a lot of trade.
Well,
with
I'm going to
Nepal.
tell you, I looked all this up here just a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
little
And while we were
knickknacks
talking
and
about,
stuff.
so we looked it up, and they have what they call a mid-sized diplomatic mission in there, which is just only diplomats. And so when I looked that up, I said, well, what is a U.S. mid-sized diplomatic mission? And it said the average is between 50 to 150, which kind of lines up with the Namibia numbers, right? Whatever. Right? I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. Whatever. We're going to keep rolling. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I go,
You said it right.
so okay, anyway,
He could be the history teacher.
I looked at we got 1.7 billion in trade and annually with Nepal. Now, here's what's interesting about that. That's weighted between 60 and 70% in a deficit, like in our favor, basically, because we're doing all the investment there. right? And the only argument that actually has made any sense, right, would be Hunter's argument about, oh, they help out with like travel visas because all the money that's like they're getting basically is from U.S. tourists that go and climb the mountains, right? Okay, well that's cool, that's good. I hate to sound like a dick to the mountain climbing group, but we don't need your
No, you
fucking.
don't.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about the uppity fucks. I think you're a travel mountain. Listen, maybe you don't need to go to Nepal, or if you do, we can strip that bitch down. There's no reason that we need 150 people in a fucking like in a trade place.
It's pretty cool that I can go to wherever country I want.
Why are we sending
just
millions
shut it
and
down.
millions of dollars over to this other country? Like I don't get like y'all bitch about Israel.
Mutually
Let's talk.
beneficial. It's an investment.
How-
It
it's-
helps us.
oh, it helps us. Have you seen Nepal's one of the poorest countries? It's clearly not helping
Because
them
that
much.
benefits blue collar Americans when they
Yeah.
go and visit Nepal.
Yeah, when they go and climb the mountain.
What the
You know how many poor like
When they go hiking.
when they get
in
they're
Nepal.
done at the factory job, they're going up to Mount Everest this
Yeah,
weekend.
they're just like, I can't wait to go
We're gonna go
hiking in
great
Nepal.
Himalayasian,
You,
bro.
you don't want to
Let-
go.
let's not- let's
go
not-
to Nepal.
Let's not pretend who these people are. These are like uppity fucking tech workers
Right,
out of San
uppity
Francisco. These these waspy motherfuckers. They're showing up.
They're
and-
doing some
yeah,
ayahuasca
these
up on the
these
mountain with the
latte
shaman.
drinking fucking
economic
hoity-toity.
Drink
Fuck
avocado
these
toast
motherfuckers,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, this is avocado toast eating, not house having fucking losers.
I'm tired of this soft power bullshit. This is a racket. It's a racket.
Yeah, soft power. With
So,
the
yeah,
ball,
soft power, more like soft dick. That's what it is. It's
Hell yeah.
it is terrible. I'm
Hell
sick of
yeah.
paying for this shit. Like crazy.
So
Look, I'm not saying we like ignore their phone calls. I'm just saying, why do we need 150 people there?
Yeah, we
have
need
Zoom.
like we got 10
Like,
people
like the
and a
fucking
hard pass.
pandemic happens and we're all zooming in from work, and then we can't figure this out with Nepal.
That's you're making the assumption they know how to. They have a computer there.
There's some
I
bureaucracy there.
just
I'm
wanna
sure we could
answer
probably
Lactoid's-
cut
No, we
down
can just
on
send
some
Jared
posting.
Kushner. He'll handle it.
I
handle everything else.
I just want to answer Lactoid's question very quickly. Was there an embassy, a U.S. embassy in Namibia before 2023? Yes, the United States had an embassy in Namibia, since the country gained independence in 1990. The original facility was located at 14 Lausanne Street in Windhoek. In late 2023, construction was completed on a new modern U.S. embassy campus. And on January 26, 2024, the diplomatic operations officially transitioned to a new location. So yeah, that's all it meant. It's just
Wait,
like, it was a new
who
building.
commissioned that construction?
But they need a whole new facility. Just give them a warehouse and some boxes and some chairs. Like that's all they need. Like we don't need all this shit all over the places.
God damn it.
It should just be a kiosk, like a
Yeah,
like
like at the
tele-
mall.
Okay,
like a
yeah,
tele
all right.
a telehealth kiosk where you
What is
show
it?
up and you make.
That's right.
It's so
Yeah,
much
you know,
easier.
if I have to call the IRS and listen to a machine or an AI for like an hour, these fuckers when they go overseas to Nepal on their hiking trip, you know what? They can talk to. They can talk to an AI.
Ironically true.
They can
Like,
talk
you
to
go
a
to the mall and there's like one guy at the information counter.
We can really. Fuck
We
them.
should probably be more hiring at the IRS too.
No.
Oh yeah,
Oh
that's what
my
we need
God.
to do.
I know.
Yeah. Bro, you
Gotta
know
be
what's
just, like,
amazing?
bigger, bigger,
Hold on.
everything hype.
It's amazing Biden hired all these
The
IRS
number go up
investigators,
good,
and
right?
they didn't find
Number
no
go up.
fraud, but we found it real fast. After we found
it's the-
fucking
the
editing.
embassies
Yeah.
oftentimes
We found the fraud, and all it took was an investigative reporter. And all those IRS agents couldn't do shit.
Oftentimes we run like intelligence operations out of
Took a
embassies.
phone
Right,
and a
like,
YouTube channel,
You
bro.
know, you're you don't
Okay,
want
that's
that.
that's a sell for
Elon
Gibbs.
Musk-
I'm
even
not a
Elon
big
Musk
fan of
couldn't find the
fucking
fraud.
clandestine.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
I even made
fucking-
that point up, but that was the whole point about not getting rid of USAID. It's the dark money for the CIA, brother Gibbs. We gotta say that. Fuck that shit.
Brother.
Fuck that shit.
This was the neocon talking.
Yeah,
point,
just
absolutely.
let them know that we're gonna bomb them. All right, cool. We don't like your
Actually,
guy.
Lactoid,
Kick him out.
all right, okay, understood.
Yeah, hold on. I opposed I opposed USA, and I was happy with the cuts in large part, not entirely, but in large part because
it fired my wife.
I'm very sorry that happened to your wife. That's not gonna change my position. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
But it's because
Getting
that
those
organization.
sympathy points.
Yeah, true. I mean, Hunter's a nice guy. It makes me feel a little bit bad, but I'm still gonna make the point.
I hope she gets
you
a
know,
nice another job in the private
USA,
sector. You know.
the
Now
US
she just works for the local government rather than the national.
God
better,
damn it!
better. No, better. That's better.
Oh, okay.
It's
She works
better
for the
than what.
bank. Is
With
that
a smaller
helpful?
paycheck.
It's
Actually, a
I
bigger
don't.
paycheck.
A bigger paycheck. Local government instead of the
Everybody
big
wins.
fucking feds. Everybody wins. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy with that.
I want them to
So
be
now,
like
now
this
I don't
in
feel
the
so
private
bad.
sector.
Now I
A
don't
lot
feel
of
so
our
bad.
coworkers are still
Shout out to your wife.
Well, that's that's not your wife. It's for coworkers. Who the fuck cares about that? So
My wife's friend.
I don't
Who the
care.
fuck
Yeah.
cares?
Anyway, so in large part because USAID is like known for being a laundering operation for the CIA, which they use to like embed themselves in different countries and do a bunch of shady shit. Which
and
they do a
do
bunch
it
of
in all
other
kinds of other ways too.
all kinds of other
Whatever.
ways as well. Yeah, and what you're pointing out,
That's how
this
I
could be another way in which
that's how
they're
I got
doing that.
contacted with the Mossad, by the way.
Yeah,
Through my wife.
It's some.
Of conspiracy theorists.
I just want the thing I want to
Dude,
ask you
they're
about
watching.
is-
They're fucking salivating right now.
I'm gonna hear about this next Christmas
I
for
know
sure.
you're not I know you're not.
No, I'm gonna go see these people in June, and it's gonna happen. I guarantee it.
I know
listening.
you aren't a neocon, right? So I'm not trying
Sure.
to like confuse you for one, right?
Thank you.
But like, I respect your pronouns.
It is June.
It is. But yeah. So
Hell yeah.
are you like completely against like having a CIA that runs clandestine operations? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Not completely, but I am skeptical, and I think that like we see so fucking often, like historically, all this shit, like after it gets declassified, after enough time has passed to where nobody's held responsible, like this shit comes out, and some of it's like genuinely fucked. And like we keep fucking seeing it over and over again. Well, as you pointed out, as somebody who's not like this sort of like, and look, Gibbs is probably just whatever advances U.S. power. Fair enough, that's his position. For me, like some of that shit's
lines
just
with
like
pockets. Be fair.
Sure, fair enough,
there is
part.
hold on. There is a survivorship bias here when it comes to the news because all of the successful CIA operations we don't care about and don't make headlines. Like there was
it is always a stealth mission if they're all dead.
I'm listening.
Was successful or not.
There was a really great CIA operation by Biden under Bolsonaro where he specifically said that like he targeted Bolsonaro and said that if he tries to overturn the election, then like they're gonna pull all the funding, and it was like this big operation, and it completely worked. It like Bolsonaro, he wasn't able to like overturn the election mostly because of U.S. interference with the CIA, and like that just doesn't.
Osama bin
No one
Laden
cares
was
about
CIA.
that.
Yeah, technically, we got the people who assassinated Osama bin Laden. It was a little bit funny. They're SEALs, but because they're part of the military, we couldn't have them going into Pakistan as SEALs. So for that operation, they were fired and then hired at the CIA just for that operation, and then afterwards they went back to the SEALs. So that also happened. Like, I'm not saying that like it doesn't serve a purpose, which is why I said I'm not against it entirely.
Sure.
I by the very nature of what it is, I don't trust it. I think we consistently see like incidents that are very like disturbing, and they're gonna say like, oh, like we weren't involved in that, and then like this shit comes out later. It's like, well, fuck yeah, you were involved in it a lot. You knew about it the whole time. You were involved in the gun smuggling. You were involved in the drug smuggling. You were involved in propping up XYZ dictator. You were involved in its massacre. Like like all this shit behind the scenes. And I get it. Again, you have to like defend to an extent your like the country's geopolitical interest, right? I get that, but there comes a point. There is a line for me when it comes to that, and there also comes a point where I'm just very skeptical about what these people do, just based on what I've seen.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure. I guess what your position.
And I'm sure you are too. I'm sure you see it like I mean I wouldn't if I find out that like the CIA is involved in an operation regarding me, I'm fucking terrified. These motherfuckers like are the scariest people on the planet.
100%.
Besides maybe Mossad, unironically, right? These two organizations are like the scariest motherfuckers on the planet. I do not want to be crossing these motherfuckers. Fucking holy shit.
I dealt with the FBI a little bit during the shit, and it freaked me out.
Not helping.
No, because of Charlie. Because They had to
Yeah, these
interview
are scary
me.
people.
Daily Wire.
Loki was
FBI.
they were super chill, and they Loki, like, it was nice, but
I
it freaked me out just the idea of it. You know, I thought
Yeah, you don't want to be
Castro
in like the FBI's like
Fucking-
documents or yeah, like you want.
Or the CIA's worse. Like you really don't want to be in
You
the
know-
CIA's document.
No,
You know,
of course,
Lactoid, you
yeah.
pointed out something interesting though a little bit before we went off this tangent, which is that these guys down here are now defending all these leftist tech bros that want to go climb up these mountains. They're okay with the billionaires, whatever. They're overseas. It's crazy how they're flip flopping. They're doing it. We hate the rich, except when they're in Nepal, boys. Like that's crazy.
They got to have convenient passports.
Yeah.
I traveled the world,
Yeah.
and I was not rich,
Well,
so
You're
did you,
tech
did
bro,
you
aren't
did you did you climb Everest?
I've worked
Cyber-
at-
Probably relatively.
Yeah,
rich.
did
I
you
fixed
try?
computers, so
Yeah.
that's like
You're
that.
probably-
Like,
I
you're
heard
tech bro.
computers.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you climb Everest or any of the other Himalayasian
Fuck
mountains?
no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I
I wouldn't
rest
risk
my
my
case.
life for that bullshit. No. Oh, okay. Is that all?
Is it risky at this
Okay.
point?
All right.
Still?
So, okay.
Yeah,
here
people
we go.
die like every year climbing
Compromise,
Everest.
right?
Really?
We abandon
Yes.
Nepal. All right. We abandon
That's right.
everyone who
Very
goes
dangerous.
to Nepal.
I thought it's just
right?
like everyone.
But then we
climbs it
keep
now.
our embassies everywhere.
I got some other countries on the list too we can talk about. What about like Tahiti? Do we need an embassy in Tahiti? Like
We gotta just keep going random countries.
I don't even know what country
Everyone
Tahiti's
shout out a
in.
random one.
Yeah,
But here's the thing though. Like to give a little bit of Gibbs and to give a little bit of credit to the other side a little bit is when you look at the map, there doesn't actually seem to be like a rhyme or reason as to like the importance of the countries and whether or not they get an ambassador. So like China, who I think is like argued like a very important country to deal with, they have an ambassador, right? We have an ambassador to China. We don't have one for Russia, despite the fact that we're currently involved in what is
Or
essentially
Ukraine.
I
a
would
proxy
bet that
conflict.
probably because they wouldn't want us there.
We don't
Uh,
need to, it doesn't need to
That's
exist.
kind of what I was
You don't have
asking
to be
earlier.
there.
Is
We-
that, like,
hold on,
something
I'm
we
not-
can
I'm not
turn
sure that's the case.
down?
We don't even have an ambassador to Ukraine,
That is interesting, and I would.
and we've
I
given
would
them
bet that
given
it's-
them fucking ridiculous buku money.
Yeah. I do agree that is interesting. I might, and this is an idea. Who knows if this is right? It could be that it's just such an obvious military target, that it's not worth it, and maybe we.
No, it's
removed
not.
it? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
It's not like we want. We
What about
always
Micronesia?
want
Do
a
we need an
good
embassy in
point of
Micronesia?
Yes. We always want a point of contact, right? Especially for an adversary, right? Even if they're not necessarily using it at that moment, but at some point they might want to. And what that point of contact should be doing is like, sure, maybe you can't talk to Putin, right? Putin's not going to take your call. Maybe even their foreign minister is not going to take your call, right? But they should be making contact with like other people within the government. They should be like making connections, right, and building trust there, and so that when it's go time, right, when like channels are opening up, they're ready, right? They're not starting from scratch, right? Like these are things that an ambassador can do, and it doesn't matter if they're like.
Sorry to
literally
fact
there.
check.
Yeah, sorry.
Lockswood lied here, and I just want to clarify here.
Another
Uh-oh.
lie from
Guys,
Lactoid.
They
Not surprising.
technically don't have an
Lion
ambassador.
lactoid.
That is a convenient twisting of the truth. We had an ambassador last year that stepped down, and because one hasn't been nominated by the president yet, there's like basically someone in charge. Her name's Julie Davis, but we have an ambassador.
Fair enough, but
No.
I'm going off of the map given
No,
to
no,
me
no.
by Prime with the NBC News. That's what I'm going off.
Okay.
No. We got to yell at Hunter for a second because Hunter didn't read the
Uh-oh.
article.
Oh no.
Hunter, right? In the article, it talks about how this works. One, it brings it into like that exact situation where there are people who have stepped down and they haven't been filled in, right? That's part of the
Or
problem it's
retired.
talked about.
Yeah.
And right, like yes, that's a standard operating procedure of
Right.
these embassies, right? When you
Truth
don't
and
have an
lactoid.
ambassador,
Wait, how is
you
that?
have a person, a charged affairs. That's
Uh-huh.
what they're called. I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we don't
I'm
have an
agreeing with you.
ambassador.
No,
then-
sure, but that's he's saying it like we've never had an embassy in Ukraine, and
Let me-
it's just,
He
Let
never
me-
said that.
Oh, let me
It's
give
a-
you
it's a
two
big-
countries we do have embassies
He
in
didn't
that we should
imply
not
that.
have.
I said he's technically true, but it seems like a twisting of the.
Oh, hold on,
facts.
hold on.
It
No.
wasn't a twisting of any facts. No.
Hold on.
Hell yeah.
Here's the issue. Let's talk about three
I
countries.
agree with everything.
I
you said.
want to mention
We'll
three.
leave it to the audience. if
But hold on. Let me talk about
Last
waste.
week is a
We
wrong
got waste here, real big waste. All right, so we have three countries, right? I'm gonna list one of them. One of them I'm gonna mispronounce this name immediately. It's the Republic of Kiribati. Okay, they have a tiny ass.
Kiribati,
Yeah, Kiribati. They have a tiny ass. You know where their embassy's at? They don't have one. It's based in
How
Fiji.
hot are the women there?
Probably
Yes,
very
that's what I
attractive.
need
Probably
to
very
know.
attractive.
Alright, that's
They're
probably
based
why
at.
we're there,
Hold
alright?
on,
We need
hold
to
on, hold on. No,
repopulate
hold on, hold
somehow.
on. We're not there. We're not there. And all. Guess what?
Oh.
What they have to go to Fiji
Maybe
if
we
anything
can do
happens. Now, I'm going to give you 2 other countries. One of these countries has a population between 35,000 and 45,000 people. It's the Republic
But
of the.
how big are they? How much area?
Hold
That's
on.
really
Well,
what matters.
well,
It's-
tiny.
That's the only
They're
thing that matters.
tiny. They're tiny.
What is their
They're
square footage?
Not very much square footage because the Republic of the Marshall Islands. So tiny as fuck. 35 to 45,000 people. We have a full embassy there.
Well,
We
hold
did-
on. The Marshall Islands are a little bit of a special case. 'Cause
Why?
they're technically part of us.
Oh, no, not the Marshall Islands. The Republic of the
No?
Marshall Islands. This is different area. We have our own stuff there. So, but hold on.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
Fiji, we have an embassy for a country that they don't get one in because they're too tiny. 35 to 45,000 people in the Republic of Marshall Islands. They get an embassy though. How about another one? We got Micronesia with 100,000 people. That's less people than go to Nepal every year from the United States.
No,
And
hold on. I
they
was
need
thinking-
an
I was-
embassy? Outrageous.
No, I was correct on this.
The-
The
no.
Republic of the Marshall Islands is in a state of free association with America.
It's got
So
45,000. They don't need an embassy. 45,000. Free association. They definitely don't need an embassy. Why would we need an embassy if they're free association?
because they're kind of part of us, and I think we just use the embassy.
They have
as,
less
like, almost like a
people
little-
than Victoria, Texas. They don't need a fucking embassy.
Victoria.
Yeah, but they're not anywhere near us.
They're
They
not our
need a point-
state.
They need a point of contact.
So why can't
Yeah,
they just
like-
use Fiji? They're all in the same area.
Just knock.
Yeah,
next door.
just like sail over to Fiji.
Well,
They
that's
need
what
no
that's what we're
heat,
doing for the
There's no
Republic of
issue.
Kiribati or whatever. Like that's not a
Kiribati.
problem. Yeah, same thing. What
I've
if
never heard of that.
they don't have a problem going to Fiji for it. I mean, like, why do we need one in Micronesia? There's about 50,000 islands in Micronesia that are about yay big around. We don't need a fucking embassy there. We need maybe
So
like
you
a
don't
hut.
have- here,
You don't have an embassy on each
We
island.
need one hut with like a telephone to the fucking embassy of Fiji, bro. Like,
So
like-
the Marshall Islands, I'm going to disagree with, just because like we owe
There's
them
nobody there.
under the contract of free or under the Pact of Free Association. We literally like they're citizens apparently, and we also provide for their defense. So like we're like allies.
Here comes
/ they're,
socialist
like, a
Lactoid.
little-
he wants an embassy. He wants an embassy in Antarctica next. That's what's about to happen.
Yeah, everyone's so socialist to Gibbs that Lactoid is socialist.
Well, he wasn't tanky, so he's just lying.
At one
he
point,
just
yeah.
he just started screaming about taxes and how they're inherently corruptive.
But then he's okay with
it.
an embassy in the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Crazy.
Yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes for you to just.
Apparently, you
scream
like
about
taxes. Yeah, apparently, he likes
Yeah.
taxes.
Apparently, now he hates the American blue collar worker.
It's crazy.
I like
They
unironically with the Marshall Islands. I don't know why like we don't just annex them as like a territory. Like
Exactly.
I would agree. I mean, I don't know why.
We
you
should
don't
start.
annex
We could.
Canada.
We should also
Why you
annex
don't annex
Micronesia and all these other
Mexico's
countries.
right
Canada's a
there.
little bit different.
Never.
Mexico's
I
literally
don't- I
right
don't think
there.
so. I
Yeah,
think-
they should
I
be
think-
next.
I think it's a bigger case to annex Canada.
No. We.
In fact,
Hands off
we
our
gave
strategic
Mexico
preserve of
back
maple syrup.
after the Mexican-American War. We should have kept it. You're right.
There's
Corey,
a
I
lot.
don't wanna
Like, there's
annex
less.
you.
I mean, to Gibbs' point, I mean, there's a far less resources in like the Marshall Islands than there are in Canada. I mean, there's any place we're gonna.
I mean, we
Yeah,
could
lots
probably
of maple syrup,
send
it's
10
true.
Marines
Alright.
and take over the Marshall Islands, though. So
Yeah, I mean, we could.
Did you ever stop and think about
we
like
marched, like,
why
5
we
guys
haven't
out of
taken
them,
over
yeah.
these places? Do you think
Because
there's a
of-
reason why we haven't just gone
Yeah.
over and taken these places over?
Yeah,
'cause we're pussies.
yeah,
Yeah.
we got. It's
the
actually it is.
libs.
It actually is that.
Yeah, I
is
was
we have
making
these
Gibbs'
ble-
impression.
we have
How
these
did I
these
nail it?
bleeding heart libs that are afraid of like a little bit of blood, sweat,
Afraid
and
of
tears.
going to war with the world?
I mean, well, you got to start small.
Yeah.
We take over the
You gotta
Marshall
start-
Islands, the Micronesia,
Okay.
maybe Cuba
Like, start,
next.
start with Poland, maybe. and,
Nah.
The
move through from
Sudetenland.
No,
Poland.
we help Poland. We help Poland take over Russia. And then
Oh, okay. I've heard this strategy before.
I don't know. I failed history, so I'm not sure. I really
crazy
glossed
you know about the
over-
Sudetenland, but you don't know about the token coffee. I'm just saying.
I mean, that's amazing. Okay. I don't know. I feel like we've like went to ground on this topic. Some agree, some disagree, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that we absolutely need these points of contact. I think we lose a lot, and especially in hotspots. First of all, like in diplomatic hotspots, it's crazy that not only and the ambassador is actually the least of it, right? The ambassador, the thing about that position is that they are empowered, right, to be making more decisions and to like their words have weight, right? The weight of the U.S. government. Like, but when we have
Putting
a
that
person who's just filling in, it's
emphasis
much harder for
on,
them to make these decisions and to be and for people to have confidence that the U.S. government they speak for like the government in the same way, right? Like it creates diplomatic friction where there doesn't need wants to be there. I think it's weird we're even questioning like the idea of just having this foreign service. This is as the hegemon. Like I'm not sure how big everyone else's like other countries their diplomatic services are, right? I imagine most of the other countries have like embassies in the big nations, right? But I don't know if they're as comprehensive as the United States. The United States like feels like it's going to be or wants to pretend to be the nation in charge, right? To exert its power, right? Obviously, then you need to have points of contact in all these countries, right? Because the best type of power is a power that doesn't require billions of dollars, right, and some sort of troop deployment, lactoid, right?
Hell yeah.
This is how you save money. This is what our friend Hunter was saying previously, right? Like you save money by having these U.S. Embassies there, by having these diplomatic missions, right? So we can interface with these people and keep them on the American side,
You
whatever
soda
that
be
is. Something that probably I disagree with any which way, but like keep them on the American side without deploying troops, right? Like this is the money saving tactic is to have
Or the
right,
bomb. Go ahead.
or the bomb. Thank you.
Wait, you prefer
Alright.
the bomb, Lactoid?
No,
As
I
in, like,
don't
if
I
if
don't prefer the
if
bomb.
if your recommendations results in pretty much like the downgrade of the United States in like the the global hegemon, like you're okay with that? Or less
Um,
if
it would
China
depend.
if China overtakes the United States in overall international presence, you're okay with that world?
I mean, they already have overtaken us in many ways in
No, but
international presence.
Ooh.
But
Do
if it accelerates or
Right.
if you
yeah,
expedite that process,
yeah, it really depends. I'm not convinced that our lack of ambassadors is what's responsible. I think a large part of it has to do with
I agree,
the
it's
uh,
multivariable. But
right, but I'm not. I don't even think it's like necessarily like a
Only part.
significant factor. I think that the big factor here is going to be economic and international trade power, and I think it's also going to be
If
the
only we
fact
had
that
something to
in
facilitate
large part,
trade.
in
just
large part,
streamline the process
hold up,
and
hold
and
up.
show that you care about this country.
Holy
Yeah.
Look,
shit.
in large part, this is where you're going to lose me, right? Like in large part, I think that a big part of it is the fact that China's huge, just in terms of population. But I think that
And
the,
size and geographic
and
area.
size
Never really
size
been the
too.
It is
idea, by
very,
the
it
way.
is very
But I think that the shit that we're getting ourselves into is actually through the CIA and through a lot of the shit that Democrats are supporting. I think is actually making things worse. I think that right now what
Like the
we've done
Iran
is
war?
like with Ukraine. I think that we've pushed Russia into being a subordinate gas station satellite state to China. Immediately following 2022 and all of our sanctions, Russia's shifted their economy almost like not entirely, but they've shifted it largely over to fueling China. They signed a new gas deal, new oil deal almost immediately afterwards, and a lot of that shit's now going towards our main adversary. That was, in my opinion, a unforced error.
So what
And
should the
so like that's
response what would you prefer as the response then? I don't
I,
disagree with your assessment, but then
sure. I mean, I'm looking for ways to without what I think the current U.S. strategy is this sort of like Gibbsian, no disrespect, but a sort of Gibbsian like we got the biggest dick, we're gonna smack it down, we're gonna be everywhere all at once, we're gonna bomb everywhere all at once if you don't if you don't play ball, if any of our boys
everywhere
get
all at
jumped,
once.
we're gonna fucking spend them, we're gonna send them as much money as they need, we're gonna send them all the rockets they need, we're gonna make we're gonna fucking save the whole world. Which there's a time and place for like stepping into international scenarios. This is where I disagree with it. I think there's a time and place for stepping in international scenarios, but I think a lot of what international like diplomacy needs to be is not being taken advantage of by our allies. It needs to be recognizing that we can have regional adversaries, that have geopolitical conflicts with other regional adversaries and recognize that our involvement might unite them against each other. There might be blowback there, which is what we saw
I
when it
agree.
comes to Iraq as well, right? So I think that sometimes doing less is more. And if we did less with Iraq, if we did less with Afghanistan, if we did less with Ukraine, I think we'd be in a better position
Iran.
all the way
But
around.
wait,
And,
those
and
are
Iran, and Iran, and Iran.
yeah,
Great
but
example.
those
has
are
been against the Iran war.
but like
I have been against the
For-
Iran war. Same
yeah,
idea.
but we're advocating for a non-military presence and approach. Everything you mentioned, if I understood you correctly, like those are military approaches, and maybe the
Right, but-
non-military approach of embassy and developing good relations might be the non-military better approach.
I mean, it could be, which is why I said I'm not opposed to like these existing or the CIA, even like the CIA, for example, existing generally. But I'm maybe more of both, right? Like scale back military approaches when it comes to like directly intervening, but also kind of like what Gibbs is saying. I think that there are certain countries where I don't think it makes much sense to have a tremendous, like putting a whole bunch of resources into having a diplomatic mission. There are other countries
Like-
where I think we probably
like,
should.
Let's say, for example, just as a hypothetical, I have no
Sure.
idea whether this can actually happen or not, but like, let's say your recommendation, as in like, it sounds like you want no United States presence in Namibia. Okay, let's say
Correct.
that happens.
What is
okay?
our obsession with this country?
Just,
I
I picked
don't.
a
I'm just
country,
using
we're
exactly what
rolling
this
with it.
But actually, I will try to make a direct, relevant
Sure.
relationship.
No,
Of-
sure.
And let's say if as a result of that, okay, because from what I understand, Namibia actually has large strategic reserves of rare earth minerals. And like, what if now it's like China's looking to mine some rare earth minerals, and so is the United States. And what if China has a presence, the United States doesn't? Like, do you see a potential issue there?
Yeah, then we send Rwanda in, and then they take it over for us.
This is the empirical question that I'm not convinced of. If you could convince me that having an ambassador to Namibia prevents that from happening, as opposed to like somebody in the administration working out a deal with Namibia separately, which is what the current approach has been under Marco Rubio, then I would agree with you. Then if it actually prevents China from getting the rare earth deals, then we probably should have an ambassador there. I'm just not convinced that that is the case.
Okay,
I'm just not convinced that these things
agree. That's why I
actually.
said it's hypothetical, and I understand. I'm going
Right.
to extend a little bit further. But
Sure.
let's say now, okay, we actually take these steps, and like we demolish our U.S. embassy, I think that sends the
Which I've never
explicit
been in
message.
favor of, just to be clear.
Okay, or whatever. We abandon it. Like, do you not think that sends the
Never, I've not been in favor of abandoning the embassy either. That was Gibbs's
Okay.
position.
Okay, it's just the ambassador issue that you take.
No, it depends on the country.
I'm talking about scaling it back. I'm saying that I don't see the need to have 150 people there.
Okay,
Yeah.
you want one building with one person just roaming
Hold on,
around.
I would argue.
Three.
Too
Hold on.
generous.
Yeah,
Hold on.
He has to have a friend, right? You don't want him to get lonely.
Oh, I would argue. Hold on. I would argue though that I actually have a different thing like here. Like I think Namibia, whatever we can have an embassy there. That's fine. In fact, I would argue we probably need more embassies in certain African countries than we do in Nepal or fucking the Micronesia or fucking like all sorts of these little tiny countries. We don't need those embassies. However, we might need them where we're pulling out people of Africa. We're trying to shrink our presence, and we're allowing Rwanda to pick up our defense contracts and French contracts. That's maybe where we should have an embassy, is where we have a country that we're pimping out to be our PMC. That's maybe where we should have an embassy, instead of Nepal, where it's just a bunch of rich uppity fucks that everybody hates anyway, going over there and then dying on a mountain, and then there's a diplomatic incident every time one of them dies.
Fucks,
well, good.
Right? There's an issue.
Good.
Right?
Then we can collect the life insurance.
Your richest people. If it's true that our richest people are our tech bros and so on and so forth,
well, let them die, and then there's
dying. Well, we probably should.
No, that's good. No, that's good because a job opening.
Right.
It's a job opening at that tech bro company, and when they die, it's an
Insurance
claim, and it's probably a liberal dying, so it's all good around, all around.
Are tech bros liberals?
I have no idea. I'm just lying right now.
Tech bros are overwhelmingly liberals. Yeah, they're from San Francisco.
In a classical sense.
Libertarians.
Well,
yeah, like
Or
not
at least
most
the
of
ones
them.
the ones in charge.
They're
actually
shitty
are.
NIMBYs. So
Elon
who
Musk
cares? Fuck
and
'em.
That's true.
Okay, those
Um,
particular tech bros, but I'm talking
the
about
ones in charge.
the run-of-the-mill beanie
The rich-
wearing fucking. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
The ones that
The
should be
ones who wear
baristas.
plaid
I
and a
thi-
beanie and yet for like
okay,
sell
I'm sorry.
themselves
No,
like they're some kind of blue
Blackwood,
collar
I'm sure
worker.
you
But
have an idea of these people in your head that
I
like
do.
that like you've got.
I know
I
one of
do.
them off the top of my head.
Right?
I
I'm sure you have
yeah.
something.
They're all the
stereotype in your
same.
head. They're all the same. You can
Yeah.
copy and paste them. You never miss them.
Yeah, I yes.
Okay. All right.
They trigger my
Why don't-
threat response whenever I see one. I know them. I can
Cortisol
smell
levels
them.
just spiked.
Cortisol
Okay.
levels,
All
exactly.
right, why don't we like I think we like reached the end of this topic. All right. Thanks guys for engaging in it. I really appreciate you all. I have a legal question for Lactoid. I gotta ask him in a second. Don't let me forget that. I have a legal question. I was actually gonna use this as the pre-discussion if but I forgot about it. All right, anyway. But anyway, guys, if you and gals out there, if you've enjoyed this stream so far, consider supporting the channel by following
Woo!
the
Thanks for the
channel,
raid.
or oh yeah, that does it, or just like giving money in some sort of way. That'd be helpful. But yeah, I appreciate you. Follow us on Twitch, Click, and YouTube. We'll give an outro to all these amazing individuals and go from there. Lactoid, I'll give you my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, okay. So if a criminal tells me that, or in this case, a future criminal, if they're going to rob a bank and I don't do anything, does that make me an accessory?
And you don't do anything
Anything.
to like promote it. You just hear about it. Probably not. I can only speak to my jurisdiction, and it would not be. So probably not.
Okay. What if I don't know what they're going to do, because I've heard this example before. That I don't know what they're going to do, but they end up like using my car. It's like, hey, Prime, I want to like I gotta go out and run.
And you could.
And it could be an accessory. Okay.
If you have reason to believe and you're assisting them in any way, in any which way, whether it be with the material, whether it be through planning, I mean, they're gonna try to stretch that.
Okay. What if someone commits suicide?
Okay.
And like they use my house, right? Like it happens in my house. I'm not there, right? I didn't actually kill him. But
you knew
or
they were
they
like
use,
you give them the place to do it. You knew they were gonna do it.
well, they said that they wanted to use, hey Prime, I need to use your spot, right? I need to use your garage. Is your car going to be in there? Also a hose. Like but they don't tell me they're going to kill themselves.
Oh yeah, if you have no reason to believe they're gonna do it, and they just ask to like use your spot, no, I don't think you're gonna get in trouble.
Okay.
But if you have reason, if you have reason to believe that they're gonna do it,
If they say, I want to use your garage for suicide, then you might be.
yeah, then there might be an issue.
Be an
But if they just say
accessory.
like, can I just hang out at your place, and then they like come over to your place and do a crime without you knowing, I can't see why you'd be held responsible for that. You didn't do anything.
Okay. All right. I guess the answer's that.
What's this in relation to?
Literally nothing.
Okay.
Exactly what I just said.
Right.
Usually I have a deeper meaning to these things. I don't have one this time. But okay.
You have to be encompass something. You have to further it in somehow. There needs to be some kind of furtherance materially. And so, if you don't know about it, you literally don't do anything. You're just like you're just minding your business. Then no, you're not going to be. You're not going to be held responsible. You got to be a little bit careful though, because there also is a concept of accessory after the fact, and that's if you in any which way like help somebody cover it up, or and that can be construed pretty liberally as well. So yeah.
Good to know.
Don't cover up the suicide.
I won't cover up the suicide or the bank robbery.
Or the bank robbery, yeah.
Thank you for that. Lactoid, outro.
I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. There was a question that I didn't get a chance to answer that a hunter asked when he was stepping away. And I don't know if he knew that I heard it, but I did hear it, but we moved on. But I'm just thinking about it now. is he asked me. This is a question that's frequently asked of me on this channel, which is like, what's it going to take for you to change your mind and to vote for the good old Democrats, right? What's it going to take? And look, for me, just to end on a note here, just explain myself is when the Dems treat court packing as a pariah, which it seems like they're getting more on board with that language now.
Hell yeah.
Then I could potentially look towards supporting them. When the Dems don't put up somebody who legalized abortion all the way up until the day of birth, then perhaps I could
Oh no,
potentially
now you lost
consider
me.
voting for them one day. If they aren't focused on banning assault-style weapons based entirely on the look of the gun that is not used in crime to any kind of substantive degree, if they just kind of stop, tone down on that rhetoric, well, then maybe I can consider voting for them. I don't know. I just feel like on those substantive metrics, the gun thing's been around for a long time, but especially on the court packing and the abortion question, I think that the Dems have gone much further and become much more extreme than people are recognizing, which I think is a problem. So, yeah, you can point to terrible things I think that Trump is doing. I've been vocal about the Massey shit, for example. I thought that was fucked. I said both before the election that I supported Massey, and I wish that he would have won. It was not the outcome that I wanted. Massey would have been better. But you got to look at who they're up against, and I've just sort of been. I know Prime's going to hate this, but I've sort of been indoctrinated into the cult of the lesser of two evils a little bit, and that's kind of how I'm operating. So.
So okay, so for me, I don't need you to vote blue, right? Actually, I don't really need you in my coalition at all. I don't want you exerting power.
This
in
is
my
why you
coalition.
lose, Prime.
So stay out, right? No, what I want, I do. I mean, you can come in, it's fine, right? But like, that's not like the goal. When I bring things up, I never construct it as what it is. What will it take for you to vote blue, right? You're a libertarian, right? And you have libertarian values, right? And you strongly believe in them, right? And there's nothing wrong with that.
There is
there
something
is.
wrong with that. There's for sure something wrong with that.
Well, Lactoid, I give you permission to be a libertarian, okay?
Thank you, Brian.
You can take that to the bank.
You're hand washing libertarianism. Don't never forget that.
No. The way I always construct it is, right? Like, what will it take for you to withdraw your support for Donald Trump, which is a much lower bar. And still, right? You support him despite disaster after disaster that you recognize, right? Despite like him going against his campaign promises. And instead, what you do is you set a goalpost way out there in a field that no one else is playing on, right? Like you say, well, as long as he doesn't pack the courts. Well, he doesn't talk about packing the courts. He doesn't talk about any of it. Like that's like not really in like the zeitgeist, right? But you set it to this bar that like literally doesn't matter. But the
Just
things
'cause
that are
Josiah
happening,
said it.
right?
Oh, it matters now.
The corruption that's happening at this very moment. It does make matter, right? And Lacto pretends. He pretends that he's answered the question, right? That like, oh, this is my criteria, but it doesn't take into account to what's actually happening. So you have massive corruption that can happen right in front of Lactoid. It says, well, but are the courts not packed? Well, I guess it must be fine, right?
True.
He doesn't actually engage in the things that are actually happening. Hey, like these are the violations, the things that you supposedly are going against your values, right? But he doesn't engage with any of that. As long, but the courts are fine. There's still 9 people.
I'll take bullets over nukes.
Okay. Thank you for that, Lactoid. I appreciate you. I didn't want to end. Oh, sorry. I want to say something nice about that. I don't want to end with me yelling at Lactoid. Lactoid.
Well, we didn't get our outros.
Well, Gibson's got to go. You can yell at him too. I'm sure he'll say something.
I'm more for giving of Gibbs.
because he's too
You're
stupid.
more forgiving of Gibbs.
I
Well,
don't
yeah,
say
he's the most honest. Gibbs is the most
No,
honest.
he's not. No, he's
That's
not.
right.
Yeah,
You are
he
insane.
he
Ollie. No.
believes the things he believes the things he says.
That's true.
That's what I
Does
consider honest.
In fact,
He
he doesn't believe
believes
anything. Well,
he
he only
does
believes that
not.
whatever it is that serves his advantage in pocketbook. That's it.
Correct.
That is honest,
I
though.
like
Oh, but
lactose.
it's the
I like
classic
talking
Donald
to
Trump
guy.
thing where it's like, well, he's lying, but at least he admits that he lies.
Yeah, true.
So it's like,
Yes.
oh shit.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't
That's
seen Gibbs lie.
respectable.
I've seen Gibbs be wrong. I haven't seen Gibbs lie. I've seen Gibbs.
Hitler never did anything to me, so it's okay.
No. I said I've never seen him not whether it be to me or not. That has no question. I'm just saying he believes the things he says. I appreciate that. Other than that,
There's
I'll take someone at
there's
their
no there's listen, there's only honesty and
Lactose,
truth
well,
coming from
we
Papa.
like lactose.
Only honesty and truth comes from Papa. Just like I tell you right now,
No,
Yeah.
this is perfect.
Nah,
this
that's
should be. That was
I tell you what, I have never been more excited to
Go
see
ahead,
promises
Gibbs,
fulfilled.
Gibbs, can you hear us?
Is he an idiot?
Don't
Oh.
say anything.
Oh
What's
yeah.
going on?
I was muted because I was talking about chat, and then you'll start talking about me. I was like, listen, I tell you what, brothers and sisters, I am honest. I always tell you what I think and what I believe. You can believe that. And I tell you what, I love these promises being fulfilled that Trump made in the campaign. He said he was gonna gut the swamp, and he's gutting the bureaucracy and trimming the hedges and trimming the fat. And I tell you, as a fat man myself, you know when you gotta trim the fat sometimes. It's really key. It's like a brisket. You know, you gotta trim the fat for it to taste right. Same thing here. He's trimming the fat of the government. It's big fan. We're seeing Doge kicking gears. He's draining the swamp. It's both. They're allegories, all right? You know, they're analogous.
metaphors.
Yeah, metaphorical. You know,
trimming the
that's right. Yeah, these are
The fat
amazing.
that's in the swamp.
These are amazing things.
Around
They're
the
gone.
hedges.
We're getting all this rot cleaned out. You know, it's like an enema for Washington. You know, and
Even
Prime
more metaphors.
Prime is talking about corruption. I'll admit Trump might be corrupt. He may be. You know, but he's new corrupt. He's new corruption, but it's new corruption, and it's like a forest fire. He's cleaning out the current Tammany Hall and all this bureaucracy and
Yeah, I called it.
corruption.
I literally said
and
he doesn't
corruption.
care that he lies.
And
as long as he
corruption,
keeps lying.
a wise man once said, and he's a wise politician in Africa once said, corruption is only bad if I'm not a part of it. And I'm just saying, echo that sentiment. It's time we got the corruption that's not a part of any of this for us. And now the everyman is getting a taste. And it's glorious to see this happening. And I'm so happy. And also, guys, we've been hearing political takes all night, and we learned today some important facts. They sit here, they're mad when we put people in political parties, but they say, oh, this guy's a socialist, this guy's a communist, but they don't even know what the symbols of the National Socialist Party were. So I'm just
It's almost
saying,
like they weren't
next
socialists
time,
this whole time.
well, you know, it's crazy.
Like
Hold
Nazis.
on. Let me just use this argument they're making. They say these are the same people that trust the SPLC. They know what white supremacy is, but then they don't even know what these white supremacy symbols are. Somehow they know enough Latin to know. They know enough. Somehow they know enough Latin to know Deus Volt is a Crusader thing, but they don't know what a Totenkopf is. It's crazy. They know what the lightning bolts meant, but they don't know about the Totenkopf. We call this willful ignorance. It's a lie. I don't believe this shit at all.
Don't
As
shake
far
your
as you
head
can throw,
like that.
I'm
Give
saying
back the voice
it
that
is
used in legal
shenanigans. Y'all are sitting here telling me these crazy things, and then if there was a Republican,
Preach, brother Gibbs.
if there was one, I'd say if we've had one Republican with a Totenkopf, we would never hear the end about how we elected a fascist Nazi to power. But no, since he's Grand Platinum, we hear things from dishonest Dim down here at the bottom, Hunter Kozak, vote blue no matter who, and it's okay. At least Prime knows that he's not going to get in bed with Satan, and he would rather lose than sell his morals down the river. Unlike some people like Counterpoints who will sell his morals down the river for 2 shillings. I'm just saying, it's bad. All right, y'all knew I was going to give an insult then after I've been gone for 3 weeks on that motherfucker. All right, and that's all I have to say. If you like what I have to say, and find me on Admiral Gibbs everywhere. We're going to be doing some wild stuff the next couple of days. Tomorrow, if y'all like Command and Conquer, we're going to be doing something I think is actually relevant. I watched the opening, and they were talking about the mainstream media. It's crazy that something in 2007 talking about the Brotherhood of Nod is talking the same kind of lingo that we're talking today. Crazy stuff. Remember Kane, all right?
Or they're like imitating a fascist government, and they're like
Well,
always
they're-
talking about like trying to undermine the media.
They're a religious theocracy, so I guess
Same thing.
yeah,
Okay. Well, I've never had a brisket before. I've never had.
it's amazing. You should try it.
What?
You should.
Yeah,
That's wait, hold on.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. That like
It's all right, but overrated.
You're watching
You're
a video
gay.
about a religious theocracy and it's using Trump lingo, and you're like, holy shit, this is awesome.
Hold on, Kane is pretty badass. First of all,
Okay, great.
I mean,
Agree with me.
Kane was right if you actually
Well,
go
wait,
through
you
the
are
war.
you do have a master's or doctorate in divinity, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
this is your
and
preaching skill.
metaphysics. Yeah.
And metaphysics, yeah.
Whoa, I thought it was just philosophy, metaphysics in particular.
I think he means his doctorate is metaphysical.
No, that's literally what it is. It's literally what it is. It's literally
They're behind,
metaphysics.
they're
Corey's
behind
on
him.
one.
Yeah, they're literally
He's got two doctorates.
Two of
Yeah,
them.
behind
How
him.
many do you have, Corey? I don't. Can we,
Yeah.
can we count those? How many? How many?
Yeah, Hunter, can we break out your doctorates
What,
real quick?
zero?
Wait, so between me and Gibbs,
What
we
are
have
you
3
talking
doctorates.
about?
What do you? How many
Three.
doctorates do you guys
How many
have?
doctorates do you have versus
Gibbs does
Gibbs'
not have
two
a doctorate.
doctorates?
This is fucking-
I got two right
Yeah,
there.
he doesn't have a. He has two.
Right
he
there.
doesn't.
Correct.
Like,
They're right behind him.
I mean, if anyone
You have
was
a
supposed
doc. You have 2 doctor. What
to, he has
is
two
this?
doctorates.
What are you?
Get wrecked,
talking
scrub!
about?
I mean, like,
Hey,
Paid for.
well, all doctorates are paid
all
for.
of
That's
them paid for.
that's
Paid
true.
in full. Paid in
True.
full.
What?
I don't know what this
Exactly.
bullshit is, but I know he doesn't have 2 doctorates.
They're right there. You can see them. Look,
He does.
Hold on. He willingly lies all the time.
I've never once lied.
Okay.
Hunter,
Bring him down,
Hunter.
show your
Hold
name,
on.
Gibbsy.
I don't lie, Hunter. I will tell you very directly. He technically has 2 doctorates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
thank you for
so-
that. Technically.
The
Okay.
tech-
but they are technically doctorates.
Yeah, listen,
So-
it's the
Okay,
best
I
way to be
believe
right.
that there's
Is
some
technically
bullshit
right.
loophole there. He got it from Trump University.
Oh,
honorary.
they're not honorary. That's the best part.
No, honorary. No, honorary. He's got to actually be honored by someone. No one's honored him. No, like,
Hunter's just mad because
go to,
he just doesn't want to give my
I'm
credentials.
not
enough
because I don't
credit.
know what the
Lumber mill.
loophole is. I'm
The
He's
loophole-
mad because he doesn't have a doctorate.
That's
Maybe
what
if you
it
had a
is.
doctorate, you could figure out what the loophole is,
I
but
don't
you
know.
just can't because you're not educated enough.
True.
I have 2 degrees. I ain't got a doctorate.
Yeah, and he
Ooh.
doesn't know about a toga cuff.
How all these people like question Gibbs constantly, right? But how many doctorates do they have?
Zero.
Right?
Big old bupkis.
Less
Zero.
than 2.
Less than 2, indeed.
That's right.
Thank you, Gibbs, and also thank you for admitting that Trump is corrupt. Like, let's
Sure.
go on to that one.
They're all
Let's
corrupt.
Never forget that one. all right?
Exactly.
They're all
I'll
corrupt,
be
but
using that
Trump
in the future.
says that he's corrupt.
He's
which
new
makes him
corrupt.
The least corrupt.
No, he's new
He's the
corruption.
least corrupt. And in
He's
fact,
outsider
corruption's good when
corruption.
He does it.
He's just
Well,
been
I
corrupt
don't
for
say
the
that's
shortest
good.
amount of time.
No,
His
it's
Ollie,
outsider
not be
corruption.
Fucking bought in by this
His
stupid ass
corruption
argument.
is-
They're all
Pure
corrupt. We got
corruption.
outsider corruption gutting the current established status quo. That's what we need. We need outsiders gutting the status quo
It's like a
so
double
we get back to
cross. He's
basics.
double corrupt.
That's right.
He's corrupt against it. He's like
You
Dexter.
understand this is every MAGA argument, right? That like
Yes.
he knows the
Listen.
system, which is he knows how to play against it.
He's Dexter.
Yeah,
Trump is
it's like
Dexter.
two lefts.
Trust the
Two lefts.
plan.
Two lefts don't make a right, but 3 do.
The concept of a plan.
Damn.
Trust the concept. All you gotta do is
The
trust
concepts of the
concept,
plan are
Hunter.
part of the greater plan.
No, people
okay?
bash
Trust the
people.
concept.
People bash that take all the time. I actually think that was a good quote because
Jesus
it's like
is my savior, Trump
that
is my
means
president.
he's able to adapt on the fly. You know how many people we know just winging things? That's the way to do it. Really, is you have a few variable options, concepts.
Concept.
And by the
That's
way,
like
if it
our
wasn't a
friend-
scam, I genuinely would like the Trump phone would be interesting to have. I actually kind of want to order that.
If it wasn't one of his many scams,
I mean, I
if it
would.
wasn't one of his many scams.
I bought a Trump coin just to say I have one. You know,
Well,
Also, very
Yeah,
unfortunately,
so-
I got my passport renewed before Trump's going to be on
I
there.
mainly did it so I
Very
get that
unfortunate.
reaction right there.
I actually have a friend who is like he just got his passport renewed, but he's going to go in and get it renewed because
What a
the
cock.
Trump.
What a cock. Tell your friend I
Bro.
personally said that he's like a cock.
No. He's doing it because he thinks it'll just be funny to be
He's
able to
doing
like.
it as a little joke. It's
a little joke, yeah.
It's a little tee-hee.
Well,
It's a little tee-hee.
That wasn't a bad voice, actually. Trump voice. That was pretty good. Little
It's
beam.
really to honor his president. Let's go to our friend Corey, who's been struggling to follow along with Gibbs's words with his 0
True.
doctorates, right? Gibbs, like
His
if you could
language is
just
way
be,
too complex for my brain.
if you could just be like a homie, next time talk slower.
I'll try.
smaller
I'll try to
words for our friend
enunciate.
Corey. Who just,
I do want to double check something, Prime. On that note, can you point to me one more time?
Oh my god! Oh no! Is it work? Is it fucked up again? Well, I didn't even make any changes.
If only you had just one doctorate, you could figure it out of where to.
It came back. Okay, all right. Now I switched it again. Hold on. So Corey is here now. Okay,
That's you got me. You got me. You got your doctor right in time.
Can I ask real quick? Sorry, real quick. What do you guys think, Corey? I want you to address this in your opening. What I know, left wingers are like historically known to be like have more higher education, have more degrees. But on this panel, the right wingers do. Like elaborate on that one a little bit.
Hold on. Can I? I'm gonna answer that with a point. I don't have 2 doctorates, okay? But you know what I do have?
Ooh.
I
Less
do
than
A,
have,
a lack of knowledge
I
on
do
history.
have the fact
A
that
lack of doctorates.
I do have the fact that when I say I have 2 doctorates, at least it's believable.
It doesn't matter if it's believable. They're above my head. You can
Every
see
single
them.
person went, okay, wait. Obviously, there's some bullshit there. There's got to be some loophole there, and there, yeah.
The loopholes, I have them and you don't. That's really.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a pretty big loophole. Let's go.
Sorry about that.
Let's go.
So I can attempt to address the question. Where I do find it interesting. So let's say your doctorate, Gibbs. What are they in again?
That'd be divinity and metaphysics. Yeah.
So useless doctorates. According to the right, those are useless. Like equivalent to
DEI,
basket weaving, right?
DEI.
That's how he
doctor.
knows.
I
These
think
are
I'm the
DEI
only one.
doctorates.
I'm the only one with a real degree. Okay, anyone else here have a STEM degree?
Hey, I have a degree in.
Yes.
Oh, I do. Well, sorry, I'm math education.
We see how that's paying off for
Yeah,
you.
you
Yeah, I got a STEM
math
degree.
education.
I got a STEM in information sciences.
You can teach it, but you can't do it. That's how it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also have
I
a
got
degree in
master's.
Do we
philosophy.
count? Do we
I
count
used to-
minor? Or do we count like minors with
We,
that or no?
we can see that they neither major nor minored in history.
gotta have
That's
a
what we need to go over right now.
to have a degree.
So
I suppose your degrees
arguably,
don't count.
the liberals
Well,
have
hold on.
the more
Political science.
I have a poli
There's
sci
science
degree
in the
with
name.
3 certificates from the Bush President's
Yeah,
Library
our
and a minor in
degrees
history.
actually matter.
So, yeah, I got that.
Higher level degrees actually matter.
Yeah, we're job creators.
Mm.
But yeah, as always, it's
Debatable.
been entertaining for a variety of reasons. Some good, some not so good. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Hunter, Ali, Gibbs, Blackfoot. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Yes, despite
didn't
all
say
everything
love
I've
you
said
to
about
us,
you.
though.
Pardon me?
He didn't say I love you. He didn't say I
Corey.
love you to me.
Jury's still out on you.
Fuck.
Nobody likes Mossad.
I just need to get
When
a
you can
doctorate,
recognize
that's
my
what
face,
it
then
is.
I'll love you.
That was a 3-hour callback. I gotta respect those.
Let's go to our good friend Ali.
So
Who didn't
I
read the
have
article?
I have no degrees. Somehow the most correct on the
Loser!
panel. Hey, listen, I'll be a loser if I'm still the most correct on the panel every single time. But yeah, Prime, thanks for having me. Mondays are always my favorites. As always, boys, it was a pleasure. Free Palestine, free Lebanon. Get these people the
Free
fuck out of
Palestine,
my
free
country.
Lebanon.
Get these people the
Final thoughts
fuck
of
out
Grand
of my
Planter.
country.
Final thoughts of Grand Planter, Ollie. Did he get that tattoo knowingly, or did he just happen to get the?
Oh yeah, I
tattoo?
think he was in the military. I think he was a a shithead. He got a tattoo. He didn't cover it up. I'm assuming cover ups are kind of expensive, or he didn't feel like doing it. Whatever the fuck the reasoning is, decided to run for Senate, which I think is dumb. If you're gonna have a tattoo and have a kind of like a history like that, and you're gonna do the whole like you're not a good person to you're not electable, right? If the whole time we were talking about like Kamala and like should Arabs and Muslims and blah 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 vote for Kamala? It's like, well, did she earn their vote? And it's like, well, if I do, I have to turn around and look at Jewish people in Maine and be like, well, I don't know if this guy earned your vote, right? Like, so I wouldn't really hold no flame for people who didn't vote for him. I think it makes sense. I understand that everyone's on a blue no matter who to get the House and Senate, but I think the blue no matter who thing is bullshit if you don't vote for people who support your principles.
There you go. That's a man of good principles right there.
Thank you for
That's a man with no pragmatism right there.
It's
Let's-
performative pragmatism means nothing. It's the death of your fucking country.
Performative
It's actually
pragmatism.
a banger line.
What?
Performative pragmatism means nothing. Man, that's a
Performative
banger.
pragmatism is just an oxymoron.
I'm gonna steal that
You're
shit.
just saying I'm not being pragmatist enough.
I'm gonna steal that shit.
No, I think
already,
you're.
for
I think
sure.
no. I think you're performing the
No,
like
no,
this
no,
whole
no. But if I'm
like,
performing
the-
pragmatism, I'm not being
Yeah.
pragmatic. Which
That's
is
fine.
your-
Listen.
Which is
You know
yours-
what the
you're
term
basically
means.
taking
The term
pragmatic
hit
pill
the
and
way
saying
it
you're
was
not being
supposed to hit,
pragmatic
which is
enough.
all that matters. The term hit, which is the way it was supposed to hit, which is all that matters. This whole vote blue, no matter who, running an anti-party means fucking nothing if the people you vote for don't actually represent the shit that you need them to do.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't
Keep
know.
hitting- keep
Anti-party
hitting the
means
fucking
nothing.
talking points you learn on TikTok. I'm listening.
I'm not on TikTok, but
He is a TikToker.
not the way you are.
Hey, I
Let's
got
go-
70,000 followers. All right.
We're gonna
Damn.
go to. Oh wow! All right. Well, we gotta import them here. That'd be great.
Yeah, they don't. They don't exist on YouTube. I'm really trying. They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, TikTok
They don't
is a
transfer.
very unique.
It's a different
World-
audience.
TikTok
they're-
users are
They don't-
TikTok users.
Like, unironically, Hunter, if you're trying to like get them over, you should talk to Modi. He's been doing the same thing with his TikTok. Modi and Boggles, they're probably both getting partnered in the next. Well, Boggles did just get partnered, and Modi does, and they have like a whole strategy for getting TikTokers to their Twitch and YouTube. So you should talk to them.
I post all my videos on YouTube, and they get like
There's a way to do
less
it.
than 1% of the views.
No, well, so
It's
I think there's a
crazy.
way they do it is they like hype it up and then they like get it to go in. They feed. I don't know. You should talk to him. I think you would be able to learn something from him.
Let's
Yeah.
go to our friend Hunter. And Hunter, like one question, right?
Hmm.
So these streams, right? Like you're done here. It's been a few hours. You've been talking to us, right?
Mhm.
When you exit your room, go down the hallway, right?
Mhm.
And you see a woman inside your home.
Yes.
Are you like, who the fuck are you?
Intruder
Are you
alert.
subscribed?
Intruder alert.
This wasn't even funny 3.5 hours ago. It's.
I
not that much
think it was
better
pretty funny.
on the rerun.
And then you see tiny people like running around. And I'm like, who are these little gremlins?
No, I use context clues to figure out they must be my kids.
Okay. Oh, thank
I
you.
don't fucking know.
I just like I'm pretty sure I'm not in danger. So like you pick up the bat, you don't swing yet, but you're like I'm probably fine. Okay. Thank you for that, friend, and thank you for being here. Much appreciated, Hunter.
Yeah, no problem. I'm Hunter E. Kozak. Follow me on YouTube to bolster my numbers because I heard that that's the one that pays the most. That'd be awesome to find out.
Facebook actually.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to hack it on Facebook too. I'm really just on TikTok. Like
Big money
yeah.
on Facebook.
That's so weird. That's so fucking
Big
weird.
Really, that's
Big
why I have my
money on
biggest following.
Facebook.
I haven't been
Facebook
doing
is
that
the
at
big
all.
place. Yeah, I actually
Really?
don't. I have it just uploaded so my videos just automatically get distributed. I never check Facebook, so maybe I'm doing well there. Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Wait, this is actually not that bad. Anyway, I was just getting like 1 like for every video like a month ago, so I'm glad I'm seeing that I got more activity. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, take the pragmatism pill. Your ethics and values aren't worth shit unless they can actually make a real difference in the world. I find it egregious what we're doing in Israel and Palestine. I find it egregious how much we're funding them. I agree with all of the sentiments of Ali. And I will say to Lactoids, I'm going to answer the same question that Lactoid answered. I'm just going to ask it for myself. Like, what would it take for me to no longer do the vote blue no matter who? And I think that if I felt like there was an existential threat the Democrats were levying against the country, and I do think that I would be the Liz Cheney of the Democrats and say, hey, we got to vote for the Republican because these Democrats are literally tearing at the foundation of the country. And Republicans suck, and I disagree with all their policies, but at least there's still going to be an America after this. That is how bad I feel the country is in a point right now. I'm pretty scared. Not that much. I'm full of hope too. But yeah, I don't know. I think that Republicans have done irreparable damage to the country, and I cannot conceive of a situation in which I would vote for one. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate everyone here. I appreciate Gibbs and Lactoid, even though we disagree on everything. I appreciate Prime
even though we usually disagree. And I don't think we had really any disagreement today. I think it was kind of nice. It was like everything that you're saying. I'm like, oh shit, why don't we listen to this guy more? Anyway, thanks for having me on. It's been a blast.
Thanks so much. I'll read out to this person XOD. The stream says Dami Goddess drains. It's my birthday month. Findom, right? Hashtag Findom.
Nice.
In there. So
Right up Black Boy's
that's
alley.
Dom me mommy in the chat.
Yeah.
Dom me mommy in the chat.
All right, boys, y'all be good. Thanks for having me, Prime, as always. Y'all be good.
Yeah. Thanks so
Bye,
much,
love you,
guys.
Gibbs.
Y'all be safe. Mm-mm-mm. All right, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. What are we gonna do? Do we want to keep streaming? Do we want to go somewhere? What is? I hear. Theirs is pretty lively.
Things for
Nah, we're not doing the whole cut points on there. Let's see. I heard that Shapiro was not Shapiro. I heard Hangberg is invited me here. Let me take a leak here. We might do something.
It's just a that.
What, like as a rental or what?
No,
No, that's
paying it off.
that's the average truck payment right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, really?
I
Per
fully,
month?
honestly, I
That's
fully
nice.
expect I'm probably going to like not be alive in like 10, 15 years.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know about that one.
Andrew, the bone is officially out of my ass, just so you know.
Ooh.
So
Thank you,
Brian,
Stan.
you said earlier. So Brian,
you.
you said earlier.
I
So
have
you're-
5
you said-
minutes.
Okay, so this will take 1 minute.
Okay.
You said earlier you don't.
Let's raid. We're gonna raid somebody. We're gonna raid Jay the Gamer. He's a new guy. He's doing a partner push. He's cool. He's big Helldivers guy. Check him out. That's not it. Hold on. Got it. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing a Brotherhood of Nod campaign. It should be pretty good. So check it out. Then we got some new VODs up. Make sure you go check out the one-on-one interview I did with the person that escaped Venezuela. Should be fun.